In the unexplored northern regions of South Korea, a group of adventurers gathers around a campfire. Lee Cheol, an unsure young man, stands among them, feeling nervous about the expedition ahead. He admits that it's his first time on such an expedition, which causes the older adventurer to warn him about the harsh dangers of the place, especially the strange monsters that inhabit it. The air is thick with tension, and Lee Cheol can't help but feel the weight of the unknown pressing on him. As the group discusses the dangers of the northern wilderness, they mention a powerful figure known as Lee Cheol's father, a martial artist so skilled he is feared across the region. However, despite this reputation, Lee Cheol is mocked and dismissed by others for being an illegitimate son of the esteemed martial Lee clan. He is viewed as weak and unworthy of respect, not even having enough talent or skill to rank above a 7th-grade martial artist. But Lee Cheol remains steadfast, preparing for the trials ahead. As the group continues, the past flashes before him, the day he was chosen by the greatest weapon at the steel selection ritual. His path is set, and though the road is fraught with hardship, he is determined to prove himself and rise from his family's shadows. After years of struggle, Lee Cheol realized that his pursuit of acknowledgement through his martial arts was never enough. Despite his relentless effort, he still faced rejection and disbelief from everyone, even those in the clan. He remembers the time when doctors examined him, warning that his body wasn't suited for martial arts or magic. They had written him off as weak. Yet, he pushed through these limitations, defying their expectations. Lee Cheol's accomplishments went largely unnoticed, and when he reached the 7th rank at just 25 years old, it was a bittersweet victory. He may have proven the doctor wrong, but it was still insufficient in the eyes of the clan. It wasn't long before Lee Cheol's life took another dark turn. His brother, who was the strongest in the family, constantly undermined him. Without his brother's interference, Lee Cheol might have died, leaving the clan's household behind. As he reflects on his past, a profound change starts to unfold. Lee Cheol's determination leads him down an unexpected path. News spreads about the passing of the patriarch, his father, the revered Lee Taishan, the pinnacle of martial arts. This marks a new chapter, and with the change in leadership, Lee Cheol's fate takes an unpredictable turn. Lee Cheol, despite his strained relationship with his family and the obstacles in his path, is thrust into an unexpected situation when the Shadow Sword Squad comes for him. They approach with a mission in hand, presenting him with an official decree to investigate the unexplored northern region once more. But with no clear reason behind the order, Lee Cheol grows frustrated, questioning why his family continues to meddle in his life. Even after so many setbacks, the members of the Shadow Sword Squad, cloaked in mystery, show no empathy, only reminding him of the consequences should he refuse. Unable to escape, Lee Cheol grudgingly accepts, preparing to embark on yet another difficult journey. Yet, his frustration with his situation grows as the mysterious orders keep piling up. He still carries the heavy burden of his family's expectations on his shoulders, but there is an air of resignation within him. Upon reaching the site of his assignment, Lee Cheol and the squad come across the ruins of an ancient monster's corpse, a shocking discovery that leads them into a greater mystery. As they investigate, Lee Cheol can sense that things are far from ordinary. With danger lurking ahead, he knows that this task could change everything, and perhaps even lead him closer to his true potential. As Lee Cheol and the Shadow Sword Squad advance into the ruins, a sudden command pierces the air, "Begin." In an instant, chaos erupts. Lee Cheol is caught off guard by a series of swift attacks from his own squad members. Blood sprays as a blade narrowly misses his throat. The assault is deliberate, as if they had known his fate from the start. One of the attackers reveals a shocking truth. They knew all along that Lee Cheol was supposed to die from the start. The squad's mission was to bring him here, not for investigation, but for elimination. Lee Cheol's rage ignites. He had been nothing but a pawn discarded after serving his purpose. Yet, in the midst of this betrayal, he remains resolute. With his back against the wall, he faces the enemy's head on, as Lee Cheol fights back with relentless fury. His wounds heal almost immediately, defying logic. His enemies are in disbelief. How can his body endure such punishment and still recover? The fight escalates quickly, with Lee Cheol cutting down his attackers one by one. His resolve only strengthens, and as the final blow strikes, his newfound strength echoes through the ruins. He stands tall, showing that nothing, not even the betrayal of his own, can break him. As Lee Cheol lies battered on the ground, blood pouring from his wounds, he coughs violently. His vision blurs, and for a moment, everything seems to fade. His breath becomes shallow, and with the weight of betrayal crashing down on him, he thinks to himself, "I can't die like this." Desperation fills him. His hand stretches out towards the ground, searching for anything, any weapon to give him the strength to survive. His eyes land on a sword lying nearby. With the last bit of his energy, Li Qiul grabs the sword, his hands trembling as he attempts to stand. The sword, powerful enough to slay a great monster, still hums with untapped power, even if it's been lying dormant for so long. Please. Li Qiul pleads silently as he forces himself to rise. But just as he reaches for it, a voice behind him echoes coldly. His attacker mocks him, questioning why someone like him would even be given another chance at life. The confrontation escalates into a brutal clash. The sword becomes his only hope, and with it, he summons the last of his strength. As the battle continues, Li Qiul, despite the odds, grips the sword with new resolve. His body may falter, but his will to survive drives him forward. In a lavish chamber within the Sumu clan's estate, the child named Li Qiul wakes up, confused. His last memory was of his tragic death, but now he finds himself lying in a bed, unsure whether this is an afterlife or a flashback. As he processes his confusion, his father stands nearby, seemingly indifferent to the child's distress. The father decides the child should attend the steel selection ritual, where the clan's children prove their worth. They plan to have Li Qiul join, assigning him guards and a servant like any other child. The weight of the decision is heavy on him, but the father is unmoved. Li Qiul struggles with the thought of participating in the ritual. He remembers the conversation, and the realization strikes him hard. This isn't a dream, but a second chance at life. The familiarity of the room and the conversation with his father feels so real, making him question whether he has truly regressed to his past. Despite his reluctance, he acknowledges that this is his reality, and if true, he must prepare for what's to come. As the steel selection ritual is announced, Li Qiul walks towards the grand hall, filled with swordsmanship trials. Children are selected by the strength of their swordsmanship, and he wonders if this time he'll be able to change his fate, a fate dictated by strength and bloodline. As the preparations for the steel selection ritual progress, Li Qiul continues to feel the weight of his role. His loyal handmaid, Yumgawa, who had always been like a mother to him, helps him prepare for the event. She assures him that his future is bright, and that he is ready for whatever lies ahead. Despite her comforting words, Li Qiul is haunted by the past. The events leading to his tragic death are still fresh in his mind, and he vows to not let history repeat itself. He swears to protect Yumgawa at all costs, as she had always been by his side when no one else was. The day of the ritual arrives, and the atmosphere is tense. The rain pours heavily as Yumgawa rushes to prepare him for the ceremony. She reflects on her deep bond with him, vowing that no harm will come to him while she is around. She stands firm, determined not to let any further pain or betrayal affect Li Qiul. As Li Qiul is led toward the ritual site, the patriarch of the clan watches from afar, silently observing the participants. The crowd cheers, and Li Qiul's heart pounds, as he realizes this is the moment that could change his fate forever. His eyes meet those of the other competitors, including a figure who seems to recognize him, a reminder of how far he's come. The steel selection ritual begins with anticipation filling the air. Li Qiul stands nervously, eyeing the contestants and the grand stage ahead. A respected clan member, Li Gunsong, comments on Li Qiul's youth, intrigued by his unexpected participation in the ritual. The other clan members are equally curious about this unfamiliar child, as he's not from a prominent bloodline. Gunsong, the third child of the martial Li clan, expresses his disbelief, unsure of where Li Qiul had come from and what motivated him to join. The patriarch steps forward, announcing the start of the ritual. The event is filled with tension as the young warriors prepare for the challenging tests ahead. Li Qiul, however, is focused. He is determined not to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. His heart races as he observes the skilled fighters around him, yet he refuses to let doubt cloud his resolve. As the test begins, the ceremony unfolds in dramatic fashion, with swords clashing and techniques on full display. Then, unexpectedly, Li Qiul finds himself face to face with the legendary ivory sword. The sword is famed for its unmatched power, passed down through generations. With an overwhelming surge of energy, Li Qiul activates his weapon, devouring ability, preparing to claim the sword and change the course of his fate forever. After an intense trial, Li Qiul's name is announced as the winner of the steel selection ritual. The crowd erupts in applause, and his father proudly declares that the legendary ivory sword now belongs to him. The atmosphere is filled with excitement, as this marks the beginning of a new chapter for Li Qiul. The patriarch and other clan members express their joy, hailing him as the new talented addition to the family. While Yumgawa watches on with pride, Li Qiul bows, his expression a mix of relief and anticipation for the challenges ahead. As the ritual continues, the next contestant steps forward, but the focus soon shifts to Li Qiul, who is about to face the ultimate test. The patriarch announces that the next ritual will involve Li Qiul. Despite the moment's gravity, Qiul remains steadfast, prepared to rise to the challenge. The whispers among the audience grow louder as they realize the illegitimate child from outside is about to make his mark on the clan. His journey begins to unfold in unexpected ways. In the past, Li Qiul was once chosen by the Clear Echo, a heaven-rank sword that could shift the course of history. Now with his new power and this second chance, Li Qiul clenches his fist and declares that this time he will seize his destiny with determination. The path forward is uncertain, but he is ready to confront whatever lies ahead. In a grand hall filled with prominent figures, murmurs rise as Li Qiul is noticed among the crowd. The whispers are laced with disdain as people point out the illegitimate child of the esteemed Li clan. Many are baffled by his presence, questioning how someone of his status was allowed to partake in such a prestigious event. Among the whispers, a woman observes Li Qiul, noting his calm demeanor but sensing the challenges ahead. Being an outcast, she fears that his journey will not be an easy one. As the crowd continues to gossip, Li Qiul's uncle, a member of the Li family, reflects quietly. He seems resigned to the fact that his nephew's fate is sealed. A hidden son of my brother, a pitiful fate lies ahead for that child, he thinks to himself. He understands the hardships Li Qiul will face but remains distant, as the child's very existence is a reminder of a painful family secret. At the front of the hall, Li Qiul approaches an elderly figure, head elder Li Chuljong, the clan's wise leader. As Li Qiul greets the elder, the conversation takes an unexpected turn. The elder expresses his disbelief at the patriarch's decision to bring this illegitimate child into the selection ritual. The elder's face twists in disdain, but Li Qiul stands unshaken, determined to prove his worth. Suddenly, the air shifts as Li Qiul reacts to a subtle remark from the elder. His expression hardens. The elder, sensing Li Qiul's unwavering resolve, softens momentarily. However, he can't hide the irritation in his eyes. He mutters a final remark. A bastard child, he must know his place. Li Qiul, however, is ready. He clenches his fist, the storm in his heart growing stronger. His journey has only just begun, and no one, not even the elders, can deter him. As Li Qiul stands before the head elder, his anger starts to boil over. The elder's earlier remarks were one insult too many. He clenches his fist, the pressure building up inside him. Just as he's about to snap, an older voice interrupts, commanding him to restrain himself. The elder insists that Li Qiul cannot afford to let his emotions get the better of him, especially not in front of this crowd. But the disdain in the elder's eyes only fuels Li Qiul's frustration. Suddenly, the ground around them seems to tremble as Li Qiul's rage turns into action. A powerful aura erupts around him, and his form begins to glow with an energy no one in the room anticipated. His eyes widen in disbelief as he watches the overwhelming power build up. Even the head elder, who had spent years mastering his own energy, can't hide his shock. How can this be? He mutters, realizing the force that Li Qiul is unleashing. The aura intensifies, spiraling outward in brilliant waves of blue light. Weapons in the surroundings begin to react, swirling towards him, answering the call of his inner strength. Li Qiul watches in awe as the weapons move, seemingly bound to him by an unseen force. He's experiencing this incredible event with his own eyes, yet it still baffles him. What was once unthinkable is now reality. Even legendary weapons seem to be responding to his presence. As the dazzling lights converge into one brilliant burst, it becomes clear. Li Qiul possesses an unparalleled talent, one that has never been seen in his family before. The room is filled with stunned silence as the weapons hum, acknowledging the power that now lies in Li Qiul's hands. His journey, once marked by humiliation, now takes an unexpected turn. The future is uncertain, but one thing is clear: he is destined for greatness. As the tense silence envelops the arena, the patriarch speaks with a commanding voice. Silence. The crowd obeys immediately, their gazes fixed on the center of the ritual grounds. His voice echoes as he explains that the weapons responding to Li Qiul must rightfully belong to him according to the clan's laws. However, the situation is not so simple. The head elder, after observing Li Qiul's unprecedented display of power, steps forward and suggests that a compromise might be in order. He raises his hand, signaling his willingness to make a decision in the face of an unexpected turn of events. Li Qiul's eyes lock onto the elder as the debate unfolds. Though the laws are clear, the elder proposes that the law may not necessarily be the best course of action in this particular moment. Even though it goes against the traditional meaning behind the steel selection ritual, the elder sees the extraordinary talent before him. The situation grows even more complex as Li Qiul, sensing a rare opportunity, contemplates his next move. He could assert his right, but there's a chance that this battle for recognition could backfire. After a brief pause, the patriarch seems to accept the elder's suggestion, deciding to let Li Chul pick a weapon from the array. "Now, my son, choose which weapon you'd like," he says with a surprising amount of respect. Li Chul, still slightly stunned by the turn of events, slowly steps forward. His mind races. He is faced with the choice of picking the weapon that could define his future. This moment feels different from his past life, but he will make the most of this opportunity. He reaches out with determination, ready to prove that no matter his past, this future will be his own. After the intense ritual, Li Chul's choice is clear. He reaches out and selects Black Twilight, a mysterious, ancient sword that seems to pulse with an otherworldly aura. The sword stands as a symbol of both mystery and power, the blade appearing darker than any weapon in the room. The crowd falls silent as he touches it, sensing that this choice could be both a blessing and a curse. As his fingers wrap around the hilt, a sudden surge of power courses through his body, and a glowing light envelopes him. The sword responds, acknowledging its new master. With a single swing, Li Chul feels the potential within the sword, a force so immense that it could change the fate of not only his life, but the entire Li clan. The elder, who had been watching with skeptical eyes, cannot help but express awe. That is the Black Twilight, a weapon lost to the ages, one never intended for any clan member to wield. The shock in his voice is unmistakable. The blade is shrouded in myths, said to be able to tear through reality itself, but not everyone is impressed. A figure watching from afar, a mysterious, cold woman looks at Li Chul with disdain. The illegitimate child has chosen Black Twilight, if it gets in the way. She trails off with a sinister smile. "I'll have no choice but to get rid of it." Her eyes narrow as she watches the unfolding events, her hand gently resting on the arm of the throne where she sits. The look on her face is clear. This young man is an unexpected threat, and one that must be controlled before he grows too powerful. Li Chul's choice has not only set his path on a dangerous course, but also attracted the attention of those who wish to keep their hold on the Li clan and its legacy. 9 years later, the young Li Young, now 9 years old, steps out of his home, ready for his afternoon training. The morning light bathes the Li clan estate, and his excitement for the day is clear as he announces his departure to the nanny. On his way to training, Li Young is accompanied by his nanny. She insists on escorting him, but he reassures her, saying he can go alone. They discuss the upcoming training zones, and Li Young mentions that Zone 1 won't be spacious enough. Despite his attempt to brush it off, the nanny's concern lingers. As they approach the training area, Li Young notices someone already there. A voice interrupts the conversation, and a confident figure steps forward. Li thus, his older sibling by only 5 months. She wields a sword with practiced precision, striking again and again with impressive focus. Li thus, despite her gentle demeanor, teaches Li Young a lesson in sword fighting, one that frustrates him to no end. He struggles to grip the sword properly, but his sibling continues to correct him. Finally, exasperated by his lack of progress, she urges him to try again, emphasizing the importance of wielding the sword as an extension of the body. Their sparring continues, though Li Young's frustration grows. Just as he starts to lose hope, an unexpected figure enters the scene, an elder from the Li clan. He watches the two siblings with a sly grin, aware of their growing bond and rivalry. Li Young's spirit is undeterred, and despite his setbacks, he vows to improve. Li thus smiles, knowing full well that her younger brother's determination will be the key to his growth. As Li Young and his nanny approach the training hall, they notice a figure standing off to the side. Li Young is intrigued, asking who the person is, to which the nanny responds, explaining that it's Commander Baik Leekin, a distinguished figure from the Ebon Squad, a group renowned for their combat prowess. Li Young's curiosity grows. He recognizes that someone with such expertise must be a formidable presence. The nanny reassures him that a skilled teacher, someone capable of nurturing his potential, will appear soon. Li Young, however, is less enthused. He doesn't feel the need for such a teacher, expressing gratitude for all the help his nanny has given him, and emphasizing his own growing capabilities. He continues, expressing reluctance to welcome any outside help, especially someone like Commander Baik, who is likely to come due to the esteemed Martial Li clan's reputation. He believes the clan's influence might bring in a teacher he doesn't want, someone only interested because of the Li clan's name. Nonetheless, Li Young has his sights set on a different objective. He has already seen the exclusive training zone 1, a place renowned within the estate for cultivating powerful warriors. There's a reason why he's determined to reach this area beyond just the training inside. He finds a sword lying in wait, gleaming softly. His hand reaches out, and he whispers, "I found it." This marks a pivotal moment in his journey where he realizes the true nature of his path, a destiny intertwined with strength and the pursuit of power. The sword waiting for him in the quiet shadowed corner is a symbol of the challenges he's about to face. After selecting the sword that feels right, Lee Young steps forward, walking confidently toward his training area. He reflects on the changes he has undergone since his regression. 9 years ago, he was nothing more than a weak and disregarded child. But now, his body has been infused with strength that far surpasses the expectations of those around him. As he steps into the exclusive training zone, he prepares himself to face the unexpected growth that has come with his mysterious ability. As Lee Young practices, the sword begins to resonate with him, sending waves of energy as he strikes. His body seems to instinctively understand the weapon's essence. He soon realizes that his ability to devour the sword's memories is enhancing his technique, allowing him to see visions from the past. The deeper he connects with the weapon, the more vivid these memories become, giving him an insight into the seven-star sword's powers. Feeling the energy surge through him, Lee Young moves confidently, performing the Crimson Wind, the first form of the seven-star sword technique. The rush of success is overwhelming, but his pride is short-lived as he realizes just how far his journey still is. Despite this, the sword's power makes him believe that his future is bright. Just then, a familiar voice breaks his focus. Lee Tae-hong, his uncle, steps into the room, observing him with a warm smile. Lee Young greets him with respect, acknowledging the figure who had been one of the few to look after him in his past life. Lee Tae-hong, the fourth-rank martial artist and esteemed Martial Lee clan's general, chuckles at the formality, offering a more relaxed atmosphere. As Lee Young and Lee Tae-hong continue their conversation, Tae-hong expresses pride in his nephew's dedication to training. He's pleased to see Lee Young come to training every day, despite the challenges and difficulties he faces due to his status as the illegitimate son. However, he's also concerned that Lee Young might be pushing himself too hard. His words are filled with both pride and gentle caution, urging his nephew to not only grow in strength, but also to overcome the obstacles in his mind. Lee Young, however, brushes off his uncle's concerns with a determined smile. He reassures him that he is fine and will prove his worth with his own strength. He mentions that he has already learned the significance behind their Lee clan's motto, which is to prove oneself with the sword. For him, it's not just about the strength of his clan, but about his own power and determination to rise above the shadows of his past. At that moment, Tae-hong's expression shifts, and he notices the intense fire in Lee Young's eyes. It reminds him of someone his own older brother. The boy's eyes are filled with the same intensity, and for a brief moment, Tae-hong's thoughts turn to his younger sibling and his past. Although it's clear that Lee Young is determined to carve his own path, Tae-hong wonders if the young boy is truly ready to handle the weight of his heritage. However, seeing Lee Young's resolve, Tae-hong admits that he cannot change his mind. The boy is set on his course. As Lee Young prepares to leave, he once again makes it clear that he won't accept being held back by his status. In this moment, Tae-hong finally understands just how much Lee Young has changed since his regression. The young boy is no longer the timid child he once was. As Lee Young and Lee Tae-hong continue their discussion, Tae-hong can't help but notice how stubborn Lee Young has become. He comments that Lee Young is just as stubborn as his father, but even so, he can't help but admire his nephew's determination. Lee Young, however, remains unshaken. With a smile, he assures his uncle that he's perfectly fine and will overcome all challenges through his own strength. After a brief pause, Tae-hong, seemingly unable to stop himself from worrying, says that there might be something else Lee Young needs. This offers Lee Young the opening he's been waiting for. Grinning, he turns to his uncle, eager to ask for a favor, something he has been planning for some time. He casually mentions that there's something he's always wanted to see: the secret warehouse beneath the estate. Upon hearing this, Tae-hong's playful expression shifts to concern. Lee Young's request is unexpected, and it catches him off guard. Tae-hong's brows furrow as he tries to process what his nephew might be asking for. Lee Young, undeterred by his uncle's hesitation, presses on, and Tae-hong finally agrees, although he is clearly troubled by the implications of what might lie beneath. The secret warehouse is a mysterious part of the clan's history, one that many have long avoided. Yet Lee Young's curiosity and his pursuit of strength have led him to this pivotal moment. A black car arrives at the entrance of a heavily guarded building. The guard, holding a spear, immediately stops the vehicle and asks the driver to identify themselves. The driver, calm and composed, presents his identification card, revealing his name: General Lee Tae-woo. With a subtle nod, the guard checks the information and, satisfied, allows the car to pass through the gates. Inside the car, the driver's companion, a younger man, seems excited. His eyes shine with anticipation as they head towards a secret location. He speaks eagerly about the location they are visiting, the secret warehouse. that holds the Lee family's legendary treasures, weapons, and artifacts of immeasurable power. The car moves through a series of high-tech security measures, passing rows of armored guards and high walls. The younger man is fascinated by the area, his mind racing with thoughts of the valuable items hidden within. As they approach the building's inner chambers, the man shares that the item he is looking for is also stored there, something of great personal importance. Finally, the massive building looms before them, an imposing structure filled with legendary weapons and ancient relics. Inside, behind reinforced doors, lie weapons of unimaginable power. The man's excitement grows as they enter the basement, where weapons that can consume their wielders are stored. The air is thick with the weight of untold stories and dangers, but the younger man, undeterred, eagerly follows. As the elevator descends deeper into the secret warehouse, the younger man, eager but slightly nervous, glances at his uncle. The elevator dings as it reaches its destination, and his uncle, maintaining a calm composure, reassures him with a light-hearted comment. The younger man tries to suppress his excitement, pretending to be unfazed, but his wide eyes betray his interest in the mysterious place they are about to explore. They step out into the basement, a vast, dimly lit area filled with countless weapons and relics from throughout history. The young man, now fully engaged, glances around with awe, taking in the sheer magnitude of the warehouse. His eyes finally settle on a specific section, an area dedicated to the most dangerous and powerful weapons. He knows exactly what he is searching for: boundless. A weapon said to possess infinite potential. The young man's thoughts race as he approaches the weapon. He recalls its reputation: boundless, a blade capable of altering its form, size, and even its very nature, adapting to any wielder. Its irregularity makes it a weapon unlike any other, earning it the title, ever-changing. He is determined to claim it, driven by the desire to secure its power before anyone else does, despite the overwhelming array of weapons around him. The young man's focus never wavers. He mutters to himself, a sense of confidence growing within him. He will take boundless for himself, not allowing anyone, especially Lee Gunsong, to claim it first. The path ahead will be long, but he is ready for the challenge. The adventure has just begun. After searching for what felt like hours, the young man finally comes across another weapon, an old rusty blade. He reaches out to touch it, but as his fingers graze the hilt, he immediately pulls his hand back in disgust. The blade is covered in a thick layer of rust. He exclaims under his breath, irritated, but then quickly composes himself. Despite the rust, he knows the weapon he seeks is still somewhere in the warehouse. Determined not to give up, the young man walks further, searching intently. His thoughts continue to race. He has to find Boundless, the legendary weapon. After glancing at a nearby display stand, he quickly heads over to inspect it. As his hand reaches out for a potential candidate, he suddenly hears a noise, a strange rustling sound, and the temperature in the air shifts abruptly. Before he can react, the ground beneath him shakes violently. He stumbles back in shock, realizing the intensity of what he's unleashed. The atmosphere around him changes, filling with an overwhelming sense of power that seems to resonate from the very air itself. His heart races as an intense energy surrounds him, as if nature itself is recoiling from the force. He instinctively looks around, his eyes widening in fear. The presence he feels is unlike anything he's encountered before: powerful, ancient, and unstoppable. For a brief moment, he wonders if he's in over his head. But then, he takes a deep breath, resolute. He's come this far. There's no turning back now. The overwhelming presence in the air grows stronger, a feeling of pure, ancient power radiating from the depths of the warehouse. The young man, shaken by the sensation, knows that he is standing before something far more dangerous than anything he has faced before. The weight of the moment settles in. He's facing a beast with the power to destroy entire civilizations. This was no ordinary monster. It was an apocalypse, ranked being, a terror that devoured everything in its path. His mind races as panic sets in. I'm going to die, he thinks, his voice trembling in his mind. He realizes that there is no way he can fight and defeat something of this magnitude. Desperation creeps in, but then, as his thoughts spiral, a shift occurs. His body moves almost on its own, filled with an instinctual need to survive. He has to run. With a burst of adrenaline, he turns and begins to flee, the haunting feeling of the monster looming ever closer. The young man's thoughts blur as the ground beneath him shakes with every step, the shadows around him closing in, like the grasp of some unseen force. His breathing grows heavier as he hears the creature's movements, echoing through the warehouse. Suddenly, there's a presence behind him. He freezes. A figure someone he hasn't noticed before appears in the shadows, standing tall with a fierce energy. The young man's heart skips a beat as he asks aloud, "Who are you?" A voice answers, but it is filled with mystery and danger, its meaning unclear. The young man, gripped by fear and disbelief, hears a voice behind him, cold and emotionless, offering what it deems a merciful death. The figure warns him, saying it will send him away painlessly, but the young man refuses to accept it. Panic fills his mind as his body instinctively reacts to the dire situation. He shouts, "No," but the presence of the monstrous figure looms over him. In a desperate attempt to escape the overwhelming power, he flees, his legs trembling as he sprints through the warehouse. His mind races as he looks for a way out, realizing that the pursuit is inevitable and the monster behind him is relentless. His thoughts flash back to the scene before, the way the atmosphere shifted, how it felt so real, as if the experience was more than just a simple moment. Confusion sets in as he struggles to make sense of everything, still in disbelief. What was that scene just now? He thinks to himself, questioning the reality of what he just experienced. The sensation of danger lingers in the air, as though it was all real. Then, amidst the chaos, something catches his eye, a familiar presence. In an instant, his hand wraps around a weapon, a dagger that feels strangely right. The air around it pulses with power as the weapon responds to his touch, recognizing its new wielder. The young man's heart races. This is boundless. The weapon he's been searching for has chosen him. With a surge of newfound confidence, the young man grips the blade tightly. He mutters under his breath. He has found it, the weapon of unimaginable power that can alter the course of everything. Lee Cheol struggles with his sword technique. Frustrated after another failed attempt, he steps back and sighs, reflecting on the week since acquiring the power of Boundless. But his progress has been slow. Impatient, he mutters to himself, eyeing his sword, hoping for a breakthrough. A burst of energy surrounds his hand, and his sword glows with mysterious light. Confused, Lee Cheol watches the energy swirl but can't comprehend its origin or purpose. He wonders if the strange movement he felt was from the feared split demon, questioning the power he now wields. Despite another attempt, Lee Cheol's movements remain clumsy. Frustrated, he admits to himself that he can't replicate it just yet. With determination, he reminds himself that there's no rush to master this power. A recollection comes to him. He remembers the graceful movements of the figure. His focus sharpens as he grasps his sword tightly. He steadies his breath, determined to improve. After more practice, Lee Cheol finally masters the technique, his movements graceful and precise. The ground shakes as his sword releases a burst of energy, signaling his progress. A confident smile appears on his face, realizing that his journey has only just begun. Lee Cheol stands, surveying the damage around him after his practice. He feels confident, believing he's finally getting the hang of his training. His expression shows determination, but his thoughts shift to the problem at hand, how to fully utilize mana. He sighs, realizing there's still much work to do. He's not ready to give up yet. Lee Cheol attempts again, focusing on his mana control, but the glowing image of a spectral figure appears behind him. The ghostly figure vanishes as Lee Cheol's frustration grows, feeling he's missing something critical. Undeterred, he resolves to try once more, refusing to give in to his failures. While practicing with his sword, a figure suddenly interrupts. The mysterious figure, with long hair, watches closely. Lee Cheol stares back, unsure of who this person is. The woman asks about his origins, intrigued by his abilities. Lee Cheol realizes she must be from the Lee clan. She laughs, saying she doesn't get out much. Clearly amused, the woman introduces herself as Young. Lee Cheol senses something different about her. An older man watches them, hinting this meeting is no accident. Young looks at Lee Cheol and remarks that he seems quite fragile. Lee Cheol, annoyed, wonders why she doesn't consider the possibility that she is just incredibly strong. She continues, ignoring his thoughts, and calls him child. Yang asks again where Lee Cheol learned his skill, her curiosity evident. Lee Cheol answers with confusion, unsure of her intentions. Yang explains that the technique he used is part of ancient martial arts, which she loves studying. Yang presents Lee Cheol with a gift, a book, her face lighting up with excitement. Lee Cheol looks puzzled but takes the book, uncertain about what's inside. He's surprised to see it as a guide to mana techniques, his interest piqued by the mysterious gift. Lee Cheol examines the text closely, commenting that it's hard to read the handwriting. Despite the difficulty, he recognizes it as a mana technique, one that piques his curiosity even more. Yang explains that these are ancient techniques, far beyond modern mana systems. Yang goes on to explain how ancient mana techniques utilized mana paths instead of the circles used today. She questions if it's right to dismiss these older methods as obsolete. Lee Cheol, deep in thought, wonders if the old techniques might have been more powerful than the current ones. Lee Cheol listens intently as Young explains the difference between modern and ancient mana techniques. particularly how few have mastered the latter. Yang continues, explaining the difficulty of the boundless mana technique, which requires mana to spread across the body. Li Qiul, still in disbelief, stops her, exclaiming, "Wait, Aunt." Yang shows Li Qiul how mana can flow along pathways that do not return to the mana circle. Li Qiul's eyes widen as he realizes the true nature of this technique. He finally exclaims that this technique will indeed work, excitement flashing across his face. Li Qiul channels the mana, unleashing an explosion of energy. The room shakes as the power surges, leaving a stunned expression on Li Qiul's face. He confidently declares, "I did it." Yang is equally surprised by the outcome, asking how he managed such a feat. Li Qiul simply responds with a shrug, "I just did it." Yang is baffled by his casual answer, and demands to know how he did it. Li Qiul responds with humor, joking about how his methods are secret. Yang looks frustrated, but insists that Li Qiul reveal how he succeeded. Li Qiul turns serious, promising her 3 things before revealing more. Li Qiul continues explaining the 3 promises, holding up one finger as he asks Yang to respect his boundaries. Yang rolls her eyes but reluctantly agrees to his first rule. Li Qiul quickly moves on to the second rule, continuing with a playful tone, despite Yang's serious expression. A year has passed since Li Yang began his training. The nanny calls out to him, her voice filled with excitement. She reveals a letter to Li Yang, making him curious about its contents. The nanny eagerly hands Li Yang the letter, urging him to look at it. Li Yang reads the letter, his eyes widening as he sees. It's a summons for a naming ceremony. The ceremony is scheduled for the 10th of September, with strict instructions to attend and follow rules. Li Yang wonders why his father isn't home to handle this important matter. Suddenly, flames erupt from his chest, catching him off guard. The fire intensifies, signaling that the ceremony is far more significant than he expected. At the ceremony, Li Yang reflects on his progress in mastering mana techniques. He recalls his aunt's teachings about combining mana paths. The ceremony feels like the beginning of something much larger. Li Yang explains to someone how he's learned to use mana effectively. He reassures them, though uncertainty lingers in his mind. As the ceremony looms, Li Yang prepares for the challenges ahead. Li Qiul assures the girl that he'll continue their work. Confused by his confidence, she questions how he expects to manage everything at once. Unfazed, Li Qiul explains his plan to pursue mana technique training. Inside cylindrical pods, Li Qiul and the girl are seated as instructor Jang Wook begins their magic resistance training. He instructs them to endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. Jang Wook doubts Qiul's chances, assuming the boy lacks the basic preparation for such an intense exercise. Despite the harsh energy, Li Qiul calmly controls mana techniques to block incoming shocks. The instructor watches in silence, realizing the boy is deflecting every strike through raw technique. Qiul begins comparing his performance to that of his siblings. Jang Wook is shaken, no longer viewing Qiul as just an illegitimate child. He reflects on his earlier bias, and silently vows to train the boy with full effort. Resolved, the instructor decides to treat Qiul's education as more than just a formality. After training, Li Qiul stretches with relief, mentally exhausted. He briefly questions the family's extreme methods in raising children through magical exposure. Accepting the reality, Qiul remains composed and quietly walks forward. Li Qiul stands beside instructor Jang Wook, though slightly disappointed. He accepts it and plans to rest briefly with the girl beside him. Suddenly, a magical impact hits them as Qiul turns. Li Hwa steps forward and demands a conversation. Qiul questions her sudden approach, sensing hostility in her posture. She declares her legitimacy and superiority, emphasizing her age and bloodline over him. Uninterested, Qiul walks away, expressing he has no time for useless talk. Li Hwa becomes enraged, powering mana to force him to respond. He considers ignoring her but notices her serious intent, and prepares to react. Qiul stops her attack with firm resistance and counters her emotional outburst. He warns her not to cry, like a child, and mocks her immaturity. After shrugging her off, he walks away while she trembles in frustration. Li Hwa accuses him of ruining her life and drawing constant comparisons. She vents her anger, blaming him for making her seem inadequate, despite her hard efforts. Qiul answers bluntly, saying her failure to keep up is her own problem, not his. Li Qiul tells Li Hwa to surpass him if she wants acknowledgement. He adds that, only through results can one demand apologies. Frustrated, Li Hwa swears to outperform him at the naming ceremony and demands he remember her words. At the Section 7 training hall, reserved only for direct bloodlines, servants bow and greet the new arrival, showing deference and tension. Baekwayan, the clan's matron, enters with authority. She orders the others to leave, requesting a private moment with her daughter. From afar, Lee Hwa trains intensely, unaware of her mother's presence approaching. Startled, she turns as Baekwaeun addresses her directly, questioning her behavior. Caught off guard, Lee Hwo explains she was training, trying to hide her nervousness. Her mother brings up her recent defeat and reminds her of the expectations to destroy rivals. Coldly, Baekwaeun suggests abandoning training if it's only used to avoid discipline. Clearly disappointed, Lee Hwa responds, saying she's training not out of pressure, but because it's her choice. With determination, she declares she'll surpass Lee Cheol through her own efforts. Baekwaeun is taken aback, questioning if her daughter's motivation truly stems from an illegitimate child. Baekwaeun hesitates as she recognizes the seriousness of Lee Hwa's determination to surpass Lee Cheol. She reminds her daughter that being a legitimate child of the clan grants her higher status and expectations. Grasping a vial, Baekwaeun questions how someone of such standing could feel threatened by an illegitimate child. She reveals the substance as persimuk trance, a deadly poison. Lee Hwo listens in silence as her mother declares that if she can't rise above Cheol, as Baekwaeun walks away, her words linger. This is the only way accepted by their ruthless family. The academy grounds stood quiet as the nanny stared at her screen. Young's name ranked first across all categories: mana arts, weapon arts, and written exam, leaving her completely speechless. Appearing proudly, Young asked if she could finally stop worrying. Overwhelmed, the nanny hugged him tightly, expressing guilt for not doing enough despite his achievements. Young calmly insisted she meant more to him than she realized, but they were interrupted by a loud entrance. His aunt burst in energetically, declaring it was time to resume training without delay. Young tried to explain he had just finished training, but she dismissed it. The nanny watched, stunned, noting his progress had surpassed anything she'd seen before. The aunt leaned closer, hinting that it was time to reveal something important. Young recalled normal mana arts having 3 stages: body, chi flow, and supernatural ability. His aunt's technique defied that structure, activating mana differently from within. With his body glowing, he embraced her method, something truly unique. She explained their method used a star system instead of stages, enhancing flexibility. Young admitted he discovered his path accidentally through overtraining. Lastly, she revealed their bond itself served as a natural vessel for mana. His aunt expressed newfound determination, believing she could succeed in mastering mana arts as well, though it would take time. Young watched her quietly, realizing she had finally acknowledged her potential. Without warning, she hugged him tightly, shouting thanks, while accidentally crushing his ribs. With her excitement high, she announced it was time to begin 2-star training. She clarified that although he earned 1 star, curious, she asked what skill he believed was his strongest, cutting him off before he could answer. She disagreed with his assumption about swordsmanship and questioned his confidence. Though surprised, Young admitted she might have observed his training occasionally. She then declared that his real strength wasn't his sword but his exceptional mana arts. She praised his natural talent for mana. Hearing this, Young recalled being mocked in a past life for lacking mana. Encouraged, she promised that if he succeeded in reaching 2 stars, the naming ceremony would be effortless. Training resumed immediately, with the aunt ready to teach formal techniques. Young agreed, but something nearby caught his attention. Curious, he pointed beside her, asking what the unfamiliar object was. When Young asked about the unfamiliar object, his aunt casually held it up. Suddenly, she launched the object at blinding speed, startling Young as it narrowly missed him mid-air. Smiling, she explained they were simply metal marbles used for training mobility and mana control. She elaborated that using mana while standing still was ineffective, so movement had to be fluid and constant. With energy building in her palm, she signaled her intent to begin the next lesson. Young accepted the challenge with a grin, ready to test himself further. Elsewhere, students gathered in a training yard under the instruction of a new mentor named Lee Jongkwon. Introducing himself as the Blood Tiger squad leader, he announced that he would be teaching the clan's secret martial techniques. Jongkwon ordered the students to choose their weapons and prepare without delay. As the timer started, Young and his classmate rushed down the stairs, scrambling to respond in time. She noticed him glancing her way and accused him of staring, flustering them both. Embarrassed, she insisted she had nothing to say, trying to deflect the awkwardness. She assumed he used a sword like most students, given his prior demonstrations. Young quietly approached with 2 different weapons strapped on. When questioned, he simply answered that both weapons were his. Instructor Jongkwon paused, assessing Young's unexpected weapon choice. Without immediate judgment, he insulted Young for being reckless, claiming dual-wielding showed ignorance. Then he warned both students to remember everything he was about to teach. He clarified that although he promised to reveal secret techniques, he wouldn't teach skills or stances directly. The real goal, he explained, was to unlock something deeper in inner awareness called the sixth sense. Zhongquan emphasized that to grasp hidden martial knowledge, with no hesitation, he announced their senses would be awakened immediately through direct combat. Approaching fast, he warned that if they couldn't react properly, Yang and his classmate braced themselves, unsure what would happen next. In an instant, Zhongquan dashed forward, launching a powerful attack aimed at Yang's head. Caught off guard, Yang's eyes widened, barely able to process the sudden movement. Instinctively, he parried the blow, surprising even the instructor with his reflexes. Zhongquan acknowledged the block, impressed. He reflected on how he missed this training before his regression. Fueled by resolve, Yang declared inwardly that this time his life would follow a different path. Li Qiul takes a clean hit to the face during intense sparring, blood marking the blow's force. Zhongwan, holding nothing back, presses the assault with precise and brutal strikes. Qiul counters with a powerful swing, energy trailing behind, but it fails to connect. Resting on the floor, Qiul reflects on a full month of harsh training under Li Zhongwan. Though the sessions often result in injuries, he remains focused, never considering quitting. Now, he begins sensing improvement, feeling his body adjust and techniques sharpen. Qiul regains consciousness, realizing he fainted again mid-training. Beside him, HWA complains about her lack of preparation, despite her strong physique. Zhongwan notes how neither got seriously injured, but Qiul's resilience stands out. Initially underestimated, Qiul proves capable of mastering multiple weapons quickly. Zhongwan quietly acknowledges this rare talent and instructs them to resume. The trainees return to formation, ready for the next session. Both breathe heavily, recovering while gripping their weapons. Qiul quietly suggests to HWA a coordinated block with a signal. She hesitates, questioning his plan, but doesn't reject it. Qiul assures HWA that he won't force her, only suggesting teamwork to land a clean hit. After a brief pause, HWA agrees, eyes sharp and focused on the opportunity. Without delay, she charges forward, determined to back Qiul's plan. Qiul calculates their odds and knows victory is impossible without cooperation. Using their combined presence, he decides to exploit their numbers tactically. Their swift advance catches Zhongwan's attention as he prepares for their joint strike. Zhongwan blocks their first coordinated blow, watching their movement carefully. As the next strike comes, HWA manages to deflect his attack momentarily. A faint grin forms as Zhongwan acknowledges their clever timing. Zhongwan spins to counter, but Qiul maneuvers into position. Their formation shifts fluidly, and Qiul yells the cue. Weiwa responds instantly, opening a brief window. With HWA creating the gap, Qiul charges in screaming. Zhongwan parries again, but this time, Qiul stays upright. He lowers his stance, channeling energy into his sword for one focused strike. Qiul channels the skill Split Demon, his ultimate move acquired from a weapon's memory. He leaps forward with full force, energy exploding around his blade. Zhongwan's eyes widen as he senses the incoming strike's intensity. Their weapons clash violently, releasing a shockwave across the hall. Despite the attack's force, Zhongwan keeps control and throws Qiul off balance. Qiul smirks, believing he finally pushed his instructor back. Suddenly, Zhongwan catches Qiul's sword hand effortlessly. Before Qiul reacts, he's struck brutally in the chest. Blood flies as Qiul is launched across the room, overwhelmed by power. Zhongwan stands over the broken floor where Qiul landed. He announces the 37th day of training and congratulates him on his 65th defeat. Though HWA complains, Zhongwan calmly ends the session, noting their long road ahead. Hua yells at Qiul for the failed plan, frustrated and bruised. Qiul thinks back, realizing he used mana unintentionally during the strike. Zhongwan, quietly impressed, notes Qiul's combat sense, and predicts the boy may become feared in the household one day. On the 47th day, HWA awakened her sixth sense, marking the end of their training under Li Zhongwan. Qiul spent his time recovering and reviewing everything he had learned. Unexpectedly, his eldest brother Li Myeongjong appeared before him, known as the Twin Star. Myeongjong was admired and feared for his magical and martial talent. To Qiul, however, he was simply an older brother he had never met. They sat together, Myeongjong expressing regret for their distant relationship. Myeongjong noted Qiul's recognition and was surprised at his awareness. Qiul responded respectfully, stating he couldn't forget the face of his brother despite being a half-sibling. Myeongjong warmly rejected the term, considering him a full brother regardless of lineage. Their conversation turned casual, both becoming more relaxed as they shared tea. Myongjung then revealed a gift from France, an elixir called nectar. He believed Kiel would benefit more from it than he would. Kiel was shocked by the rare medicine and thanked his brother sincerely. Myongjung observed Kiel's humble reaction and said he seemed different. Kiel, puzzled, asked what he meant, curious about the remark. Myongjung admits that every sibling he met viewed him as a rival, making Kiel's approach feel unusual. Kiel corrects him, saying he also sees him as a rival, not just a brother. With determination, Kiel asks not to be underestimated just because of his age. He jokes that one day he might surpass Myongjung and become his biggest challenge, laughing. Myongjung accepts the idea, looking forward to that future rivalry. Kiel silently promises to protect his eldest brother, cherishing his genuine kindness. Several days later, the ship carrying the candidates cut through the waves toward the island, selected for the second trial. On board, the atmosphere grew tense as they neared their destination, where ancient traditions shaped the path to adulthood. The red and blue island came into view, its sky colored mysteriously due to rare minerals and dense magic in the air. The instructor explained that both candidates must survive on the island for 3 weeks without external help. He handed out tracking devices, emphasizing they must wear them. After 3 weeks, the trial chamber would open for 2 days to complete the final step. Once ashore, the two stood quietly, the boat having departed, leaving them fully isolated. The boy finally spoke, pointing out she'd tried speaking to him. Embarrassed, she admitted it, surprised he had noticed all along. He encouraged her to share it now, saying he would listen. She hesitated, clutching something tightly before stepping forward. Without a word, she prepared herself, eyes fixed on him. As he asked what was wrong, she revealed a vial from her coat. Swiftly she held it up, its contents clear and faintly glowing. She declared, "This is poison. Its name is dreamlike trance," she explained. The poison only affected children under 15 and would evaporate 5 minutes after air exposure. Its effect was dangerous, disrupting mana flow permanently if consumed. When he asked who gave it to her, she refused to answer and hid the vial. Without warning, she threw the vial into the ocean, erasing the only evidence. He stared in shock as she firmly declared her intention to win without using poison. She stood tall, vowing to defeat him through effort and not deceit. He acknowledged her resolve and urged her to approach the test seriously. She replied she had already decided to do her best, even before he spoke. Both shared a smile, mutual determination forming between them. Before parting ways, she reminded him to challenge the center after 3 days of survival. While walking off, she admitted concern for his safety, hoping he'd endure. He watched silently as she disappeared into the distance, her words still lingering. Standing alone, he confirmed she had left. He recalled his own goal wasn't the outskirts but the island's center. With resolve, he clenched his fists and began his journey forward. Observers watched the girl's progress with approval. Impressed, she completed the first hunting task earlier than expected. Her success was shown through surveillance, defeated animals, movement tracking. Though inexperienced, her results were exceptional. A senior noted her progress had exceeded expectations in just 47 days. He recalled she wasn't originally this capable, though talented. Someone had pushed her to grow much faster than predicted. Attention then shifted to the boy, Li Young, as his name was mentioned aloud. The elders commented that he seemed to be wandering, searching for a place to hide. Mockingly, they labeled him a coward, unworthy of his lineage in the martial Li clan. Another elder interrupted, insisting that seeking a safe location was a strategic move. He argued that judgment was clouded by comparing him unfairly to the girl's performance. The room fell quiet, yet the mood remained tense from rising expectations and rivalry. A separate voice whispered that being normal in their elite clan was treated as disgrace. The elder agreed, laughing bitterly at the idea of an average Li clan member. Tension rose as someone clenched their fist, stung by the harsh judgment. One elder quietly questioned how far the clan had fallen to mock a child, based on lineage alone. He wondered if it had always been this way, hidden beneath tradition. Still, his thoughts turned to Li Young's intentions for heading straight toward the island's center. Other elders grew curious, shifting uncomfortably in their seats as they observed. Their eyes followed Young, who descended into a pit, declaring the place sufficient. He lit a fire and began preparations, hiding supplies carefully from view. From above, the elders acknowledged his stealth and concealment skills as unusually advanced. Suddenly, one elder's expression changed as he noticed Young removing his tracker. Young knelt behind a large leaf, disappearing from visual and magical surveillance. Confusion spread among observers when his signal vanished from their monitors. A smirk formed on one elder's face, realizing what Young was doing. Others laughed, calling his unpredictability typical of him. In his hiding spot, Young whispered that there was no need to reveal everything. With a grin, he summoned energy, announcing he could now wield the boundless. The glow in his palm confirmed that a greater power had awakened within him. Li Young activated his boundless energy, holding a glowing dagger while planning to gather resources. Motivated, he prepared himself, knowing time was limited and progress was crucial. He shouted with determination, ready to begin. Observing the mixture, he noted its grotesque look, doubting anyone would believe it was made from valuable mana herbs. He recalled being too poor in his past life to afford even basic elixirs. Thanks to following an apothecary and advice from his aunt, bracing himself, he lifted the pot, resolved to consume the bitter tea regardless of its appearance. Birds flew overhead while the empty cup fell, showing he drank it all, despite the unbearable flavor. As nausea took over, Young knelt beside his fire. On the 18th day of the naming ceremony, Lee Myung-gung's office remained still, awaiting reports. Yo Young-gun entered, requesting permission to speak directly with the squad leader. Granted entry, he approached with urgency, hinting at serious developments in the northern region. Jungganian reported a large group of vagabonds had crossed into South Korea's north. Contrary to expectations, they avoided unpatrolled areas and moved straight toward the Lee clan's mana stone mines. Myung-gyung, suspicious, noted that vagabonds rarely travel like this without malicious purpose. Jungin admitted the group's appearance could be a disguise for something organized. He suspected ties to the Nine Dragons stronghold, a powerful faction from Zhongyuan. Myung-gyung questioned whether the intelligence branch had noticed the same activity. Junggan confirmed he acted early thanks to previous orders to monitor movements. Myung-gung ordered full coordination with intelligence to uncover more details. Though composed, he couldn't shake a deep sense of foreboding. In the forest, glowing red runes marked an active ritual. A surge of magical force split the air violently. From the circle, a blade and a cloaked figure emerged. Wind swept over the cliffs as an ominous aura surged from the forest depths, warning of something awakening. Heavy steps echoed as a monstrous form stirred in the shadows, crushing the ground beneath it. A massive dragon named Draco, classified as a 7th rank monster, emerged with glowing red eyes and growling menace. Breathing heavily, the black-haired boy stood firm, sword in hand, facing the towering beast. Draco charged without hesitation, unleashing a wave of overwhelming force. Despite fear, the boy activated a radiant power, light exploding around him. Flames surged as the boy narrowly dodged, muscles tensed from the force. Lightning surged around his sword as he charged back in with renewed speed. He darted forward, closing distance fast, focused solely on the monster's heart. Yelling with all his strength, he released his signature technique Split Demon directly at Draco. Crackling energy engulfed the dragon as the attack landed with blinding impact. From the aftermath, the boy observed, gripping his sword tightly, breath steadying. He admitted dragons held unmatched strength and recalled nearly being defeated earlier. Reflecting on how far he had come, he remained determined not to waste the moment. With purpose in his eyes, he stepped forward ready to fulfill his true goal. Hearing something again, the boy paused and scanned the woods with cautious eyes. He crouched silently, moving toward the sound while staying concealed in the undergrowth. Through the foliage, he confirmed movement and tightened his grip on the sword. A group of aggressive lizardmen appeared, snarling as they roamed far from their usual territory. He realized weaker monsters, normally found on the outskirts, were now active deep in the island. Noting their erratic behavior, he questioned whether they were being manipulated by an external force. The boy dashed forward, determined to uncover the truth behind the disruption. As he clashed with the lizardmen, they reacted violently but showed no clear purpose. Mid-fight, he confirmed his suspicion something was influencing their unnatural aggression. After defeating the attackers, he stood amid fallen monsters, deep in thought. Realizing it wasn't coincidence, he decided to track where they were retreating to. Far ahead, a corrupted aura formed as unknown enemies plotted within a glowing array. Hidden in the trees, an enemy observed the boy's movements with curiosity. Amused by his strength, they questioned how someone so young could fight alone. Despite the boy's skills, they dismissed him, believing he was still just a child. Trainer Nishiyama Shugo smugly predicted the boy would walk into his trap without question. He expressed confidence, convinced plan would be enough to handle the situation. From the trees, the boy realized the setup was intentional and suspected the trainer's ability to control monsters. Confused by the trainer's presence, he questioned how an outsider got onto the island. The answer became clear when he discovered a glowing teleportation spell embedded in the area. Realization struck this spell could only have been created by someone from the Lee clan itself. He considered warning the higher-ups, but hesitated, fearing it would be too late by then. knowing he might lose the chance to uncover the truth. He discarded the idea of waiting. Activating stealth arts, he vanished from sight, choosing to act immediately and alone. Moving silently, he advanced quickly, hiding his presence and locking on to his target. He closed the distance with precision, narrowing in on the unaware trainer below. Determined, he prepared to strike first and end the threat by himself. Lucia narrowly dodged a strike meant for her, ducking low as energy exploded above her head. Li Chechen suddenly closed the distance, his blade roaring with power as he charged from behind. His opponent, calmly holding a bird, was caught off guard by Li Chen's silent approach. The man realized too late that Li Qian had used a downforce redirection skill. Sliding forward, Li Qian struck with controlled momentum, creating a shockwave across the ground. Standing firm, he provoked his opponent with sharp words, questioning the man's strength and technique. Angered, the enemy ordered his summoned creatures to charge toward Li Qian. In response, Li Qian activated 7-star sword, entering its precise third form. A massive arc of blue energy cut through the enemies, wiping them out instantly. Suddenly, chains erupted around Li Qian, binding his limbs mid-attack. Unable to move, he felt his body freeze under the spell's pressure. The enemy laughed triumphantly, revealing it was a trap from the beginning. Mana, sealing chains burned around Li Qian, draining his power and blocking flow. While monsters approached, he stood still, unable to react with mana. Even so, Li Qian's eyes lit with defiance as he prepared to act. Li Qian redirected energy through his inner pathways, bypassing the mana, blocking chains. A burst of force exploded from his body, shattering the bindings in an instant. The enemy fled into the forest, startled by Li Qian's sudden recovery. Chechen emerged with steady steps, mocking the opponent's failed escape attempt. Stunned by his reappearance, the enemy questioned how he broke free so easily. Chechen refused to explain and revealed reinforcements had been alerted, urging surrender. Ignoring the warning, the enemy declared his intent to kill and regain his freedom. Li Chechen was confused by the sudden outburst and tried to respond. A massive blow struck him from above, launching him backward into the trees. An enormous energy beam split the forest, trees falling from the force. Qian crashed into the dirt, wounded and stunned from the impact. His opponent stood above, questioning if that power came from something greater. Suddenly, the sky split open as a monstrous creature descended with violent force. Both fighters recognized it as the Red Jade Beast, a forbidden guardian sealed long ago. The man smirked, declaring Chechen too weak to handle what had now been unleashed. The enemy launched talismans at Li Qian, trying to seal him again by force. Chechen crouched as they landed, resisting the spiritual pressure radiating around him. Realizing the beast lacked control, he decided to aim for the summoner instead. In his hand, Chechen held a forbidden pill crafted to boost mana beyond natural limits. Though dangerous, he swallowed it, knowing it was his only chance to face the mountain beast. As his veins lit up, energy surged violently, marking the activation of the mana booster. Power rushed through him, and Qian calmed himself before initiating one final move. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling energy into the blade without hesitation. With resolve, he activated the Forbidden Heaven, defying technique his aunt had warned about. Blue energy erupted as Li Qian moved faster than before, breaking the ground with every step. He ascended through the air, aiming his sword at the summoner from above. Momentum carried him in a flash toward his target, the beast just behind. Despite the impact, the beast endured the attack with barely a scratch. Chechen readied another strike, refusing to back down after his first attempt failed. From above, the Red Jade Beast responded, its aura shifting into a darker, more dangerous form. Li Qian recognized the rising pressure as the Turtle Head Mountain's cry of fear. Dark waves of mana froze his body mid-air, preventing him from closing in. He gritted his teeth, realizing escape was impossible while trapped in the beast's aura. Suddenly, a familiar dark energy awakened within his chest, resonating against the fear. That power countered the paralysis, allowing Qian to regain movement and focus. He rushed forward, sword in hand, aiming to strike while his body endured the strain. Activating Boundless Thrust technique, Qian gathered all remaining energy into his core. With a cry, he unleashed Split Demon, targeting the beast's core with everything he had. The beam pierced the sky, pushing the creature back, but not yet destroying it. Though exhausted and injured, Qian forced himself upright, blood at his lips. He had seconds before the side effects immobilized him from booster and technique overuse. Determined, he sprinted, knowing he must find the summoner before collapsing. His countdown raced 8 seconds left, then 4 as the forest blurred past him. Suddenly, his sharp gaze caught a red thread stretching through the trees. Following it, Chen realized the trail would lead him directly to the trainer's position. With 3 seconds left, Li Qian dashed down the red thread path, closing in on the target. The trainer turned in shock as Qian burst into view with incredible speed, launching forward midair. Qian pushed his body beyond its limit in one last leap. Unable to reach, Chen shouted in frustration and poured energy into his blade. The sword extended, glowing with power as it sliced through the air. His strike landed cleanly, sending the trainer crashing to the ground in defeat. Breathing heavily, Chen crouched down, bleeding and barely conscious from the fight. He recalled his aunt's words and quickly drank the nectar to stabilize his condition. As the medicine took effect, Chen slowly rose, determined to finish the task before losing consciousness. Li Qiol's blade ended the battle, but his body was nearly at its limit, blood soaking the ground around him. Gripping his chest, he forced himself to stay conscious, knowing collapse now meant certain death. He quickly drank the nectar given by Aunt Jianga, remembering her warning about using that forbidden technique. With the potion settling, he prepared to secure the area before anything else arrived. Without warning, dizziness overwhelmed him. He opened his eyes to a vast white void, confused and unable to recognize the space around him. Qiol's body floated as his thoughts raced toward the battle, and the trainer left behind. Agony surged through him, each muscle tearing as if reality itself rejected him. A massive eye appeared, watching silently as his form twisted within the mist. Whispers spoke of 2 dangerous forces sealed inside him, never meant for humans. He reached for a dark sphere that dropped before him, driven by instinct. The voices demanded he feed it. His hand moved without resistance. The object cracked, revealing the mythical glowstone of clarity. A warning echoed. It wouldn't be eaten, it would consume him. A final voice urged him to grow stronger or be devoured by time. Li Qiol opened his eyes to find Hwa beside him, relieved that he was finally conscious after the intense battle and the awakening. Still disoriented, Qiol tried to grasp where he was and why she was there. As blue energy pulsed within him, he sensed that although his body was damaged, reflecting on what happened, he realized he had indeed absorbed the purple glowstone of clarity, despite internal injuries, twisted intestines, and broken bones. Wes, shocked, reminded him that the stone wasn't meant for him, it was intended for Li, and using it was extremely dangerous. Qiol asked why Hwa was present, but before she answered, a voice called out. The eldest approached with urgency, checking Qiol's condition. Qiol waved it off casually, assuring him that a single potion would be enough for now. With a serious look, the eldest asked Hwa to give them a moment alone. She agreed, stepping back quietly as tension rose between the 2 brothers. He confessed that had Qiol died, he would have destroyed everyone involved without hesitation. Looking over the distant academy, he admitted Qiol's courage was admirable but hard to accept as his brother. Qiol explained he hadn't expected the situation to escalate and would have waited had he known. The eldest acknowledged Qiol's understanding of the line between arrogance and confidence. Li Qiol requested information from his eldest brother. Expecting the question, the brother revealed the trainer had once been an elite sorcerer expelled for using forbidden techniques. The sorcerer had tried disguising his actions as a monster attack. Qiol questioned whether the mastermind had been identified, noting something felt off. Though the eldest admitted it was hard to tell now, he believed the plot wasn't aimed at Qiol. He concluded Qiol was a tool, and the real target was him, his position, reputation, and influence. Qiol suspected the plan was to damage his brother's name by showing him as incompetent in a crisis. Acknowledging the logic, the eldest accepted the idea with a strained smile. With the tension fading, he asked Qiol if he was holding up all right after everything. Qiol confirmed he was fine, saying a slight blow to his image wouldn't matter much. The brother prepared to return to duty, but Qiol suddenly reached out to propose an idea. He suggested creating a false report, stating they had predicted the attack and acted in advance. The eldest agreed to testify that Qiol's actions were calculated. However, Qiol admitted he couldn't reveal the truth without others seeing him as a threat. Understanding the reasoning, his brother asked plainly what Qiol hoped to gain from all this. Li Qiol requested 3 days of library access in return for keeping the truth hidden and protecting his brother's reputation. The eldest brother, amused, accepted the deal and called him arrogant. As they shook hands, Qiol reminded him they were both benefiting before leaving. The eldest handed over a token. Qiol watched as he left, only to be surprised when a blade suddenly came toward him. Catching it instinctively, he realized it was a gift, his brother's way of acknowledging him, grinning. Qiol muttered about his brother's cleverness as Hwa rejoined him. After the talk, she assumed the conversation had gone well and asked about his chosen test. Qiol asked her in return, curious which trial she would attempt from the 3 now open. After playful back and forth, HWA boldly declared she'd take the most difficult one. Chiel answered with a confident smile he'd challenge the Hall of Fighting. Hwa was surprised, realizing the test wasn't even listed clearly. Another boy overheard and scoffed, disappointed. Kiel reflected silently, knowing many misunderstood that challenge wasn't tied to location. Despite assumptions, he accepted the doubt and walked away. Li Chiol moved through the forest uncertain but driven by instinct. Pushing past thick leaves, he recalled the hidden cave used in the second assignment of the naming ceremony. At last, he found it, the concealed entrance to the Hall of Fighting. Lighting a torch, he stepped inside, illuminating the dark tunnel carved into the mountain. He paused before a wall, noting its ordinary appearance but sensing something more behind it. Drawing his blade, Chiel prepared to test the barrier, trusting his instincts completely. With a powerful strike, energy exploded outward. Dust and debris fell, revealing a hidden path concealed behind layers of solid rock. A smile spread across his face. He had found it at last, the path he had chosen with full resolve. Li Chiol slices his palm with a blade, offering blood to activate his hidden power. Glowing energy surges around his hand, responding instantly to the blood's presence. He slams his palm forward, releasing a powerful blue beam that tears through the stone wall. Dust rains down as the structure begins to collapse under the energy's impact. Large gates creak open, revealing a cold, torch-lit chamber within. He steps inside, blood dripping steadily onto the floor beneath him. A voice announces the rules of the trial as mystical energy fills the air. A glowing figure with a sword appears inside the arena, radiating pressure. Li Chiol prepares his stance. Recognizing the duel has already begun, charging forward, he shouts and swings his sword with full force. A flash interrupts his motion as something moves unexpectedly. Stunned, he stares ahead, caught completely off guard. Blood erupts as Li Chiol's blade is knocked away. The opponent falls, defeated, collapsing in silence. Gasping, Li Chiol clutches his neck, confused by the sudden outcome. Li Chiol questions if he was just beheaded, still gripping his neck in disbelief. Realization dawns, it's an illusion. Li Chiol slices his palm with a blade, offering blood to activate his hidden power. Glowing energy surges around his hand, responding instantly to the blood's presence. He slams his palm forward, releasing a powerful blue beam that tears through the stone wall. Dust rains down as the structure begins to collapse under the energy's impact. Large gates creak open, revealing a cold, torch-lit chamber within. He steps inside, blood dripping steadily onto the floor beneath him. A voice announces the rules of the trial as mystical energy fills the air. A glowing figure with a sword appears inside the arena, radiating pressure. Li Chiol prepares his stance. Recognizing the duel has already begun, charging forward, he shouts and swings his sword with full force. A flash interrupts his motion as something moves unexpectedly. Stunned, he stares ahead, caught completely off guard. Blood erupts as Li Chiol's blade is knocked away. The opponent falls, defeated, collapsing in silence. Gasping, Li Chiol clutches his neck, confused by the sudden outcome. Li Chiol questions if he was just beheaded, still gripping his neck in disbelief. Realization dawns, it's an illusion. Death inside the Hall of Fighting isn't permanent, but the pain feels real. He steadies himself, acknowledging the mental toll but refusing to be shaken. Across the room, the illusion stands ready, silently provoking thought. Chiol considers the possibility that even unused power can manifest through the illusion. Understanding that the hall reflects his hidden potential, he regrets not reading the attack earlier. He charges again, determined to correct his mistakes and improve. But in the third attempt, his stomach is pierced before he reacts. During the fifth, even after blocking the sword, he is strangled to death. By the 10th trial, he is killed again. Failures mount 13th, 18th, 20th, all ending in defeat. Finally, after countless retries, he lands a clean strike with refined technique. On his 75th or possibly 80th attempt, Chiel senses progress. With clarity, he affirms he now knows his limits and strengths. His flexibility and adaptability become the keys to surviving the impossible trial. Li Chiol grips his blade with purpose, prepared to exceed his past limits. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, body in perfect coordination with his momentum. He meets the illusion mid-air, recognizing the moment as his final breakthrough. Sparks fly as swords clash. The illusion matches his movement without delay. With each exchange, their styles converge, making the opponent eerily familiar. Matching steps and mirrored strikes show they're now fighting like true equals. The illusion unleashes rapid slashes, pushing Li Chiol to his edge. A sudden kick lands, striking his side and throwing him off balance. Blood sprays, but the illusion underestimates his intent and focus. Li Chiel counters, revealing he left an opening to bait his enemy. He activates a powerful technique, Split Demon, shattering the illusion's guard. The figure dissolves as blue light engulfs it, ending the trial. With the trial passed, mystical energy rises, signaling reward activation. He reflects on his old ability, Reinforce, once the most basic of powers. Now glowing golden Chiel eagerly awaits the new ability granted to him. Golden flames engulf Li Chiel as power surges through his body, marking his awakening. The trial concludes, while the outside crowd waits before the sealed gate, in silence. Chiel returns to the prison, greeted by his aunt's warm smile from behind the bars. She asks about his condition, noticing something strange about his mana level. He tells her to sit. They need to talk seriously about what's happening. She laughs off her pain, chained, and clearly exhausted, yet pretending she's fine. Chiel realizes she's imprisoned because she defended him against the elders and his brother. Her repeated outbursts during official meetings led to her being restrained like this. She apologizes for acting out, unable to stay calm when he's harmed. Chiel listens silently as she admits her fear of losing him again. Tears fall as she describes the pain of possibly never seeing him anymore. Though unsure, Chiel begins viewing her as real family through her actions. He promises she'll be free soon and not to give up hope. Before leaving, he smiles gently, saying he'll return again. A jet roars to life on the quiet runway under dark skies. Chiel boards with his group, preparing for the next destination. His foot steps onto the plane, moving forward without hesitation. Chiel arrives, and is greeted by a stern man who stands at the door. Another couple approaches, with the woman explaining that everything has been prepared in advance for Chiel's comfort. Chiel acknowledges their effort and responds shortly before heading inside with the girl beside him. He reflects on how much he thought he had matured since the naming incident. Their eyes meet briefly, and Chiel senses the intensity of his father's silent evaluation. The father turns away without a word, leaving Chiel uncertain about what he truly thinks. He hears his father say that only one child truly has the will to defeat him, rejecting those who avoid conflict. Chiel and the girl exchange glances, confused about who he meant, perhaps the eldest brother. The statement lingers in Chiel's mind, sparking a mix of doubt and curiosity. Chiel admits he tried hiding his feelings, yet his father still read him with ease. He enters the banquet hall, filled with powerful figures and leaders across fields. Whispers surround him, recognizing many renowned individuals gathered for this formal event. Guests comment on the presence of prestigious figures. More identify high-ranking officials, like the Onmyoto vice chief, among the crowd. Chiel is addressed by a stranger, marking the beginning of an important interaction. A servant informs Chiel that the patriarch is requesting his presence immediately. Chiel, surprised, follows the servant and wonders about the reason for being called. Worried, he walks with urgency, hoping it is not a serious matter involving the recent events. He arrives outside, bows respectfully, and announces himself to his father. Chiel's expression shifts as he realizes both the patriarch and his brother are waiting together. Confused, he quietly questions if this has to do with his eldest sibling. Chiel listens cautiously as the patriarch mentions the naming ceremony. His father accuses him of orchestrating the situation and demands an explanation. Feeling pressured, Chiel remains silent, processing the accusation without panic. He admits the truth, having traded access to the library in exchange for silence. Acknowledging his role, he offers the full explanation calmly to avoid further punishment. The patriarch accepts the confession but warns this leniency won't repeat. Chiel accepts the warning without protest, showing full understanding of the consequences. The father commands Maya Wengjung to return and deal with the upcoming punishment. As they part ways, Chiel quietly hopes his brother won't suffer too harshly. The patriarch acknowledges Chiel's role in resolving the incident. He adds that Chiel will also be rewarded for discovering the Hall of Fighting. Chiel responds with calm acceptance, quietly processing the sudden shift in tone. The patriarch addresses the crowd, expressing gratitude and explaining the banquet honors two children. As applause follows, he announces the start of the naming ceremony for the selected family members. He calls the eighth child, HWA, to step forward and receive her name. Hwa is praised for being chosen by the Holy Sword, destined to lead others. The name, Seo-hyun, is granted, reflecting hope for her path as a light bearer. With joy, she thanks the patriarch, honored by the recognition and acceptance. Next, the ninth child, Young, is summoned to take his place before the hall. Thou from a different branch, he steps forward with quiet confidence. The patriarch begins his evaluation, highlighting Young's strength, independence. He compares Young's development to tempered steel, shaped through intense training and forged under pressure. With respect, he declares there's only one way to define Young's character and identity. With a snap, he prepares to bestow the name, concluding the ceremony's final moment. The patriarch bestows the name Cheol, its character meaning iron. Cheol recalls that he once used the same name himself. Clenching his fist, he silently vows to climb to the top of the martial Lee clan. Inside the judicial ward of the Lee clan, she stirred weakly on the bed, her body aching from confinement and her breath labored under chains. Suddenly she screamed in frustration. Clenching the bars, Jianga shouted angrily. She recalled a promise someone made to free her, but his absence stoked her fury. Outside, a guard overheard her cries as a dark energy of desperation reached him, prompting him to respond. She yelled again, begging to be let out, only for the guard to appear with calm news. He informed her that she was temporarily free and would later be contacted about her punishment. Leaping in joy, Jianga ran out. As she dashed out, a voice stopped her, turning. She was stunned to see Lee Cheol waiting by the entrance, relaxed and confident. Amazed, she questioned him, and he confirmed his role in her release with a smile. Cheol handed her a scroll, which she examined with confusion. He casually reminded her of her debt to him as she read. Discovering his appointment as an elder and guardian, Jianga cried out his name in disbelief. Cheol extended his hand with a bright smile, formally entrusting himself to Jianga as her pupil. In response, she grasped his hand firmly, signaling the beginning of their new bond. Their pact marked the first day of training, and she marveled at how quickly he had grown. Kegel said farewell and stepped outside, determined to begin his journey. At 13, he faced the clan gates, filled with purpose. Ahead lay his path as a student, filled with unknown trials and expectations. Whispers echoed through the crowd as other disciples recognized Cheol's arrival. Some scoffed at his success, dismissing it as mere luck. Though stung by insults, Cheol remained composed, observing as his older brother appeared. Lee So-hyun, also 13, watched from afar, comparing reactions to his own. As Cheol walked closer, Seon struck a stance to initiate contact. Cheol was surprised, greeted suddenly by a familiar voice from So-hyun. Seo-hyun nervously apologized for past words, said during the naming ceremony. Cheol recalled the moment clearly, her disappointment still lingering. Despite that, he laughed it off, easing the tension as they began to reconnect. Cheol laughed off Seo-hyun's comment, though annoyed by her pettiness remark, and they continued their conversation while walking. Seo-hyun mentioned their aunt's new role in the library. A loud command interrupted as instructors called all students to line up for class assignments. While waiting, students whispered nervously. Afraid of being placed into a lower class, Cheol understood their anxiety. Knowing the 3-year training period, Seo-hyun's name was announced, first earning her a position in prestigious Class 1. As expected, Seo-hyun's placement didn't surprise anyone. He stepped forward and received his notice with a polite thank you. Upon reading, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Cheol realized he had been intentionally placed in Class 5, the lowest and most neglected group. His paper confirmed the placement, and he guessed the elders orchestrated this result. He recognized it as a calculated move by his political enemies to isolate him early. Despite this, he chose to stay calm, believing the assignment might actually reduce unwanted attention. A staff member approached to escort him toward Class 5's area. While walking away, Cheol noticed a girl watching him closely. Cheol noticed the girl's furious stare and realized she might cause a scene if he didn't calm the situation. To avoid her interference, he quietly reassured the escort that he was fine. Instead of dwelling on the insult, he focused forward, walking on with resolve. Around him, students grumbled about being placed in Class 5. Some blamed the main family for monopolizing the top classes, leaving others behind. One student approached Cheol, confirming his identity as the youngest. The boy excitedly introduced himself, having long wanted to meet Cheol. He revealed his name as Kim Han, a blacksmith's son connected to the Lee clan. Though surprised, Cheol asked why Kim Han approached him so openly. Kim Han admitted admiration, saying Cheol always stood at the center of attention. Cheol sensed honesty and casually asked Kim's thoughts about their class placement. Kim Han accepted it without complaint, acknowledging his own limitations with a cheerful grin. Despite everything, Kim Han held on to optimism, believing anything could happen ahead. Cheol smiled at his words, amused and unexpectedly encouraged. Just then, another boy, Choi In-hae, enthusiastically introduced himself to the group with a bright welcome. A group of cadets gathers as one eager boy encourages teamwork. Their confusion grows until the instructor enters. Instructor Lee Jiango presents himself as Class 5's leader and skips the lecture to welcome new students. One black-haired cadet quietly observes, recalling how Lee once supported him. After the brief orientation, Jiango assigns Choi Inha to guide the new members. Inha cheerfully introduces himself, admitting he's repeating the year and still serving as class leader. He asks the group to sit and announces they'll elect a new leader. Inha explains that cadets often go on missions, and the leader holds captain, like authority. When asked how it is done, he says they duel first, then vote. Inha begins the process, stating that mana is prohibited in duels. Lee Cheol interrupts angrily, rejecting everything being done. Shocked, Inha asks for clarification, but Cheol coldly expresses his discontent, gripping his sword. Cheol criticizes the lax environment. He tells Inha he should have chosen a normal school. With force, Cheol launches an explosive attack to make his point. Lee Cheol stands alone in the arena, and boldly invites all cadets to fight him one by one. With firm resolve, he begins overwhelming opponents, showing no mercy as each challenger falls. The remaining students grow fearful as they witness others collapsing, unable to even stand. Inha watches in disbelief, unable to count how many opponents Cheol has already defeated. Cheol calls for the next challenger without pause, eyes locked on Inha, nervous and wide-eyed. Inha realizes he's the last one left, and begins to step forward. Cheol calmly confirms Inha's turn, keeping his stance steady and blade ready. Without delay, he charges forward and strikes first, initiating the duel. Inha is thrown back immediately, barely able to react in time. As the duel intensifies, Inha wonders why Cheol is going so far for a simple sparring match, despite his doubts. He recognizes Cheol's fury and resolve, which stem from something deeper. Inha clenches his teeth, silently understanding Cheol's desperation to prove himself. Recalling his own fierce past, Inha pushes forward with renewed strength. His desire to win reignites as he refuses to accept defeat. Cheol ends the match decisively, declaring victory with firm control. Lee Cheol strikes hard, launching Inha into the air, and forcing him to drop his sword. Inha crashes to the ground in pain while Cheol approaches, exuding a fierce aura. Struggling to breathe, Inha trembles as Cheol calmly stands before him. Cheol instructs someone to escort Inha to the nurse, assuming the match is over. Unexpectedly, Inha rises with a shout, declaring the fight is not over despite injuries. He charges again, now wielding his sword with his left hand. Cheol, watching closely, notes the fierce determination in Inha's eyes. Without flinching, Cheol counters swiftly, ending the attack. With a final blow, he knocks Inha away, overpowering him again. Inha collapses in agony as Cheol lowers his weapon, unmoved. He tells the others to carry Inha away, then walks off the stage. Each step echoes his mindset. Every second is a battle, every moment lived with purpose. Cheol reflects that compromise invites weakness, and survival demands constant effort. He explains he fights to protect everything important, never allowing himself to relax. With fierce conviction, Cheol tells the crowd this is what true fighting means. Instructor Jiango confronts Cheol, criticizing the excessive violence and listing the injuries. Cheol defends his actions, insisting endurance is necessary in the martial clan. Jiango reminds him the cadets come from difficult backgrounds and aren't as hardened. Jiango calls Cheol a good man, rare in the clan. He reminds Cheol that guidance is also his duty, even if it means being harsh. With firm words, Jiango walks away, telling Cheol to steer the young ones properly. The next day, Cheol returns sore and deep in thought about his actions. He admits to himself that he went too far and notices how others look at him. Though some seem bitter, none avoid him, which reassures him. The cadets notice Cheol's arrival, murmuring among themselves. One cadet respectfully welcomes him, while Cheol humbly apologizes. He explains weakness is expected at their level, but strength takes time. Inha smiles and gathers courage to ask Cheol something. With sincerity, he asks if it's possible for someone like him to become strong. Cheol listens silently, facing the weight behind Inha's question. Although Cheol lacked the confidence to teach, he noticed subtle patterns others missed. A peer pointed out how Cheol instinctively dodged 3 feints in succession, encouraged to hone technique over brute force. Later, Cheol returned with visible injuries, greeted by a peer questioning his readiness. Choosing discipline, he dismissed the idea of skipping training. Determined not to be lectured, he made his intentions clear and walked off. Observing Cheol's resolve, a teammate noted his change in demeanor. The instructor gathered the group, reporting 11 absentees due to injury or unknown reasons. Despite the reduced count, the training session was set to continue. As the instructor scanned the crowd, fatigue was evident on every face. Compared to yesterday, tension had risen dramatically, caused by one person's shift. Though a basic evaluation was planned, their condition prompted hesitation. The instructor clenched his fist, then changed his mind about postponement. Without delay, he instructed the class to begin their evaluations. Training resumed, with the leader stepping up to guide the session. After 10 hours of evaluation, Li Qiul admitted exhaustion. His sharp gaze revealed inner tension, sensing something was off about the instructor's behavior. Unlike before, rest wasn't granted despite multiple injuries. Commanding attention, Li Qiul stood before the group. He referenced Shoei, Inha, hinting the class already knew of his appointment. Maintaining composure, he prepared them for what was to come under his leadership. A cadet clarified that the class leader holds full authority unless overruled. Li Qiul stated clearly only the willing would follow his demanding training. Displeased, Kim Boshong muttered in frustration, judging him as arrogant. Li Qiul challenged dissenters to duels for leadership, offering fairness. Without delay, he initiated sparring, ordering each to face their partner. By the end, only 6 remained standing, while the rest had collapsed mid-training. Calling an end to the day, Li Qiul dismissed them after the harsh session. Complaints quickly spread, questioning the purpose behind the intense regimen. However, one trainee silenced them, showing respect for the leader's efforts. After losing without landing a single blow, a cadet blamed himself. Nearby, others reflected on their past performance, determined not to fall behind. One trainee swore to give everything he had. Speculation stirred as students watched Li Qiul. Seeing this as his last shot, one cadet pushed aside fear and rebellion, choosing resolve elsewhere. Li Qiul began an experiment with mana. A nearby researcher expressed frustration as Li's aura form kept collapsing under stress. She hadn't expected this limitation after he reached 3 stars in power. They lacked old records on how ancient users controlled mana. Despite that, Li recalled a weapon once wielded by monarchs, boundless, feared and worshipped alike. That weapon embodied immense power, shifting battles and inspiring reverence. He now believed that same energy might hold answers to his struggles. Learning about Boundless gave him direction, fueling his efforts. The researcher praised his growth, noting how he progressed without shortcuts. With encouragement, she highlighted his mastery of both transformation and amplification techniques. Li nodded with gratitude. Li Qiul asked about the meaning of attaining 3 stars in cultivation. Jianga explained it unlocked aura skills and energy enhancements. Though mastery still lay ahead, noticing his exhaustion, she asked about training, and he downplayed it with a brief reply. She teased him, offering mysterious help with a gleeful expression. Without revealing anything, she simply asked for his trust. Among the students, Li Qiul felt uneasy, suspecting trouble ahead. A surprise special lesson on mana arts was announced to the class. Elder Jianga was introduced formally as a mana researcher of the Li clan. Embarrassed by the attention, she laughed as the students clapped. She skipped pleasantries, eager to dive straight into the lesson. Qiul noted her improvement in teaching, surprised by her confident energy. Ending the intro, she declared they'd now begin the fun, practical part. As excitement grew, she warned them to pay attention to the one-time demonstration. Qiul revealed that he'd arranged this lesson, mirroring support given to lineage kids. Grateful, he thanked Jianga, his aunt, who responded with pride. Jianga explained that the new mana boost technique was theoretically stable. Li Qiul acknowledged her progress with a nod of approval. The instructor clapped for attention and announced they'd practice the technique through duels. Students were told to select partners immediately. One trainee challenged Li Qiul directly, vowing not to hold back. Qiul welcomed the seriousness, telling him to begin without hesitation. A senior student warned Li Qiul not to expect mercy before their duel began. Qiul welcomed the challenge without hesitation, lifting his practice sword confidently. In a sudden clash, Qiul's precise strike knocked his opponent down, stunning the spectators. The instructor quietly observed, sensing something familiar in Qiul's movements. Though impressed, she admitted to herself that she disliked him. Nearby, students whispered resentment, calling him different and questioning his rapid growth. The instructor interrupted them, catching them off guard with her presence. She demanded if their words were aimed at her disciple, her tone growing sharp. Frightened, they quickly apologized, realizing they had crossed a line. She scolded them harshly, demanding to know what gave them the right to judge Qiul. One student claimed Qiul belittled their effort despite their hard work. Another blamed their differences on growing up in separate environments. She laughed coldly, saying they knew nothing. If they understood Qiul's life, they'd see their own as easy. Qiul stood nearby, silent, listening to every word. After hearing the instructor's sharp words, Bosong clenched his teeth and vowed to test Qiul's true abilities. As the day's training ended, the courtyard emptied, yet Bosong's irritation only deepened. Watching quietly, he narrowed his eyes, already forming a new plan in his mind. Later, students began mocking Qiul, insisting he was no different from them. One claimed that only birth circumstances made Cheol stand out, not true merit. Bosong brought up, following Cheol secretly, confident they wouldn't get in trouble since Cheol lived apart. Determined, Bosong insisted they couldn't let Cheol look down on them anymore. He swore to discover how Cheol lived, beginning that night's surveillance. From behind a wall, he waited, counting the hours Cheol had been inside the research building. As night dragged on, the others grew sleepy and lost interest in waiting. Moments after they left, Cheol finally stepped out, exhausted. Hidden Bosong spotted him and immediately gave chase. Cheol paused briefly, struggling to stay awake after intense effort. Bosong trailed him, thinking he was returning home. Instead, Cheol entered a forbidden martial hall meant only for the main family. Screams echoed through the night, startling Bosong and the cadets hiding nearby. They questioned the noise, wondering if it was training or something more dangerous. One cadet urged stopping the surveillance, finally acknowledging that Li Cheol's words might have held truth. Bosong brushed off their doubt, insisting he trained just as hard as Cheol. Still, uncertainty crept in as the others watched silently, sensing a gap they couldn't explain. Alone in thought, Bosong questioned what truly separated him from Cheol. Determined, he vowed to prove they were equals, even if no one else saw it. From a distance, he followed as Cheol finally returned to his quarters. As Bosong lingered, a patrol guard suddenly noticed his presence, mistaking him for Cheol's companion. The guard assumed the two had been together, confused. Bosong learned Cheol trained outside this late every single night. He awkwardly laughed, pretending it was a one-time thing to avoid suspicion. As he walked off, Bosong glanced back at the still-lit house. It was already 2 in the morning, yet Cheol hadn't stopped. Bosong quietly turned around and began heading back in silence. Bosong walked away silently under the dark sky, finally deciding to return to his room. By 5 a.m., the training hall opened, and the cadets gathered once again. Rubbing his eyes, Bosong regretted staying out too late the previous night. His attention shifted as he noticed Cheol nearby, visibly exhausted. Despite Cheol's lineage and mana, Bosong wondered if such little rest was healthy. He recalled his own routine, resting, relaxing, and playing games without pressure. Even with personal training, Bosong realized he still had free time. Cheol's tired face puzzled him, prompting a hesitant question. Cheol looked at him directly and asked why he was being watched. Embarrassed, Bosong admitted the truth and claimed Cheol had advantages. Cheol calmly explained this was how he lived from a young age. He clarified his tiredness came from years of sleeping only a few hours. Bosong asked why Cheol trained so relentlessly. Cheol responded with a simple question, one Bosong already knew the answer to. Stunned, Bosong stayed silent, the realization sinking in. Bosong stood still, eyes lowered, frustration simmering beneath his silence after his talk with Cheol. Meanwhile, in the training hall, the patriarch waited alone, sword in hand. A subordinate approached, delivering a report, which the patriarch acknowledged with a stern expression. The official document was presented, but the patriarch immediately dismissed it as insufficient. He explained that cadets must endure harder conditions, unlike weapons that can be simply acquired. Understanding the seriousness, the subordinate accepted the instructions without question. Before leaving, the subordinate added another report, this time about Li Cheol. The patriarch, already familiar with Cheol's background, recalled his determined gaze since childhood. He described Cheol's eyes as those of someone who had lived under pressure and loss. Still, the patriarch noted that leading others required more than strength. He ordered changes to the test, raising the difficulty for Cheol's entire group. His final words were clear. It was time to see if Cheol truly possessed the qualities of a leader. At training hall number 5, the instructor stepped inside, observing the empty grounds with a calm expression. Suddenly, the distant sounds of shouting drew his attention, making him glance toward the source with concern. Spotting a group of cadets already sparring, he noted their eagerness but sighed, realizing he didn't even have to push them to train. 2 cadets noticed him and greeted him nervously, surprised by his presence. He acknowledged their effort and requested all absentees be gathered for an important announcement. Facing the assembled group, he informed them the first evaluation had been unexpectedly moved forward. To ease the pressure, he declared a 1-week break. His expression softened as he paused, considering whether they needed reminders to train during the break. Watching the cadets' brightened faces, he decided to trust them without further instructions. He concluded with a dismissal, praising their efforts and expressing confidence in their discipline. One black-haired cadet, however, grew suspicious, questioning the sudden break and early evaluation. His peers waved him over, laughing, asking casually what he planned to do during the break. Unfazed, he replied that breaks were personal and insisted on resting properly when possible. The others were shocked, expecting stricter demands, assuming he'd enforce extra joint training, annoyed by their assumptions. He asked them what kind of person they believed he was. The black-haired boy questioned if they should repeat their first harsh day, silencing the others with his calm challenge. He reminded them that rest had its value, yet knew they wouldn't truly stop even if told to. With a smile, he encouraged them to choose for themselves, watching as the others cheered loudly in response. At Li Jiang's research lab, the boy arrived during break, surprising his aunt with an unexpected visit. Annoyed, she accused him of disturbing her research time despite claiming to rest. He teased her back, noting she was only pretending to work while scrolling on her phone. Flustered, she yelled at him for spying on her, shocked by what he'd seen online. Changing the topic, he asked if the early evaluation was ordered by their father. She confirmed it came from the main clan. The boy reflected that his mana arts had plateaued. Attempts to trigger new memories failed, revealing a deeper flaw in his progress. While lost in thought, a sudden slip caused papers to scatter, drawing his aunt's loud scolding. Among the papers he spotted a document comparing ancient and modern martial techniques. It described how older styles were built to fight monsters. He considered the split demon technique's origin, noting it seemed far too powerful to be just a combat form. Curious about the document, the boy stood up abruptly. Without waiting, he dashed out of the lab, ignoring her reaction as she shouted at him in frustration. Determined, he sprinted through the hallways, ready to test what he had just learned. Activating his energy blade, he gripped the sword tightly as glowing power surged from his hands. To simulate a real challenge, he visualized an enormous beast. He believed these types of creatures were the true targets behind martial techniques like Split Demon. Focusing his energy, he declared the true purpose of Split Demon was to slay monsters. With a leap, he launched himself toward the illusion, sword glowing brightly. His slash landed with force, piercing through the vision, proving the concept he suspected. As the monster faded, the technique concluded successfully. He confirmed aloud that the move had worked just as he'd hoped. Still energized, he turned and asked the void what challenge awaited him next. Unexpectedly, the world shifted, transporting him to a completely different space. Realizing he stood inside the training hall again, he felt a strange pressure around him. Confused, he questioned how this new realm connected to the hidden memories of Boundless. He instantly recognized the man before him as the same figure seen within Boundless's memory sequences. Overwhelmed by the man's incredible speed, the boy could barely follow his movements. As the stranger shifted forms, even his weapon and aura transformed simultaneously. The boy was startled as the man commented on his habit of copying others' techniques. He pointed out the boy had mimicked something that wasn't even formally recognized yet. Proposing a name, the man labeled it Thousand Forms, which the boy acknowledged with approval. Suddenly, the man looked around cautiously, sensing the presence of another person nearby. Confused, the boy assured him he hadn't brought anyone else into the realm. Without warning, the man charged in with full force, stating this duel was intended solely for the boy. The boy flinched and instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding a heavy slash. As the man observed him closer, he began to notice something familiar. He realized the boy's dark hair and golden eyes marked him as a main descendant of the prestigious Li clan. A vehicle drove quietly down a forest path, heading toward a massive wall, hidden behind tall trees and shadows. Li Qiul sat inside, observing the view. His attention shifted to the structure ahead, the wall dividing the secure safe zone from the dangerous unknown. Dimensional rifts called blue holes had appeared suddenly. From these swirling voids, bizarre creatures spilled into reality. Fire and chaos followed as monsters from the rifts invaded. While some zones were reclaimed, many red-marked regions remained unexplored and filled with lingering danger. Li Qiul questioned the current borders. Trainees like him now ventured beyond the wall, hoping to change the course of this divided world. The vehicle neared its stop, and a warning reminded them of what lay ahead. Tires screeched as it halted at the wall's gate, marking the beginning of their mission. Li Qiul stepped out, facing the unexplored dungeon beyond with steady resolve. A leader ordered everyone to gather and prepare the base camp before the test began. They were informed that bodyguards wouldn't follow survival, depended solely on themselves. With that, Li Qiul and the others silently prepared for the challenge awaiting in the wild. The instructor reassured the group not to worry. He smiled with confidence, encouraging everyone to showcase everything they had trained for without holding back. In response, the trainees shouted in unison, stepping forward. Li Qiul declared he would take command of the mission from that point on. He warned them that the test would become harder due to his presence, and gave one last chance to back out. Determined and clear, he awaited anyone who might choose to withdraw before the true trial began. The dungeon they entered was known as the Human-Faced Spiders Forest, a zone unsuited for cadet training. Its layout was completely covered in webs. Despite the danger, Lee Cheol's team remained. The classmates expressed full trust in Lee Cheol. Grateful for their support, he smiled faintly, acknowledging the faith placed in him. Their unity gave strength to push forward into the dangerous forest without hesitation. Jokes lightened the mood briefly, but Lee Cheol quickly redirected their focus toward the task ahead. They confirmed no one would back out and gathered to receive final orders and supplies. Inside the forest, human-faced spiders moved with intelligent coordination, mimicking hive behavior and increasing the threat level. Lee Cheol led the group through the forest, explaining their objective was to record the behavior of spiders at least 10 years old. Without hesitation, he handed command to Choiman. The team reacted with confusion and concern as he claimed he would act as bait. Cheol calmly stated he'd move on his own to lure the spiders into one place. He declared he would become the food to attract human-faced spiders for observation. Shock spread across the trainees as they shouted in disbelief at his drastic decision. Venturing deep into the forest, Cheol drew the attention of several hostile spiders. Dodging an attack, he retaliated with precise force, piercing one enemy cleanly. Breathing steadily, he confirmed their gathering had begun, preparing for the next phase. By killing one spider, he triggered a danger signal that summoned the rest. The spiders, seeking powerful prey, viewed him as food for their larvae. To survive, Cheol began gathering power, knowing strength alone would decide his worth. Activating Demon Split, he launched a powerful strike to hold the swarm back. Standing alone, he faced an overwhelming number of red-eyed spiders responding to his challenge. Surrounded, Cheol readied for the critical confrontation with the entire hive. Lee Cheol stood still as spiders closed in. With fangs bared, the monsters lunged, and Cheol allowed himself to be taken without resistance. As his vision faded, he muttered quietly. Regaining consciousness, Cheol realized he was trapped inside a cocoon spun by the spiders. He assessed his condition, noting the poison only caused slight dizziness, but left him physically intact. Activating his stealth ability, he prepared to erase his presence and escape unnoticed. He moved through the nest, believing this was the heart of the den where the larvae must be gathered. Swiftly and silently, he searched the area with sharp eyes for anything unusual. Something unexpected caught his attention, halting his movement immediately. He found dozens of large feeding cocoons, far more than any dungeon should hold in one area. Some seemed disturbed, possibly linked to the spider's sudden aggression. A massive dark cocoon loomed at the center, pulsing ominously with unknown power. As he observed, dark energy began reacting within him, syncing with the cocoon's aura. Startled, he looked down to find his body resonating instinctively with the energy source. His expression turned tense, as he questioned why his dark power responded to something so unnatural. A powerful surge erupted from the massive cocoon. Cracks spread as a figure slowly emerged, whispering eerily while her body hung from the web. With glowing eyes, the human-faced Spider Queen revealed herself. Cheol assessed her abilities, surprised she could communicate without speech her thoughts, reaching him through dark energy. He concluded that the dark force had linked their minds rather than through sound. Suddenly, an attack burst forth, forcing Cheol to drop stealth and engage in combat immediately. Staring up at the towering queen, Cheol heard her ask what he truly was. The queen sensed a threatening power within him, demanding he surrender what she called hers. Her fury intensified, unleashing a burst of mana as she shrieked for him to hand it over. Cheol released his energy, unfazed by the pressure, declaring fear wouldn't stop him. The queen recoiled as he resisted her aura, something she didn't expect from a human. Enraged, she screamed, calling him impudent for defying her authority and detecting her magic. The Spider Queen roared in rage as a human triggered an unexpected assault deep within her forest. Her eyes glowed fiercely, just before an intense explosion erupted behind her, engulfing trees in flames. Amid burning debris, her true form emerged massive, winged, and furious over the destruction of her territory. Keel explained the blast was caused by a mana explosive shell designed for maximum area damage. He noted the flammable forest helped spread the fire, buying time to strike deeper. With urgency, he ordered Group 1 to advance, estimating 30 minutes to reach the enemy den at base camp. A scout reported detecting dense mana from the den, confirming the queen's location. The queen, enraged, snapped her limbs and unleashed her army of creatures to defend the forest. She commanded her children to attack and secure her territory from all sides. Cheol stood firm as the queen threatened to consume him personally. She doubted his allies could arrive in time, mocking his bravery. Confidently, Cheol claimed she underestimated him, catching her off guard. With determined eyes, Cheol activated his power, radiating light and intent. Other teams executed coordinated movements through the forest. As planned, scouts confirmed every step unfolded exactly as Chiol anticipated. From afar, an ally prayed for Chiol to hold out a little longer while flames consumed the entrance of the enemy's lair. Intense heat spread through the forest as the firestorm reached deep into the queen's territory. Confused by the damage, the queen shouted in disbelief, unable to understand why Chiol still endured. Chiol's glowing eyes shocked the queen, who sensed something terrifying hidden behind them. Remaining composed, Chiol stood still, his eyes focused and unshaken. He revealed his ability eyes that detect hidden forces and mana flows called the magic eyes. Using his magic eyes, Chiol avoided a deadly strike by predicting the mana's movement still. The strength gap remained wide, and avoiding damage completely proved impossible. He acknowledged the queen's inexperience in controlling her body and prepared for a single decisive attack. Chiol activated his sword technique, unleashing 1,000 forms, lightning enhanced by mana precision. His movements became lightning, fast as he struck with overwhelming force. The final blow crashed down in a burst of blue light. Green blood splattered across the ground as the attack landed. Chiol panted, exhausted but alert, watching for any signs of retaliation. He frowned, realizing the strike wasn't deep enough to finish her. The queen writhed in pain, her voice shrieking as the green wound on her shell bled from Chiol's strike. Chiol noted her outer shell was too durable to penetrate in one blow, requiring another chance. Consumed by rage, the queen vowed revenge, preparing to imprison Chiol in endless torment. Chiol gritted his teeth as threads tightened around him, weakening his movement. A sharp filament touched his forehead, triggering a mental assault attempting to dominate his will. The command to submit echoed in his mind repeatedly, pushing him toward collapse. The queen laughed cruelly, amused by his suffering and expecting him to break. Suddenly, her expression shifted as something unexpected stirred within her mind. Her eyes widened in terror, and her body twisted violently. Unable to withstand the surge, Chiol struck back with fierce determination. Having resisted the queen's control, he explained calmly that spiders, like all insects, burn easily under fire. Flames erupted again, engulfing the queen as she screamed in agony. Reinforcements arrived late, apologizing for their delay in reaching Chiol. Despite exhaustion, he joked about training once they returned. With the battle over, the group exited the burning den together. During the academy meeting, staff noted Class 5's delay, despite receiving a report of their earlier return. Some speculated they may have failed like Class 4, due to the dungeon's difficulty and unpredictability. One instructor arrived late, explaining the delay was caused by treating multiple injured students first. He began his report, explaining that Class 5's objective had been to observe adult human-faced spiders. After detecting unusual activity, the class split into teams and planted 132 mana shells before entry. A shocked instructor interrupted, questioning the use of such firepower during a student mission. The report clarified 148 bombs were used in total. After additional threats were encountered, another instructor criticized the deviation from the mission to document anomalies. Just then, Chiol entered, presenting the damaged video device containing the recorded footage. Chiol's team received mixed reactions. Some instructors scolded the reckless strategy. He defended their plan, stating the only way to ensure success was overwhelming firepower. An instructor acknowledged the footage aligned with the report, but questioned the judgment behind the tactic. Chiol argued that action based on limited data was the best choice in a life-threatening dungeon. Instructors debated grading the mission, ultimately concluding Class 5 alone earned full marks. Their exceptional performance made them the top among all first-year classes. Inside the esteemed Marshall Lee Clan Patriarch office, responsibility was dismissed due to prior agreements, while attention shifted toward how the evaluation caused effects beyond its intended scope. Concern increased when dungeon documents revealed a ripple effect. Attention centered on the human-faced spider forest near Gangwon. A short recording displayed a mysterious female entity, suggesting interference that could not be fully traced. Suspicion followed when analysts concluded the footage had been edited, hiding crucial moments. Evaluation records identified Lee Chiol as a survivor who relied on judgment rather than brute strength. His unconventional strategies allowed progress, despite lacking standard information. Observers acknowledged his adaptability, marking him as an unusual talent. Further review showed his decisions prevented greater losses under escalating threats. Even experienced instructors were judged unlikely to replicate such outcomes. Confidence formed that the mission was executed with exceptional precision. The leadership decided to increase future evaluation difficulty. This change aimed to measure Lee Chiol's true limits. Quiet preparations began, anticipating results that could alter the clan's expectations. Several months later, the Class 5 exclusive training ground reopened. Lee Cheol gathered the class calmly. Unease spread among the students as the weight of the previous test still lingered in their minds. Facing the group, Lee Cheol emphasized that the upcoming promotion test remained unavoidable, despite recent exhaustion. Students straightened their posture, realizing failure would mean falling behind permanently. Determination slowly replaced hesitation as the class accepted the reality of continuous pressure. Kim Han was singled out for pushing himself excessively during the evaluation. Instead of praise, Lee Cheol assigned him relentless stamina training to reinforce his unstable foundation. Through repeated drills, the students' bodies strengthened while their endurance steadily increased. Time passed as discipline reshaped the class into a more resilient unit. Rather than despair, they learned to compensate for weaknesses with effort and consistency. Nearly a year after entering the academy, their progress became undeniable. An announcement regarding the promotion test interrupted the routine. Lee Cheol was summoned immediately, sensing significance behind the timing. As he followed the call, the next phase of their path quietly began. Inside the lecture hall, cadets discussed recent evaluations, noting that Class 5 had performed better than expected under difficult conditions. Attention shifted when rumors spread that special restrictions would apply to the upcoming promotion test. Uneasiness formed as students realized instructors from SEO Clan and J-Hack were directly involved. Lee Cheol observed the reactions quietly, recognizing fear mixed with competitiveness among the cadets. Speculation arose that disqualification might occur through unconventional rules rather than direct failure. Despite concern, resolve strengthened as the class prepared to face whatever structure awaited them. Reflection followed when Lee Cheol considered missing equipment and altered evaluation patterns from previous tests. His focus sharpened as he concluded the promotion would demand strategy over simple strength. Determination settled in as he committed to competing fairly despite unclear conditions. The room quieted when the evaluator announced the end of all regular evaluations. Details revealed that the promotion test would take place in the gate near Gaeseong. Cadets learned success depended on gathering name tags marked with esteemed marshal. Rules emphasized survival, capture, and awareness, rather than pure combat ability. Lee Cheol understood the test resembled a controlled war rather than an exam. With a calm expression, he accepted the challenge, already planning his next move. Rules of the promotion test were explained, clearly, emphasizing survival, stealing name tags, and avoiding being considered dead during the gate trial. Lee Cheol analyzed the structure quickly, realizing even one hidden name tag could change the outcome completely. Suspicion formed in his mind as he sensed intentional imbalance meant to pressure second-year cadets. While others hesitated, Lee Cheol recognized the test as an opportunity disguised as danger. Confidence settled when he concluded strategy mattered more than equipment or raw power. Resolve followed as he prepared to adapt faster than anyone else. Elsewhere, Lee Jae-hack observed the situation calmly. Opposite him, Lee Seo watched with amusement, her interest sharpening into hostility. Tension filled the room as her attention fixated entirely on Lee Cheol. Lee Seo, as irritation deepened, as she noted his growing influence despite his status. Aggression surfaced when she decided personal correction was necessary. Intent hardened as plans to interfere began forming quietly. Lee Jae-hack voiced unease, openly disapproving of her fixation. Dismissal followed as SEO insisted dominance must be enforced. Far away, unaware of their gaze, Lee Cheol moved forward, unknowingly stepping into a deeper conflict. The promotion exam begins as cadets gather before a carefully stabilized gate. Lee Cheol stands quietly, observing reinforced structures and heavy security surrounding the site. Underlying tension exists, yet the academy presents confidence to the watching public. Cadets soon line up, maintaining discipline despite visible anxiety on their faces. Lee Cheol focuses inward, knowing this exam decides his academic advancement. Preparation concludes, and determination slowly replaces hesitation among the group. Moving first, Lee Cheol advances, prompting the others to follow decisively. Synchronized steps echo resolve as pressure increases with every movement forward. Unseen figures observe closely, suggesting deeper interests behind the examination. Inside an office, Director Seok reviews updates with calm efficiency. Reports confirm that all second-year cadets have already entered the exam area. Nearby, another figure relaxes, appearing entertained by the upcoming developments. Director Suk pauses, reflecting on unresolved variables involving Lee Cheol. Past decisions resurface, hinting that hidden arrangements still influence events. With everything prepared, the promotion exam proceeds under calculated supervision. Inside the office, A sudden report shocks the relaxed observer monitoring examination results. Director Suksok's expression tightens as he focuses sharply on the unexpected outcome. Confusion spreads when confirmation arrives that the situation has already concluded. The observer checks the device again, revealing heavy eliminations during the first-year trial. Shock deepens upon realizing every first-year cadet from Class 5 survived. Anger erupts as disbelief centers on Lee Cheol's involvement in the results. Director Suk acknowledges defeat calmly, recognizing Lee Cheol surpassed expectations again. Far away, cadets flee through rocky terrain, exhausted yet desperate to escape pursuit. Fear grows as they realize Lee Cheol remains relentlessly close behind them. The fleeing cadets hide briefly inside a cave, struggling to catch their breath. Suddenly, an overwhelming force crashes down, shattering the ground violently. Panic explodes as one cadet is struck, sent flying by the impact. Pain follows as another cadet is hit directly, screaming from the blow. From the dust, Lee Cheol steps forward calmly, completely unharmed. Standing tall, Lee Cheol announces his presence, confirming the hunt has ended. Hidden inside the cave, the cadet trembles as Lee Cheol calmly locates them. A sudden grab silences reckless words, reminding consequences within the Academy's strict hierarchy. Drawing his blade, Lee Cheol enforces discipline, striking swiftly without hesitation. Afterward, Lee Cheol listens as his team confirms the situation is finished. Assessing fallen opponents, he orders immediate movement before reinforcements arrive. Trusting Lee Cheol's judgment, the cadets withdraw while he chooses independence. Standing alone, Lee Cheol prepares his sword. Focusing on nameplate acquisition, he analyzes the exam rules, realizing efficiency outweighs direct confrontation. Golden light ignites as Lee Cheol activates his magic eyes. Scanning distant cliffs, he traces hidden nameplate signatures across terrain. Spotting one location, Lee Cheol moves instantly toward the target, leaping upward. He retrieves the nameplate with precise control. Confidence grows as Lee Cheol confirms the method's reliability. Testing his limits, he refines control while navigating dangerous heights. Advancing swiftly, Lee Cheol continues the exam with calculated momentum. Lee Cheol pauses, surprised by the unexpectedly large number of collected nameplates. He weighs the heavy bag, realizing his efficiency exceeded initial expectations. A sudden disturbance interrupts his thoughts as nearby terrain reacts violently. Blue energy erupts from shattered rocks, forcing Lee Cheol to halt his magic eyes. Awareness sharpens as he notices relentless combat sounds continuing since dawn. Concern forms when Lee Cheol senses someone persistently approaching his location. A figure lands nearby, announcing their pursuit has finally reached its end. Lee Cheol turns calmly, recognizing the familiar presence without visible alarm. Confidence shows as he confirms he anticipated this encounter all along. Without hesitation, Lee Cheol dismisses unnecessary words, focusing purely on confrontation. He tightens his grip on the sword, signaling readiness for immediate battle. Tension thickens as both combatants prepare to clash openly. The challenger declares the fight will determine future hierarchy between them. Lee Cheol accepts the condition, proposing mutual respect based on victory. With resolve set, the impending duel begins under the open sky. Lee Cheol blocks the strike cleanly, recognizing the attack lacks real killing intent. Aya's sudden impact shatters the ground as Lee Cheol is forcefully launched backward. Regaining balance midair, Lee Cheol prepares himself as the real fight begins. Following the promotion exam's conclusion, the Academy returned to order. Discussions spread about how first-year cadets were tested alongside second years. Interest gathered around several names. Lee Cheol stood before the examiner as his results were revealed. Calm acceptance defined his reaction, shaped by experience rather than excitement over recognition. Observers quietly acknowledged that his success reflected effort instead of privilege or coincidence. As applause faded, Lee Cheol left the stage, without seeking attention, blending back among the cadets. Soon after, Chui Enha was summoned, stepping forward while managing visible nervousness. His ranking confirmed progress. Senior cadets offered guidance, stressing restraint and discipline despite recent achievements. Kim Boseong received his promotion steadily, showing focus rather than satisfaction. Kim Han followed with a modest rank that reflected reliability over brilliance. When announcements ended, cadets dispersed quietly across the grounds. From afar, Lee Cheol observed, aware rankings shaped paths but not survival itself. With results finalized, the Academy shifted toward trials beyond examinations. Kim Han examined his results, realizing his average rank fell short of expectations. Determination replaced disappointment as he resolved to grow stronger like Lee Cheol. Nearby, Kim Bosong also reflected, deciding effort mattered more than current standings. Choi and Hea stood straight, accepting his promotion while acknowledging remaining weaknesses. Behind them, cadets gathered, silently preparing for harsher trials ahead. From the front, Lee Cheol observed calmly, understanding pressure shaped true strength. Confidence spread among the group as they discussed surviving the academy's second year. Warnings circulated about rivals eager to surpass or crush emerging talents. Despite tension, several cadets expressed belief in enduring through disciplined training. Encouragement followed, as friends reassured one another about overcoming future challenges. Lee Cheol offered quiet support, reinforcing resolve without seeking attention. Motivation grew stronger, fueled by shared ambition rather than rivalry alone. Suddenly, conflict arose when a cadet rejected results, showing open resentment. Physical confrontation revealed emotional imbalance and lingering inferiority. Observing silently, Lee Cheol recognized growth demanded struggle beyond simple victories. Choi In-ha walked quietly, reflecting on how much the girl had grown. Careful observation showed her confidence rising, despite lacking fully awakened powers. Private thoughts framed the situation as a calculated risk worth acknowledging. Light teasing escalated tension when remarks pushed beyond acceptable limits. Lee Cheol reacted sharply, halting the exchange before conflict erupted. The group regrouped quickly, realizing time mattered more than arguments. Together they approached the main residence, stopping before the heavy doors. Silence lingered as they entered, feeling the weight of authority inside. A formal greeting signaled the beginning of a serious family discussion. Their father acknowledged them calmly, observing their posture and restraint. Tea was served as conversation shifted toward academy curriculum experiences. A pointed question challenged them to reflect on lessons beyond rankings. Choi and Hei spoke firmly, revealing awareness of unfair traditions within the family. Principles of fairness and self-earned strength defined his personal resolve. The room fell quiet, signaling a turning point in their relationship. The father reflected quietly, acknowledging that fairness and resolve defined true strength. Lee Cheol answered honestly, admitting shame shaped his understanding of the failed cadets. Concern crossed the father's expression as he recognized maturity beyond expectations. Lee Cheol explained weakness was acceptable, but abandoning effort violated clan principles. Memories of struggling cadets illustrated flaws within current instruction methods. The father listened carefully, surprised by the clarity of his son's reasoning. A brief chuckle broke tension, signaling approval hidden beneath stern authority. Advice followed, warning against narrow thinking that trapped many promising warriors. Both siblings absorbed the lesson, realizing guidance rarely came so directly. The father revealed plans to reward diligence equally, regardless of background. Excitement surfaced as rare rewards were mentioned for consistent achievement. Hope grew, strengthening resolve to continue improving without resentment. Permission was granted to collect rewards, confirming recognition of effort. Lee Cheol then requested entry to Heavenly Mountain for further training. Shock filled the room, marking the start of a far greater trial. Lee Cheol arranges medicinal tools and books neatly inside the quiet preparation room. Careful inspection reminds him of Heavenly Mountain and his previous lack of proper resources. Determination grows as he prepares supplies. Vast mountains stretch endlessly, representing the final stage of the warrior's journey. Silent contemplation fills Lee Cheol as he considers the difficulty of reaching Heavenly Mountain. An unexpected disturbance interrupts his thoughts, pulling him back to the present moment. A female attendant arrives, informing Lee Cheol about a newly delivered message. Surprise appears when he learns the invitation comes from Master Lee Jae-kun. Understanding the importance, Lee Cheol prepares himself to respond without hesitation. Within the reception room, Lee Cheol meets Master Lee Jae-kun calmly. Tea is served slowly, creating space for careful observation and quiet assessment. Lee Cheol senses this meeting carries intentions beyond simple courtesy. Master Lee Jae-kun studies Lee Cheol closely while maintaining a composed expression. Steady behavior reveals Lee Cheol's discipline shaped through repeated hardship. The discussion turns toward an upcoming promotion test. Lee Cheol confirms completing the task while facing Master Lee Jae-kun calmly. Master Lee Jae-kun treats the situation lightly, believing the matter will end quickly. Internal analysis reveals Lee Cheol's growing reputation within martial and political circles. Master Lee Jae-kun recognizes Lee Cheol's connections as dangerous leverage inside the clan. A warning follows, stating similar conflicts will inevitably repeat during future evaluations. Lee Cheol remains composed, refusing to view internal matches as personal hostility. Master Lee Jae-kun considers decisive elimination but hesitates due to long-term consequences. Instead, He requests sincerity, acknowledging Li Qiul's restraint, despite being provoked. Approval is granted through subtle compensation, rather than public disciplinary actions. Both men reach mutual understanding, emphasizing cooperation among brothers within the clan. Master Li Jaekun departs, leaving Li Qiul alone with unresolved responsibilities. A warning lingers about SEO. As hostility toward Li Qiul's rising influence, Li Qiul decides to leave the clan temporarily, prioritizing distance over confrontation. Nightfall accompanies his departure, symbolizing a quiet separation from internal conflicts. His steps halt briefly when he senses his mother's presence nearby. SEO. Coldly rejects the title of mother, her expression filled with distant resentment. Li Qiul desperately tries explaining, fear and confusion overwhelming his controlled composure. A sharp interruption silences him, establishing absolute authority within the room. Accusation follows as SEO. Condemns Li Qiul for abandoning responsibilities and fleeing disgrace. Collapsed on the floor, Li Qiul absorbs harsh judgment without resistance or defense. Rejection becomes final when she denies him as her child entirely. Shock freezes Li Qiul after learning he will depart for Heavenly Mountain. Seo. Declares the exile necessary, dismissing any remaining familial connection. Threats linger as she warns future defiance will bring harsher punishment. Master Li Jaekun watches silently, restraining anger behind a composed exterior. Internal fury erupts briefly, revealing resentment toward SEO's cruelty. Cold reasoning prevails as he assesses who truly benefits from this separation. Time advances as Li Qiul departs alone, carrying resolve instead of despair. A year passes, marking the day his return will challenge established judgments. Quiet determination defines Li Qiul's gaze, signaling growth forged through exile. Li Qiul senses familiarity ahead, reacting with brief surprise and guarded curiosity. Relief follows when he realizes their paths aligned naturally during the journey. Butler Choi appears calmly, explaining his role as temporary guardian for travel. Relief settled over Butler Choi as the carriage followed the same route he expected. Recognition struck him sharply when Li Qiul appeared inside the carriage, unexpectedly. Calm professionalism guided Butler Choi, as he explained his temporary role accompanying Li Qiul. During the ride, Li Qiul observed Butler Choi carefully while reflecting on his unusual presence. Explanation followed as Butler Choi revealed orders connected to the patriarch and ancestral duties. Quiet realization formed when Li Qiul sensed hidden depth behind Butler Choi's ordinary demeanor. Curiosity deepened as Butler Choi questioned Li Qiul's plan to visit the ancestral mountain. Respectful intent was shown when Li Qiul clarified his wish to honor his ancestors properly. Acknowledgement followed as Butler Choi recognized the wisdom behind such a deliberate decision. Initiative emerged when Li Qiul redirected the discussion toward Butler Choi's personal interests. Honest reflection appeared as Butler Choi admitted limited experience with mountain climbing. Memory surfaced when Butler Choi recalled a solitary ascent, shaped by caution and patience. Thoughtfulness marked Li Qiul's response, as he considered different approaches to difficult paths. Agreement formed while Butler Choi analyzed Li Qiul's careful mindset with quiet approval. Perspective concluded the journey as Butler Choi reflected on detours, shaping one's eventual destination. Butler Choi quietly reflected that higher peaks revealed harsher truths learned only through experience and time. Sudden realization struck Li Qiul as he sensed layered meaning behind Butler Choi's calm guidance. Inner thoughts followed as Li Qiul compared his regression path to constantly climbing unfinished mountains. Gratitude was expressed through Li Qiul's respectful posture toward Butler Choi's steady presence. Attention shifted when Butler Choi noted their arrival with composed urgency. The carriage slowed before a steamed mountain, signaling a significant turning point ahead. Majestic scenery unfolded as the ancestral mountain rose beyond the temple gates. Li Qiul acknowledged Butler Choi, while absorbing the solemn atmosphere surrounding the sacred ground. Concern surfaced when Butler Choi questioned access limits tied to patriarchal authority. Explanation followed as Butler Choi revealed his role as temporary escort granted special permission. Pressure settled when Li Qiul sensed ancestral energy responding sharply to his presence. Decision formed as Butler Choi respectfully stepped back, allowing Li Qiul to proceed alone. Measured footsteps carried Li Qiul toward the ancestral shrine, with steady determination. Doors opened as Li Qiul formally announced himself before the clan founder's resting place. Reverence filled the hall while Li Qiul prepared to honor his lineage sincerely. Li Qiul grasped black twilight, acknowledging the rules bound to the ancestral grave. Determination guided him as he followed. Arrangements left behind by the founder. The sword responded faintly, confirming the beginning of a formal trial. Purification proceeded When sacred liquid flowed over Black Twilight's dark surface, ancient seals awakened as hidden mechanisms tied to the clan's secret revealed themselves. Realization followed when Li Chiol recognized multiple seals guarding the weapon. Memories surfaced showing bloodline proof as the second seal's required condition. Violent energy surged while the third seal tested worth through a naming ceremony. Confidence settled after Li Chiol confirmed 3 seals had already been unlocked. Mystery deepened as Li Chiol sensed another challenge forming within the chamber. A radiant orb manifested, signaling guidance rather than immediate danger. Recognition struck when Li Chiol understood the call of Heavenly Mountain. Ancient records echoed as Heavenly Mountain's purpose for training descendants became clear. Awe filled Li Chiol while observing the mountain's overwhelming spiritual density. Resolve hardened as Li Chiol prepared to step onto the Founder's chosen path. Li Chiol calmly compared Heavenly Mountain to other sacred regions, while walking beside Butler Choi through the forest path. Sudden noise shattered the calm as heavy footsteps crushed leaves and branches nearby. Tension rose when an unfamiliar presence aggressively announced itself within the mountain grounds. A hostile man emerged, displaying clear killing intent toward outsiders, trespassing the area. Threats escalated as the man demanded surrender, mistaking Li Chiol for an easy target. Violence erupted abruptly when the attacker launched a reckless frontal assault. Shock spread across the man's face as his attack failed to affect Li Chiol at all. Counterforce followed instantly, sending the attacker crashing backward through shattered ground. Fury replaced confidence when the man realized he had misjudged his opponent completely. Intervention arrived when Butler Choi stepped forward, revealing his authority calmly. Understanding dawned as the attacker recognized the Mountain Keeper of Heavenly Mountain. Silence followed, while Li Chiol was acknowledged as the outsider chosen to enter the mountain. At Heavenly Mountain's gate, the Keeper closely inspects Li Chiol's unusual presence. Rumors surface as the Keeper recognizes the illegitimate 9th child entering. Subtle movements reveal Li Chiol's training, sparking curiosity instead of rejection. Among forest shadows, Li Chiol remains calm. Despite growing attention, strange scent and eyes suggest hidden power within his body. His energy reacts briefly, exposing instincts he struggles to suppress. Inside the tavern, the Keeper tests Li Chiol through indirect observation. Lingering scent confirms something inhuman, quietly clings to the boy. Fate begins tightening as the Keeper's interest deepens steadily. Li Chiol explains his choice, revealing resolve formed through relentless hardship. Golden light reflects in the Keeper's eyes, awakening ancient memories. Realization dawns, identifying Li Chiol as bound to Dokebi fate. Visions of star-bound beings and fixed destiny surface vividly. Doubt fades as the Keeper accepts this meeting was inevitable. Quiet curiosity lingers about how Li Chiol will wield fate's gift. An attendant escorts Li Chiol forward, noting his father will observe from afar. Seated elders quietly assess the boy's posture, weighing rumors against reality. Attention settles on Li Chiol as silence fills the room. After treatment, Li Chiol departs, leaving curiosity lingering behind him. The Keeper reflects on the boy's strange learning speed. Concern rises, sensing Li Chiol may surpass expectations dangerously soon. Back inside, discussion turns toward intentions behind the visit. Liquor flows, as questions surface regarding fate and celestial signs. Ancient symbols are examined, revealing little yet confirming unease. Frustration erupts when predictions remain unclear despite careful reading. The Keeper declares Li Chiol's path long and filled with trials. Warnings are issued, urging others to follow natural order. Message delivery is confirmed, ending official responsibilities. Private concern emerges over Li Chiol's chosen destination. Unease lingers, knowing the fledgling may soon face overwhelming dangers. The Mountain Keeper requests discreet observation of Li Chiol for some time. The retainer agrees calmly, finding potential amusement in watching the boy. Their decision quietly seals Li Chiol's monitored future within the mountain. Li Chiol steps through a swirling formation leading toward the training grounds. Surprise appears as the mountain's structure defies expectations through hidden spatial tricks. Suspicion rises, suggesting Dokibimi methods protecting the inner domain. Resolute thoughts form as Li Chiol acknowledges his limited time remaining. Determination sharpens while recalling weapons, memories, and consuming black energy. A summoned blade materializes as he commits to mastering everything available. Observers note his harsh training, recognizing damage healed repeatedly by recovery waters. Concern grows as his path resembles controlled self-inflicted destruction. Fate visibly shifts while Li Chiol resists destined death. Realization dawns that blood ties truly influence destiny's reaction. Months pass as relentless growth exhausts, even the Mountain Keeper. Astonishment remains, realizing Li Chiol's progress exceeded all predictions. The Mountain Keeper rests, recalling Li Qiul's unusual request for training access. A sudden spiritual cry pierces the area, snapping him fully awake. Shock follows as he senses spirit energy beyond any detection barrier. Outside, a small spirit beast appears, moving freely within the restricted grounds. Realization strikes when the keeper recognizes it as food, delivery companion. Alarm surges, understanding no spirit beast should enter this zone. The keeper rushes out, witnessing Li Qiul charging toward the spirit beast. Panic erupts as Li Qiul raises his weapon with alarming intent. A furious shout follows as the keeper charges forward to intervene. The keeper confronts Li Qiul, stunned by his reckless aggression. Li Qiul calmly responds, showing growth despite his young age. Recognition settles as the keeper realizes Li Qiul has changed drastically. Li Qiul, 14 years old, meets the Mountain Keeper on a quiet forest path. Suspicion slowly forms as the keeper recalls troubling events since their last encounter. Calmly, Li Qiul carries farming tools, which sharply contrast the serious accusations. Tension increases when the keeper recalls Li Qiul chasing the spirit beast Baki. Confusion appears because Li Qiul shows no hostility or violent intent. Doubts linger as the keeper struggles to match facts with his assumptions. Suddenly, Baki escapes deeper into the forest, forcing immediate pursuit. Unexpected speed allows Li Qiul to surge forward, leaving the keeper behind. Shock grows as Li Qiul accurately tracks Baki's hidden location. No visible tracks remain, yet Li Qiul continues moving without hesitation. Instinct guides his movements as he rapidly closes the distance. A decisive leap reveals skills developed through experience, not coincidence. Breathing heavily, the Mountain Keeper slows while the forest grows quiet. Realization strikes that Li Qiul never intended harm toward Baki. Regret settles as unanswered questions surround Li Qiul's mysterious growth. Li Qiul explains, the potion required rare ginseng aged between 30 and 50 years. Carefully, he lists exotic herbs grown on magical insect carcasses. The Mountain Keeper listens silently, realizing the extreme difficulty behind the collection process. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Li Qiul after losing sleep to complete the potion. Frustration erupts when everything vanishes, rendering his efforts completely meaningless. Regret deepens as the keeper understands why Li Qiul came to Heavenly Mountain. Blame shifts when the keeper admits responsibility for failing to protect his territory. Determination flares as he promises compensation for the lost potion. Opportunity appears when Li Qiul subtly accepts the offer, without hesitation. A new idea forms as Li Qiul mentions needing help from the Mountain Keeper. Dark energy stirs when an ominous presence awakens deep underground. Fear spreads as a powerful being responds to the disturbance. Focus sharpens while Li Qiul channels energy through a wooden talisman. Knowledge guides him as underworld energy amplifies his skill beyond expectations. Terror erupts when the summoned entity reacts violently to the enhanced attack. Li Qiul stomps forward, channeling energy through his legs with controlled precision. Green currents surge as enhanced energy art shapes itself into cutting wind. Razor wind slashes forward, striking the demonic figure with overwhelming force. The attack lands cleanly, yet the enemy remains standing, despite visible damage. Purple energy ripples violently as the creature resists death through sheer resilience. Shock crosses Li Qiul's face. After realizing the strike lacked killing power, a talisman slips loose, landing nearby as spiritual pressure slowly dissipates. The Mountain Keeper reacts angrily, frustrated by consequences of assisting Li Qiul. Fatigue settles when Li Qiul requests a brief rest before continuing training. Eyes closed, Li Qiul focuses carefully, visualizing his target within memory. Golden light forms as illusionary training magic activates behind him. Spiritual energy drains rapidly while Li Qiul pushes through physical strain. The Mountain Keeper observes closely, noticing improved movement and refined control. Comparison reveals Li Qiul relies less on strength and more efficiency. Concern lingers as the keeper senses unresolved danger approaching beyond this training. Li Qiul finishes training, realizing he should ask about the strange weapon. Relief washes over him as healing water restores his exhausted body. Confidence returns when Li Qiul acknowledges surviving thanks to Heavenly Mountain resources. Alertness sharpens as Li Qiul senses someone approaching without warning. Surprise appears when the Mountain Keeper suddenly reveals his presence nearby. Concern grows as the keeper notices Li Qiul pushing his limits recklessly. Experience speaks when the Mountain Keeper criticizes Li Qiul's dangerous training habits. Unease lingers because Li Qiul still feels uncomfortable resting around him. Resolution forms as Li Qiul decides his body has fully recovered. Suddenly Li Qiul stops the keeper, determined to ask something important. Focus narrows when he questions the identity of the weapon used earlier. Suspicion hardens as the keeper demands to know its origin. Li Qiul recalls records, explaining the weapon is named Boundless. Shock flickers as the keeper recognizes something familiar from distant memories. Ancient history surfaces, hinting at a shaman who once read stars. At Heavenly Mountain's gate, the keeper closely inspects Li Qiul's unusual presence. Rumors surface as the keeper recognizes the illegitimate ninth child entering. Subtle movements reveal Li Qiul's training, sparking curiosity instead of rejection. Among forest shadows, Li Qiul remains calm. Despite growing attention, strange scent and eyes suggest hidden power within his body. His energy reacts briefly, exposing instincts he struggles to suppress. Inside the tavern, the keeper tests Li Qiul through indirect observation. Lingering scent confirms something inhuman, quietly clings to the boy. Fate begins tightening as the keeper's interest deepens steadily. Li Qiul explains his choice, revealing resolve formed through relentless hardship. Golden light reflects in the keeper's eyes, awakening ancient memories. Realization dawns, identifying Li Qiul as bound to Dokebi fate. Visions of star-bound beings and fixed destiny surface vividly. Doubt fades as the keeper accepts this meeting was inevitable. Quiet curiosity lingers about how Li Qiul will wield fate's gift. An attendant escorts Li Qiul forward, noting his father will observe from afar. Seated elders quietly assess the boy's posture, weighing rumors against reality. Attention settles on Li Qiul as silence fills the room. After treatment, Li Qiul departs, leaving curiosity lingering behind him. The keeper reflects on the boy's strange learning speed. Concern rises, sensing Li Qiul may surpass expectations dangerously soon. Back inside, discussion turns toward intentions behind the visit. Liquor flows, as questions surface regarding fate and celestial signs. Ancient symbols are examined, revealing little yet confirming unease. Frustration erupts when predictions remain unclear despite careful reading. The keeper declares Li Qiul's path long and filled with trials. Warnings are issued, urging others to follow natural order. Message delivery is confirmed, ending official responsibilities. Private concern emerges over Li Qiul's chosen destination. Unease lingers, knowing the fledgling may soon face overwhelming dangers. The mountain keeper requests discreet observation of Li Qiul for some time. The retainer agrees calmly, finding potential amusement in watching the boy. Their decision quietly seals Li Qiul's monitored future within the mountain. Li Qiul steps through a swirling formation leading toward the training grounds. Surprise appears as the mountain's structure defies expectations through hidden spatial tricks. Suspicion rises, suggesting Dokibimi methods protecting the inner domain. Resolute thoughts form as Li Qiul acknowledges his limited time remaining. Determination sharpens while recalling weapons, memories, and consuming black energy. A summoned blade materializes as he commits to mastering everything available. Observers note his harsh training, recognizing damage healed repeatedly by recovery waters. Concern grows as his path resembles controlled self-inflicted destruction. Fate visibly shifts while Li Qiul resists destined death. Realization dawns that blood ties truly influence destiny's reaction. Months pass as relentless growth exhausts, even the mountain keeper. Astonishment remains, realizing Li Qiul's progress exceeded all predictions. The mountain keeper rests, recalling Li Qiul's unusual request for training access. A sudden spiritual cry pierces the area, snapping him fully awake. Shock follows as he senses spirit energy beyond any detection barrier. Outside, a small spirit beast appears, moving freely within the restricted grounds. Realization strikes when the keeper recognizes it as food, delivery companion. Alarm surges, understanding no spirit beast should enter this zone. The keeper rushes out, witnessing Li Qiul charging toward the spirit beast. Panic erupts as Li Qiul raises his weapon with alarming intent. A furious shout follows as the keeper charges forward to intervene. The keeper confronts Li Qiul, stunned by his reckless aggression. Li Qiul calmly responds, showing growth despite his young age. Recognition settles as the keeper realizes Li Qiul has changed drastically. The young warrior landed with immense force. He charged forward, sword drawn, his body guided by sharp instincts. Facing a dark entity, he initiated his steel chi strike. Smoke cleared as he stood victorious, and a voice acknowledged his hard-won success. His mentor reminded him this was his first win after countless failures. With a confident smile, the warrior claimed he could now win any time. Preparing something magical, the warrior formed glowing symbols in the air with his fingers. He declared it was time to stop training, signaling a shift in his intentions. Before he could continue, his mentor grabbed him, surprised by his sudden change of plan. His eyes focused with resolve as he announced his desire to face the next challenge. He referenced the legendary trial created by the founder, a test known as Bloodless Dream. This realm was a dangerous domain infused with sorcery, illusions, and spiritual barriers. A divine mechanism selected challengers who were worthy, a sacred duty overseen by the Mountain Keeper. The elder, surprised, asked if he truly intended to go through with the challenge. Despite warnings about his lack of power, the young warrior stood firm, determined to advance. Though initially hesitant, the elder paused, noticing the determination in the youth's eyes. Extending his hand, he formally acknowledged the warrior's readiness to face the upcoming trial. With a proud expression, he granted Li Qiul permission to challenge the trial of Mu together. They arrived at a hidden cave nestled in a vibrant forest. Li Qiul asked if it was the same passage leading to the elder's dwelling. The old man affirmed it for now, and activated the gateway with a surge of glowing energy from his hand. A surge of blue light responded to his power, radiating out from his palm against the sealed stone. Magical runes lit up across the towering door. The elder warned that once entered, Li Qiul could not return until the trial concluded. Suppressing emotion, the mentor gave a final remark, hiding his own doubts with sarcasm. As Li Qiul pushed the doors open, a golden glow engulfed him. He recalled the many titles given to the founder within. Whispers of myth surrounded the founder, some claimed he was fiction. Suddenly, in the center of an open field, the figure of Li Heilhian appeared. Gripping his sword tightly, Li Qiul felt an intense presence. Li Qiul remembered that only a few challengers in history had ever attempted Mu Heilmong. The sole condition for victory was clear: defeat the founder at the age of 15. Attempting to test the waters, Li Qiul initiated a cautious approach. Shocked, he gasped aloud, his body collapsing as if drained of all energy. Confusion overtook him. The pain in his chest hinted at a critical strike. Lying motionless on the ground, he tried to understand what went wrong. He recalled experiencing simulated death before. This time there were no answers, only the undeniable fact that he had been pierced through the heart. Forcing himself to calm down, he reviewed everything. He considered every angle but couldn't recall the founder using any secret martial arts or advanced aura techniques. Even his sixth sense failed to detect the attack. It was as though something had bypassed all of his perception. He began to wonder if the founder's strike had exploited a blind spot. Doubts crept in, questioning whether such precision was even possible without supernatural awareness. It became clear Li Qiul's opponent could read his every move. Determined not to retreat, he steadied his breath, blade in hand. Li Heilhian surged forward, his body wrapped in explosive energy. Despite his injuries, Li Qiul steadied himself, gripping his blade tightly. Elsewhere, a messenger arrived at the Martial Esteem clan's residence. The patriarch confirmed Li Qiul had entered the gate and noted 10 months had passed. He questioned the boy's strength, surprised by his progress, as the youth had never truly experienced defeat. In battle, Li Qiul faced off against deadly foes, proving he had endured but never been broken. The patriarch explained, the boy never encountered real limits. He remarked that most warriors had fallen short when tested by the founder's overwhelming might. Now, for the first time, Li Qiul stood before an insurmountable wall, and this one was real. Inside a grand hall, a stern instructor questioned the harsh truth behind the low survival rate in the Bloodside's dream. Far away, sunlight poured over a towering stone cliff. At its base, a lone figure stood determined, silent, collapsed on the ground. The young boy gasped for air, sword barely within reach. Confused and disoriented, he questioned if a single blow had truly ended him. A memory struck his senses had been tricked. Sitting upright, he replayed the moment. A calculated strike through his blind spot had caught him off guard. Clenching his fists, he felt the cold edge of despair. Still, he rose with fiery resolve, picked up his weapon, and prepared to charge again. Energy coursed through his blade as determination solidified into clarity. Launching forward, he closed the distance with purpose this time, not as prey. He soared into the air, eyes fixed on his target, believing that struggle. Eyes narrowed, the founder awaited the incoming strike, his hand firm around the sword hilt. As the clash erupted, the young fighter realized the founder's power wasn't mystical. Despite a powerful counter, pain surged as he was struck again. Standing calm, the founder's instincts guided his every movement. He dashed forward, launching a sudden charge that forced the boy onto the defensive. In a brief instant, the boy anticipated a horizontal slash sweeping from the left. Although the attack grazed past, the boy clenched his teeth. Blood scattered mid-air, a reminder of his mistakes. Refusing to retreat, he countered with one fierce strike of his own. Momentum built as he followed with a second attack, fueled by focus. Blade after blade met in rapid succession, third, fourth, each one gaining confidence. He began matching the founder, momentarily fighting on even ground. The shift came when the founder finally released his aura, heightening the intensity. In response, the boy charged in his own style, fast, free, and unpredictable. Every skill he'd gathered led to this moment, unified by a foundation he'd forged unknowingly. At last, clarity struck. He understood the dream's purpose wasn't to defeat another but to conquer himself. He surged forward, breaking his own limits, shattering hesitation. Realizing his hidden strength, one the founder himself didn't possess, he grasped the power only he could awaken. A woman with sharp eyes praised the boy's magical talent. Grateful, he smiled and called her aunt, energized by her belief in him. Drawing on that encouragement, he unleashed his skill, enhanced energy art razor wind. Wielding his weapon overhead, he summoned a powerful vortex. The energy tore through everything in its path, shattering stone and echoing with force. As the dust settled, the wall that once seemed eternal began to collapse. Far away, an old man sipped quietly, reflecting on how rare the trial had become. As the earth trembled, his drink rippled, hinting that something unusual had begun. He looked toward the mountains, alarmed and curious about the source of the disturbance. Leaping from his seat, he ran outside, a sudden realization forming in his mind. With urgency, he dashed toward a large, sealed gate in disbelief. There, he stopped. Stunned Taishan had passed the trial against all odds. Smoke and steam lifted as the heavy gates opened, revealing the boy's silhouette. With calm composure, Taishan stepped forward and greeted the mountain keeper. Later, at rest, he was asked simply, "So how was it?" A quiet end to a monumental test. Sitting by the water, the boy admitted the trial was something he'd rather not repeat. Despite his unchanged appearance, the elder noted how the trial usually alters a person's core. Curious, the boy asked about his father's performance in the same ordeal years ago. The elder recalled how the boy's father, Taishan, had calmly left after finishing the trial. He had offered a respectful farewell, showing no hesitation or emotion. However, the elder reminded the boy that his own result was far more remarkable. The boy revealed he wouldn't spend his remaining month training further. Instead, he chose to rest and think about all he'd learned. This change surprised the elder, who teased him about acting different. After sharing a light moment, the elder brought up a long-overdue debt. The boy, in turn, made a serious request to borrow the Dokibi Club. Faced with the unexpected proposal, the elder quietly absorbed the weight of the request. The older man tightened his grip on the cup, suspicious of the boy's calm approach and vague introduction. Without hesitation, the boy made his request to borrow the infamous Dokibi Club. Eyes wide, the man recoiled in shock, unable to believe what he had just heard. Rejecting the idea, he warned that the club wasn't fit for human hands and couldn't even be used properly. Still composed, the boy stated he only wished to touch it once, not wield it. Grumbling in frustration, the man reluctantly agreed, convinced it wouldn't amount to anything. Summoning the club with a surge of power, he muttered that the boy wouldn't manage anything with it. The weapon emerged massive, heavy, edged with brutal spikes, and bound in magical energy. He allowed 1 hour, warning misuse could result in instant death. With a smile, the boy accepted. Energy burst as he gripped the weapon and lifted it with ease. Watching in disbelief, the man struggled to comprehend what he saw. The boy left quietly while the man dismissed it as a fluke. In a hidden chamber, he dropped the club, drained from the effort. He muttered it wasn't even in its true form yet. The boy analyzed the Dokibi Club's power, aware it could summon typhoons or shift landscapes with a single swing. Clenching the hilt, he focused his energy, preparing to test whether the dark force within could be absorbed. Black energy began to swirl around the weapon as he studied how it responded to his presence. Elsewhere, the elder grumbled, confused by the boy's determination and unclear motives. Suddenly, pain struck his chest, his body trembling from the weapon's resistance. Despite the backlash, he clenched his fist and confirmed he had read the weapon's memory. He smiled. Realizing the memory link proved absorption was possible. That meant he could master weapons far beyond mortal limits. Satisfied with the result, he prepared to leave, confident he gained what he needed. The man met him at the door, surprised the boy's 1-year stay had ended. A small pouch landed in his hand, drawing a puzzled look. Curious, he asked what it was, inspecting the mysterious bundle. With a smirk, the elder shouted it was salt to ward off bad luck. The boy thanked him sincerely, promising to return someday. The elder laughed, jokingly, warning him to return with plenty of gifts next time. As the boy prepared to leave, he asked the mountain keeper if this isolated life brought him peace. The old man replied plainly, it didn't matter, the mountain was his home. He laughed, saying he still managed to enjoy his life with snacks. Before departing, the boy quietly declared his intention to someday restore the keeper's forgotten name. Surprised by the statement, The boy's calm smile said more than words ever could. From the cliffside, the elder watched silently, knowing that promise would one day call him back, alone now. He wondered how the boy had learned his hidden past. A tale from long ago unfolded a dokibi, who once caused endless mischief. Defeated twice by a man, the dokibi vowed to guard the mountain. That was the legend everyone knew. But the truth was deeper. The dokibi had lost again and made a final promise. His name was taken as proof of the pact, sealing his role away from the world. The victor explained that a name held one's soul, binding the dokibi forever. Yet it wasn't punishment, it was a safeguard. Only if a descendant returned the name would the ancient contract finally be broken. Reflecting on the past, the mountain keeper admitted not all his time spent there was miserable. He pondered if the boy truly had what it took to fulfill the ancient task and return his name. Suddenly frustrated, he shouted into the sky. Annoyed, the boy vanished, without any proper explanation. The elder muttered to himself, wondering if he had just been tricked after all. Far away, the boy arrived before a large estate under a moonlit sky. An old butler greeted him with familiarity, signaling that his father was waiting. Recognizing the butler, the boy smiled, confirming the meeting was indeed summoned by his father. The butler offered to handle the boy's belongings and directed him to the main residence. Following quietly, the boy sensed something different. The path was unfamiliar. Noticing the change, he realized they were heading somewhere unusual. The clan leader stood composed, dismissing the golden aura around him as insufficient to challenge his strength. He turned calmly as someone entered, sensing the presence before words were spoken. His son approached, offering respect. The father noted his progress with restrained approval. With a rare smirk, the elder questioned whether his son had only improved in flattery. The young man, caught off guard, wondered if his father had just smiled or even made a joke. An attendant entered and announced the tea was ready. The patriarch accepted it with a nod. He led his son silently through a corridor toward a private room. Inside, tea was poured into cups, its warmth setting a calm atmosphere. The father requested sincere thoughts, not formal reports, wanting truth over protocol. The son tightened his grip. Understanding this was about trust, not rank, he responded quietly, delivering his honest view without embellishment. The patriarch, surprised by his own feelings, drank slowly, lost in thought. Acknowledging his son's dedication, he praised the time spent. The young man assured him he hadn't wasted the chance given. Yet the elder asked firmly why he had still returned so late. The young man explained that he had visited esteemed mountain to honor the ancestors. His father, unconvinced, questioned if that was his only purpose. The son confessed he also wanted to show the elders his actions. Suddenly, the patriarch's aura turned fierce. His voice thundered, accusing his son of arrogance. Overwhelmed by pressure, the young man struggled to stay composed under his father's wrath. Despite the intensity, he defended himself, stating his visit wasn't for praise but to act meaningfully. He declared his desire to represent the Marshall Lee clan properly. The father, though stern, acknowledged his words and decided to let it pass. However, he warned not to let ambition cloud judgment. The son accepted humbly. Just as tension eased, the father raised another issue. Something had been hidden. He revealed his son had entered the bloodless dream without permission, violating orders. With judgment firm, he commanded his son to follow, punishment now inevitable. The elder unsheathed his blade, prepared to test his son's growth through combat. He ordered him to arm himself and prove his strength through action. As the arena quieted, one elder remarked that this was a true test, not just of skill. The father requested a demonstration of everything his son had learned, using the blade in question. Realization struck the boy. His father had known of the forbidden training all along. He unsheathed the glowing weapon, its energy swirling with controlled intensity. Nervous but determined, the son steadied his breath, eyes locked on his opponent. The patriarch, calm and unmoving, simply said, "Come." With magic eyes ignited, the boy focused completely. Despite activating his heightened sight, he saw nothing. No aura, no flow, no energy. The realization hit him. His current magic eyes couldn't detect his father's power. Knowing they only drained focus, he made the quick decision to deactivate them. He dashed forward, understanding there was no time for hesitation or warm-ups. With force behind his first move, he launched his technique, Boundless First Form. The blade surged with blue energy, signaling his full commitment from the start. He followed through with Demon Slayer, a fierce, precise extension of his assault. The father observed calmly, acknowledging the combination of bitter wind and freezing cold. Though modest next to his own strength, he admitted it might still have some effect. The clan leader turned his back, seemingly unimpressed, as his son's attack surged forward with power. A swift wave of energy sliced through the air, closing the distance in a flash. He calmly raised his blade and deflected the forceful strike with overwhelming control. The impact shook the ground as the young man staggered from the counterforce. His father halted the clash, signaling the end of the bout. He questioned whether this path forged after meeting the founder was truly his chosen conviction. Still panting, the son affirmed his answer with unwavering clarity. He explained that true strength meant refining talent repeatedly. With conviction, he declared that this understanding was the foundation he had chosen to stand on. The young man stepped forward, his eyes locked onto his opponent. He resolved to destroy that natural talent and rebuild it with forged skill. That conviction became his answer. Grit sharpened his gaze as he readied himself with new determination. The elder recognized the youth's resilience. Neither hardship nor trial had broken him. Changing the subject, he questioned the boy about his experience inside the bloodless dream. The boy couldn't put it into words. The trial had gone beyond comprehension. The elder remarked that if it couldn't be explained, then it wasn't truly his yet. He pointed out the recent strike lacked full effort, it wasn't his best form. Acknowledging the truth, the youth clenched his fist and admitted his awareness. Had the boy entered that dream with hesitation, consequences would have followed. Yet his seriousness was evident. The elder turned, choosing to spare punishment. Startled, the youth lowered his head and gave a quick, sincere apology. The elder inquired about his next step. Silence followed briefly. With resolve, the young man requested permission to advance. He expressed his goal, to enter the third-year curriculum, believing he had outgrown the basics. Pressed to speak plainly, the boy voiced his intent without hesitation. He asked for permission to begin his warrior's journey, eyes filled with determination. The elder had foreseen this. He linked the boy's request to the recent trial atop Heavenly Mountain. Walking side by side, the boy clarified he also sought personal growth beyond duty. His father warned that pursuing too many goals in one effort could lead to failure later. Acknowledging the risk, the young man accepted the advice humbly. Reflecting silently, he recognized that the elder's words held both warning and wisdom. The warrior's journey loomed ahead, a tradition where heirs must prove their worth without clan aid. To succeed, the challenger must accomplish a feat undeniable to all. Despite his young age, the boy stood firm. At 15, he was ready, though early. His strength and growth left no doubts in the elder's mind. Approval was granted, the journey could begin, marked by silent witnesses in the distance. Relief surged in the boy as permission was given. However, the elder's voice halted him. Conditions would be attached. With calm authority, the man declared there would be 2 terms to fulfill. At the administration department, Li Chiul arrived for an important visit. His uncle greeted him warmly, recognizing the effort Chiul had endured. Embracing him tightly, the uncle confirmed he was doing well, cheerful and energetic as ever. The uncle complimented how much Chiul had grown, noting his height with fatherly pride. Inviting him to sit, he gestured toward the couch, offering a drink as they settled in. Chiul politely declined, having just eaten with his nanny. Noticing fatigue in his uncle's face, Chiul explained it stemmed from overwork. Shifting the moment, he revealed he brought a gift, a tonic he had prepared himself. Placing the box on the table, he presented it with quiet sincerity. The uncle opened it, curious. Chiul explained it would enhance magic and stamina for weeks. He was touched by the thoughtfulness, surprised by Chiul's care. As he opened the lid, a fresh earthy scent emerged, drawing his full attention. Chiul added that even the mountain keeper praised the tonic's quality. Encouraged to try it, the uncle hesitated, then agreed to take it on the spot. With trust in his nephew, he swallowed the tonic, while Chiul watched quietly for a reaction. After consuming the tonic, the uncle felt its immediate effect. Energy surged through him. He sensed how training under its influence would accelerate growth. Impressed by the potency, he questioned if Chiul had really made it himself. Curious, the uncle asked if Chiul knew the full recipe. Chiul explained he did, and noted it could be altered with other ingredients. Wanting to preserve its secrecy, the uncle advised Chiul to memorize it. Chiul smiled, acknowledging his uncle's selflessness in thinking ahead for his future. They laughed together, the uncle joking about being used later if needed. Amid the laughter, he brought up Chiul's upcoming warrior's journey. The uncle grew serious, warning that the decision would stir controversy among the clan. Many eyes would be on Chiul. Accusations of favoritism would follow since others couldn't blame the family head directly. He questioned the approval, knowing the elder council also had authority over such matters. He reminded Chiul that the elders were not supportive of him. The odds were stacked, Chiul calmly assured him. He'd already thought it through. Needing support, he asked his uncle for help, hoping to meet those conditions together. Bright skies framed the return of a young man to a familiar training hall, silent and unchanged. He walks in slowly, remarking to himself how long it has been since his last visit. After a quick stretch, he begins warming up, sensing a presence approaching from behind. Without warning, a woman bursts through the door. Surging with fiery emotion, she charges at him, arms wide and voice raised in dramatic reunion. Grabbing him tightly, she scolds him for not visiting sooner. She confronts him sternly about his constant missions, upset that he barely returned before departing again. Before he can reply, she notices a change and pauses mid-scolding. She praises his growth, impressed by his strengthened mana and improved circuit control. Smiling proudly, she reveals her own training progress and aura mastery. Excited, she suggests testing out their skills together, eager to see the results. He hesitates, politely refusing, explaining that today marks the start of a busy schedule. As he turns away, he gently apologizes for not joining her plans. She looks disappointed, but their attention shifts as footsteps echo through the hall. A familiar man enters, smiling warmly. His brother has arrived. Shouts echo through the hall as the woman angrily accuses him of lying about being too busy. Pointing fingers, she mocks his excuse, reminding him he claimed to be training her nephews. Trying to defend himself, he insists he's truly busy but still helped organize incantation scrolls. Watching quietly, the younger man can't believe his brother helped despite such a full schedule. The elder suddenly compliments the research materials, saying they aided his training. Smiling, the younger asks how he's been during their time apart. His brother replies, he's doing well, but cuts off mid-thought. Grabbing him playfully, he scolds him for leaving for Heavenly Mountain without notice. Apologetically, the younger explains he left because their father summoned him back. In a quiet room, their father speaks about teaching the youngest child. He asks the elder son to take his place as instructor. Surprised, the son questions the request. Despite hesitation, he agrees without complaint. Their father warns he must be fully prepared, exiting the room. The son walks away, silently absorbing the weight of his new duty. As he leaves the room, the elder son quietly thanks his father for the unexpected trust. Walking alone, he reflects on the youngest's rare opportunity, one he wasn't even granted. He realizes their father's request may be a subtle push to drive competition between them. Determined, he resolves to visit the youngest immediately and begin training without delay. Recalling their father's expectations, he acknowledges the youngest may close the gap in less than 10 years. Smiling, he assures the boy that helping him now fits his role as the current successor. The succession license, a symbol of mastery over clan techniques. Asked if he'll be the instructor, he replies that the elders won't offer complete guidance. With confidence, he prepares to handle the foundational training himself. Memories of past sabotage, failed promotions, and forced setbacks flash across the younger's mind. Moved by his brother's support, he expresses his sincere gratitude. His brother downplays it, silently amazed by the younger's rapid growth. Mana pulses through the younger's body, once hard to sense, now nearly immeasurable. Though surprised, the older smiles, wanting to remain the brother he looks up to. Their aunt enters, clearly unamused by their growing bond. Suddenly, the aunt scolds them both for speaking while she was talking. Despite the tension, the older brother asks her to remain calm as she storms off dramatically. Before leaving, she reminds the younger one to resume training, glancing back with frustration. Her expression softens as she distinguishes between training and her deeper research. She proudly mentions her status as a respected global expert in mana techniques. Accepting the situation, she laughs and decides to wait a bit longer for them to finish. Announcing her exit, she cheerfully excuses herself, claiming it's unrelated to her favorite show. Aunt's gone, both brothers relax and prepare to begin the real training session. With focus, the older brother draws his sword and signals the start. He emphasizes the importance of fulfilling their father's condition precisely. The younger watches intently as the elder readies his weapon. With resolve, the older brother promises to teach him thoroughly from here on. 7 days passed before he stood again in the martial hall. His elder brother pressed in fast, striking with no hesitation. Rather than rest, he was only allowed fleeting seconds to breathe. Before the next exchange, the session dragged on with no pause, each swing sharper than the last. From the side, a man observed, valuing experience over lecture. Watching him falter yet persist, told to rely less on vision and more on action, he pushed himself harder to respond. Coughing and bent over, he clutched his side, barely standing under the weight of exertion. He launched forward with a loud roar, kicking off the ground and shattering the floor beneath. Despite sensing attacks clearly, his body lacked the speed to match what he foresaw. Swords moved faster than he could follow. Deflecting felt impossible as pressure mounted. His enemy mocked his earlier attempt, exposing the difference in real strength. Frozen mid-step, He forced his legs to react, screaming inwardly for movement. Recognition flickered in the observer's eyes. The boy was now adapting. With a solid foundation, his progress accelerated. Clearly, the insight gained from the bloodless dream had begun to awaken within him. Acknowledging the boy's progress, the instructor unsheathed his sword with a calm yet serious tone. A burst of energy surged from him as he raised the pressure, testing the boy's limits. Realizing the shift, the boy steadied his stance, bracing for an even harsher exchange. With dusk settling, the match finally ended. The training hall quieted, apologetic yet smiling. The instructor admitted to going overboard in the intensity of their duel. The boy, seated amidst broken tiles and scattered debris, recognized the taste of real battle. Extending a hand, the instructor praised his students' awareness mid-fight. As they stood together, the boy referred to the Lee clan's physical superiority, images of the clan's enhanced body, resilient tendons. He learned their strength also grew through consistent punishing training. Understanding this allowed him to accept movements that would otherwise damage normal bodies. His mentor approved he was already integrating this principle in each motion. Even with just one realization, the boy remained humble, knowing progress was slow, earned. His teacher, however, was surprised. Mastery of such basics typically demanded months. Before leaving, the mentor praised him and advised a visit to the clinic for recovery. After training, the instructor confirmed their next session time. The boy stood alone as the sun dipped, promising to review what he had learned that day. Exhaling slowly, he glanced at his palm, recognizing a familiar sensation lingering from combat. His thoughts shifted to Boundless's memories, movements without limits. Those skills felt overwhelming, yet something about them resonated deeply with his own training. He realized the Lee clan's basic method also focused on harnessing the body's full potential. He recognized similarities in both systems, each refining strength through a different lens. One prioritized weapon mastery, the other physical endurance and resilience. That connection hinted at a shared origin, something more than coincidence. Memories of the man in Boundless's vision returned his posture. This led the boy to believe Boundless and the martial Lee clan were intertwined. His clenched fist symbolized a silent vow to uncover the hidden truth, linking them. With determination in his heart, he looked ahead, convinced that time would pass swiftly. Elsewhere, within the clan's inner halls, a senior meeting quietly convened. The chief administrator arrived unexpectedly, stirring curiosity about a certain illegitimate son's request. Tension filled the elder council chamber, as one member objected to the illegitimate child's request, citing his status and inexperience. Another elder clarified the boy had applied directly to the patriarch after returning from Heaven's Mountain. The elder chairman reminded everyone that no decision had yet been made, as the patriarch deferred judgment to council discussion. Some members pushed to immediately reject the application, assuming authority rested with them. However, the chairman explained the situation wasn't simple. The boy possessed the strength of a fifth-rank martial artist. His success in the bloodless dream trial meant there were no clear grounds to deny his qualification. To block the boy, the chairman proposed inventing a formal excuse grounded in tradition and order. He asked the council for alternative suggestions, inviting discussion rather than making a unilateral decision. One member raised his hand confidently, ready to present a new idea to challenge the request. Lee Taehong stayed neutral in all internal clan disputes, never aligning with any political side. 2. The elders. He maintained the image of an elegant observer, avoiding involvement. Seeing him at the meeting, they assumed he came to support Lee Chul due to their shared illegitimacy. Taehong understood the system well. Only direct descendants faced 3 official trials. The steel selection, naming ceremony, and warrior's journey shaped those qualified to become key figures. Passing all trials granted rights to participate in high-level decisions and recognition as future elders. Yet he knew elders fixated on bloodlines would never fully welcome someone like Chil. Realizing the purpose behind Chil's actions, Taehong hesitated, unsure if granting the request was right. After a moment, he addressed the elders, offering to present a suggestion. An elder responded, pointing out his relationship with the youngest son. Taehong admitted he didn't dislike him, acknowledging the boy's efforts. He emphasized that hard work, not bloodline, earned his respect. Still, the elder warned that Taehong had gone too far. He stressed that tradition could not be bypassed regardless of circumstance. Taehong simply smiled, letting the weight of those words settle. He, frustrated yet composed, explained that he wasn't dismissing the clan's rules. He admitted that as chief administrator, he simply sought flexibility rather than rigid enforcement. The elder acknowledged his reasoning, then calmly asked what solution he had in mind. Taehong proposed that if the council opposed Li Qiul's application, rather than overthink, he argued the core issue was that the youngest had not yet proven his worth. The elder raised a counterpoint, citing the patriarch's private recognition. The elder gave a knowing look, sensing Taehong's setup. Taehong stayed quiet, leaving the path open for the next step to unfold. With firm resolve, he proposed offering the youngest a fair trial and opportunity to prove himself openly. The elder questioned the proposal, surprised that Taehong meant a duel. Taehong confirmed it, confident that the youngest wouldn't refuse the challenge. Without hesitation, the elder asked who would stand as his opponent. Summonon suggested a recent graduate of the warrior's journey, but noted that Jaehak would likely reject the match. Attention shifted to the sixth child, prompting curiosity about her capabilities. Taehong agreed she was a fitting choice and suggested applying fair limitations if needed. One elder recalled that the sixth child held personal resentment toward Li Qiul. Given that tension, the suggestion of her as a dual opponent gained approval from the council. The chairman asked for final opinions, and the elders expressed agreement. Others voiced no objection, leaving the final decision to the elder council chairman's discretion. With consensus achieved, the meeting adjourned quietly, tension giving way to formality. As the council cleared, Taehong received praise for his conduct, but something deeper lingered beneath the surface. The elder expressed surprise at Taehong's diplomacy, questioning what had changed. Taehong replied calmly, reinforcing his loyalty to the clan. Yet, the elder reminded him that in matters of leadership, subtle choices speak volumes. Curious, Taehong asked what he meant by acting. The elder pointed out the details. Taehong's words, tone, and gaze had shifted, calling Qiul youngest instead of bastard, revealed a quiet support no one else offered. Their conversation ended as they parted ways under the dim light of the corridor. Meanwhile, training resumed elsewhere, signaling a transition to the next stage of trials. Li Qiul, unaware of the council's decision, trained intensely, readying for what lay ahead. Qiul faced his sparring partner with confidence, his stance sharp and eyes steady. His opponent welcomed the challenge, signaling him to demonstrate what he had learned. In an instant, their blades clashed, the duel erupting with swift and powerful strikes. Qiul moved with calculated precision, parrying each attack while seeking an opening. The clash intensified. Blades scraped and struck with focused intent. Acknowledging his form, the instructor grinned, recognizing Qiul's grasp of a core stance. Their blades continued to meet mid-air, as Qiul pushed his reflexes to the limit. Training had honed his instincts, every moment refined his strength and control. With clarity and discipline, he declared within that he could now block anything. A powerful impact scattered dust and debris across a cold, foggy forest cloaked in moonlight. Stretched ahead as Gagak walked silently, he unsheathed his weapon with ease, slicing through dense undergrowth as his eyes scanned for threats. With calm detachment, he muttered about the pointlessness of the mission. Faint sounds in the distance stirred his unease, yet his pace remained steady through the darkness. He blamed the clan's favoritism for everything: status, duty, and even these endless, dangerous outings. Suddenly, a monstrous presence lunged from the shadows, its massive jaws gaping behind him. Unfazed, Gagak prepared his stance and met the creature's attack with precision. A blazing strike exploded against the beast, illuminating the battlefield. He called it routine, another violent encounter in an unfair cycle. His enchanted blade pierced through the monster's skull with lethal force. As it fell, Gagak reflected on his 21st mission, far beyond the 4 originally promised. He knew once he returned, the forgotten bastard of the clan would reappear stronger. A cloaked figure emerged, addressing him with formal words meant for nobility. Gagak's eyes widened, sensing a new weight behind the stranger's presence. With a steady voice, he revealed his identity: number 12 of the Silent Sword Squad. A cloaked agent from the Elder Council stood before Gagak. With a cold tone, the masked figure announced he bore a message directly from the council head. Gagak scoffed at the idea, clearly unimpressed that the arrogant elder himself had made such a move. In the shadows, rage built up within another member of the clan. He grinned darkly, interpreting the message as an opportunity to remove Gagak permanently. Mocking the council head's inaction, he laughed maniacally. Eyes sharp, the sixth young lady accepted the message, hiding fury behind her calm words. She promised retaliation, her blade igniting with blazing energy as she gave the order. Her vow to crush Li Qiul burned as intensely as the flames surrounding her fist. Meanwhile, a peaceful morning dawned as Li Qiul entered a serene courtyard. They exchanged words about his training progress, noting his swift mastery of the basics. Seated across the table, Qiul mentioned wanting to discuss the newly announced schedule. Qiul smiled, saying he would have visited sooner if he knew a meeting was needed. His uncle questioned his nerves, surprised by the boy's relaxed demeanor. With confidence, Cheol claimed everything was unfolding exactly according to his plan. Keel's uncle recalled how his father approved the warrior's journey under 2 strict conditions. The first requirement demanded complete mastery of the basic techniques. However, the second condition earning the approval of the Elder Council. Keul was given complete freedom in how he might win the council's favor. The seriousness of the task settled in as he sat. He formed a new plan to shift the situation to his advantage. He decided to engineer a scenario where opposition would be difficult. By leveraging his uncle's support, Cheol prepared an official sparring match with his 6th sister. He believed proving himself in this trial would push the council toward approval of his journey. Despite his confidence, his uncle couldn't grasp how he remained so calm under pressure. Keel responded lightly, but his uncle expressed deeper concern not about the test. Rumors surrounded their relationship, and the uncle worried the conflict could end disastrously. Keel, knowing full well the risks of provoking Seol in combat, he declared his motive clearly. He owed her something that had to be paid back in his own way. The answer startled his uncle, who struggled to understand the reason behind such a bold decision. The uncle grew frustrated, questioning why such a reckless duel had to happen so soon. He clarified that his concern wasn't about strength, but the danger his nephew might face. Despite his worry, Cheol teased him, recognizing genuine care behind the scolding. Grateful, Cheol thanked his uncle for worrying. He knew Seol would fight with lethal intent, and defeat would risk more than just pride. Still, he declared his determination to win, leaving no room for doubt. The Elders' Council released an official decree and initiated preparations for a formal duel. The chosen battleground was the central training ground, renowned as the venue for the steel selection ceremony. Cheol sensed the political maneuvering behind the decision, his expression calm yet wary. Positioned for public scrutiny, the circular arena's design ensured every move would be witnessed. The intent to disgrace him in front of thousands was obvious, but he showed no fear. A woman stepped quietly toward the window, concern evident in her movements. She called out to Cheol gently, noticing his withdrawn demeanor and tense posture. He dismissed her concern with a brief reply, unwilling to reveal his inner unease. She pressed him again, unconvinced by his vague reassurance. He admitted his frustration with the family's schemes and unending comparisons. The gap in ranks weighed on him. She had reached 4th, while he remained a step behind. He explained the restrictions placed on their sister, her mana and skills sealed. Still, doubt lingered. She feared for his safety, trembling with imagined outcomes, blaming herself. She wished she'd trained him harder or warned him of the family's plans sooner. Overwhelmed by guilt, Jianghua pleaded to halt the conversation, her voice trembling. A cheerful maid interrupted, expressing full confidence in the young master's ability to succeed once more. Wrapping her arm around Jianghua, she gently urged her to show faith instead of doubt. Eyes filled with conflict, Jianghua watched Cheol in silence, emotions unresolved. He noticed her troubled gaze, likening her presence to a frightened creature bearing past scars, though he had the power to uncover her history. Cheol chided his aunt for her nervous energy, pointing out the significance of the day. Confused, she paused, prompting him to remind her of their shared achievement. The mana technique they developed together would finally be revealed, summoned to the arena. Cheol turned to his aunt with confidence and reassurance. With determined eyes, he promised victory and asked her to cheer from the stands. Gripping his sword, he smiled boldly, teasing that silence from her would disappoint him. As he stepped through the vast hallway, memories of struggle surfaced. Years of perseverance filled his thoughts, every step forged from effort and pain. He emerged into the light, resolute, ready to reveal the strength he had built. With resolve in his voice, Cheol whispered, "Let's go," and walked toward the arena gate. The massive stadium erupted as he entered, each step bringing him closer to the center stage. He stood firm beneath the gaze of thousands, while clan elders watched quietly from above. Cheol's sharp gaze met the jeering call of his opponent, filled with hostility. The challenger mocked his posture, scoffing at his composed stance. Accusations followed, calling Cheol arrogant for a mere illegitimate child daring to stand tall. The challenger grinned wildly, threatening to break Cheol both physically and mentally. In contrast, Cheol smiled calmly, addressing her respectfully as 6th sister. The duel was officially declared, marking the beginning of their public confrontation. As the signal was given, both combatants launched forward in a blur of motion. Cheol activated his technique, lightning sparking through his body in preparation. With swords drawn, they clashed, speed and power colliding in the center of the arena. Caught off guard, Cheol realized too late she had circled behind him. Daggers charged with intense fire rained down with precision and deadly timing. known as falling flames. Her technique ignited the sky with burning blades aimed to overwhelm. Keel swiftly neutralized the incoming daggers with a surge of lightning, infused aura. Harnessing that energy, he activated his enhanced technique, drawing deep power through his sword. As the blade struck the ground, a thunderous pulse echoed, unleashing his transformed form, lightning modified. The explosive force repelled the attacker, breaking her stance and pushing her backward. Regaining distance, she scrambled to reposition while Keel calmly assessed the outcome. With a composed smile, he acknowledged her strength but confirmed the result was already clear. A sneering warrior dismissed the young man's dagger skills. Calm and unreadable, the dark, robed youth stood with confidence. Daggers in hand, ignoring the insult infuriated, the challenger charged forward, shouting as he prepared to strike with both blades. Leaping into the air, the attacker slammed down with force, attempting to overpower his opponent. Surprised by the youth's precision, he realized he had been cleanly struck during the exchange. With fury rising, he vowed to crush the boy quickly, summoning flames as he readied another attack. The youth analyzed his sister's movements fast, sharp, unpredictable striking with multiple daggers from odd angles. He understood such speed required sharp reflexes and awareness few possessed. A smirk formed as he admitted to provoking her on purpose for this reaction. He lured her into a direct assault where he could exploit her recklessness. Dodging midair, he countered with deadly precision while deflecting flaming daggers. Unleashing boundless, first form, lightning surged through his blade. With thunder crackling, he summoned Demon Slayer, power radiating from his stance. Realizing the danger, she froze, wide-eyed. The clash erupted violently, engulfing them both in a storm of blue lightning. A violent explosion of energy erupted across the arena, shaking the ground and silencing the crowd. Spectators looked on in shock, unable to comprehend the overwhelming force unleashed in that moment. As the dust cleared, the black-robed youth stood alone, calm amid the chaos. His sister rose to her feet, shaken but not defeated. She clenched her blade, aware that the secret technique he used couldn't be taken lightly. Knowing the risk, she prepared to strike again, unwilling to lose despite the overwhelming gap. With flames ignited around her weapons, she rushed in, aiming to break through his defense. He noted her speed increased, but still she charged in head. Without hesitation, their blades clashed violently once more, echoing through the arena walls. She attempted to silence him with brute force, trying to land a decisive hit. Attacks came faster, changing angles, aiming to overwhelm his reaction. He blocked them all, but the sheer number made countering difficult. Despite her intensity, he observed every movement with clarity. Relying on his enhanced senses, he tracked the path of each blade. With sharp focus and magical vision, he pinpointed every strike's origin and prepared his next move. He smirked, revealing that he chose to fight her because his skills countered hers perfectly. Her expression twisted in fury as she recognized the calm. She moved swiftly, but his ability to detect every dagger limited her tactical advantage. Her best chance was to close the gap before he could strike again with his charged blade. However, magical restraints held her back, preventing full release of her aura's power. Years of hatred had built up inside her. Despite her rage, she didn't anticipate such an overwhelming situation unfolding so quickly. She paused in disbelief, questioning if her revenge-driven focus had clouded her judgment. Before she could recover, her brother closed in with sharp words and faster movement. A clean strike landed, catching her off guard and forcing her to retreat in pain. Shocked, she gritted her teeth and revealed a hidden technique burning with fiery energy. Her sudden flare of power momentarily pushed him back. Suddenly, a strange force disrupted his chest, locking his internal magic flow. Stunned, he realized his magic circle had been forcibly restricted during the clash. Acknowledging the trap, he smirked and conceded that she had managed one smart move at last. The enraged sister activated her ability, sealing her opponent's mana flow with a burst of magical energy. He watched calmly, questioning whether she had just used her hidden technique. Her skill, Mana Seal, disrupted magic control, binding those with weaker mana reserves in confusion. Confident in her victory, she declared the fight over, believing his power was neutralized. However, the boy stood unshaken, surrounded by flowing magic. He revealed his unique technique, one that functioned outside conventional mana systems. The crowd gathered under the sun, murmuring with anticipation as the match was about to begin. A girl clasped her hands tightly, trying to suppress the unease building. She silently reminded herself of Li Qiul's growth. Anxiety flickered in her eyes as she recalled his past struggles. Spectators began whispering in amazement. One of them questioned if his technique belonged to the Li clan's secret martial arts, stunned by its refinement. The girl confirmed his age 16 and watched him charge forward with frightening determination. Li Qiul unleashed his lightning-infused energy art, cutting through the arena floor with force. Following up his strike, he launched another attack, his hand bloodied but unshaken. His opponent retaliated with the underworld energy art. Amidst the chaos, a second attacker leapt toward him. Another warrior intervened using razor wind, cutting cleanly through the violent assault. Li Qiul's eyes narrowed as he blocked with a dagger, barely evading a deadly blow. He marveled at the technique-used skills he once forged together with her in secret. She looked at her clenched fist, the memories of doubt slowly replaced with quiet pride. A confident smile lit her face as she declared his victory certain. The arena quaked from a sudden explosion as Li Qiul defied expectations. Shock struck one opponent, realizing that the power source he had sealed was somehow functioning again. The three fighters stood amid debris, sizing each other up, while tension thickened in the air. Li Qiul revealed the hidden truth: his mana technique functioned entirely through independent circuits. Empowered by this unique method, he surged forward. In a blur of speed, Li Qiul dashed forward, catching his enemy off guard. The attacker widened his eyes, stunned by Qiul's sudden burst of speed and power. Before anyone could react, a wave of energy crashed into the opponent, forcing him back. He barely blocked Qiul's strike but was overwhelmed by the sheer force behind it. The second assailant tried to counter but was smashed down by Qiul's relentless energy crumbling from pressure. He whispered disbelief. A new threat began to rise as strange red energy pulsed ominously from the arena wall. From above, an unfamiliar figure watched with piercing eyes. Sensing the shift in battle, the fighter with glowing red pupils stepped forward. The enemy's fury boiled over as he muttered disbelief. Consumed by rage, he exploded with fire, declaring vengeance against the illegitimate boy who humiliated him. From the stands, another observer noted. This was no longer a duel. Fiery blades spun through the air, encircling the arena with burning trails and lethal intent. The enemy prepared his ultimate attack, channeling everything into the final spell. With eyes blazing, he screamed his intent to kill. The judges rose in alarm, shouting that the rules were being broken. Li Qiul stood firm, his blue mana surging calmly around his arm and weapon. As power gathered in his blade, the glowing sword hummed with energy in response. Missiles of flame fell like meteors, but Li Qiul didn't flinch, facing them head on. He deflected the blasts with precise movements, dodging through the chaos without hesitation. Amused and frustrated, the opponent demanded to know how Qiul could still stand unscathed. Qiul reminded himself that unlike others, he revealed the blade's identity, Black Thunder, a weapon that adapted to his unique mana flow. With clarity and control, he declared the sword matched him perfectly, ready for the final clash. The arena trembles as Qiul summons the ancient sword, Black Twilight. A dark aura flows around him. The sword senses his strength and responds. He calmly accepts the weapon's resonance. Despite its immense energy, the enemy steps forward, claiming his turn. Dust swirls with his movements, signaling a new attack. Qiul observes as the foe reuses a previous technique, gripping both blades tightly with intent. The opponent keeps his distance, believing range will protect him from another devastating strike. Surprisingly, Qiul shifts into an offensive stance. Electric current builds rapidly around his body. He reveals the sword technique, Demon Slayer, created for defeating monsters. Without regard to proximity, lightning intensifies. Distance means nothing to the power now concentrated in his blade. With swift motion, he activates Boundless. First form, the air vibrates. His strike, Demon Slayer, rips through the arena, glowing blue and unstoppable. The enemy reacts too late. The ground beneath him collapses from the impact. An explosion follows, engulfing the battlefield. Energy surges outward. As smoke clears, Qiul kneels amid debris, exhausted and barely upright. Pained, he realizes using the sword's full power has strained his body to its limit. Though wounded, Qiul refuses to fall. The dust settles, but his resolve stands firm in the chaos. Despite Demon Slayer's toll, he forces his legs to move. He knows the battle isn't over yet. His opponent reemerges from the smoke. She charges with force, closing the gap instantly. He reacts too slowly. Her speed catches him off guard. He notes how dangerous she truly is. They exchange rapid blows. She strikes first, aiming straight for his chest. Blood stains his shirt as the blade pierces his side. They both stagger back, breathing heavily. He grips the wound, staying conscious. She collapses, unconscious from earlier damage, though bleeding. Qiul remains calm. He reflects that, without Demon Slayer, he realizes she passed out from the earlier strike. Her instincts still fought back. Recognizing her bloodline, he respects her reaction. His expression softened slightly. Elders approach him, questioning his next move. The pain returns, but he raises his voice. Attention shifts to him. From the center of the arena, he declares to the crowd and clan warriors. He addresses the elders, and even those who doubted him, demanding they witness what he has proven today. Keel raises his fist above the battlefield. His opponent lies unconscious behind him, defeated. Addressing the entire arena, he speaks not in anger but with resolve. Standing tall, he declares that for the first time he has proven his worth not just to others. Applause begins. At first, a few rise to their feet, clapping slowly. More join in. Warriors and elders alike begin acknowledging his strength. The crowd cheers. Admirers call out his name, and Cheel stands surprised by their support. Friends shout their joy from the stands. Some scream in excitement, others in admiration. Keel takes it all in silently, steady in posture as the noise builds. Even the elders offer praise. One nods with approval. Keel reflects on his father's silence, understanding it as his way of pride. He realizes the entire battle had been carefully staged. What seemed random was a calculated path to force his growth and reveal his strength. Elders discuss the outcome. One asks how many could have succeeded in Cheel's place. Cheel is acknowledged. His right to begin the warrior's journey is granted. Bowing respectfully, he thanks his father, now no longer just a shadow among siblings. Cheel lowers his head slightly, his expression unreadable as thoughts gather behind a faint smile. He acknowledges the situation, subtly hinting there is more. He intends to reveal, despite the moment's closure. Placing a hand on his chest, he faces forward. The elder sensed hesitation in the boy's eyes and noted he had more to say. It was stated that passing the test only granted permission to begin the warrior's path, nothing beyond. The youth, standing firm, requested to speak. Drawing attention from everyone present, he addressed his father directly, affirming that his training was complete. His progress had been verified by his father himself, leaving no doubt of his capabilities. He recounted surviving Heaven's Mountain and conquering the Bloodless Dreams test, witnessed by all. Since the reward decision was given to the Elder Council, he now sought their response. Despite completing every challenge, he remained unrewarded, blood still fresh on his robe. He questioned whether the council's trial was rooted in doubt rather than judgment. His sixth sister lay wounded from the duel, while he barely stood himself. He suspected unfair treatment from the council, believing he was being targeted. Aware of his youth, he chose to speak out while still permitted boldness. Another elder urged the chairman to respond to the boy's accusation. The chairman admitted the council had made all final decisions, yet the use of illegitimate defied clan law fueling the boy's growing resentment. The boy stated he never once used his lineage as an excuse throughout the trial. The elder claimed the council's decision was to protect him from danger due to his young age. But he questioned why then the sixth sister, older and stronger, was chosen as his opponent. He argued logically that the seventh brother or other warriors should have been selected instead. The elder hesitated, caught off guard by the sharp reasoning. A nearby man laughed, praising how cleverly the boy trapped the chairman in his own logic. Suspicion arose that the sixth sister was chosen to provoke this very outcome. The elders claimed she was the most fitting opponent for the evaluation. Still, the boy insisted that if it were fair, the duel wouldn't have been held publicly. He demanded to know why the test was made into a spectacle. The elder recognized the boy's calculated move to reveal bias. Another reminded the crowd of the chairman's respected position. One elder said the boy had been emotional but rude. He apologized calmly, showing restraint despite his frustration. The chairman, cornered, finally admitted a reward should be granted. He stood tall, apologizing once more for his earlier disrespect, stating he only did what was necessary. He simply wanted to receive the reward he had earned, leaving the elder visibly shaken. Days passed quietly after the duel, the sky clear above the estate, as calm returned. Lying in bed, he sighed, surprisingly missing the solitude of the heavenly mountain. Locked in for recovery, he recalled the strict warnings that kept him from moving freely. He muttered that a healing potion would have sped things up just before someone knocked. Surprised, he welcomed familiar faces, former companions who had come to visit. They had waited until he was free, eager to see him again after his return. He invited them to sit, glad for the reunion, and the casual conversation it brought. He asked how they had been, and they responded with cheerful updates. Lone admitted that though there had been provocations. Curious, one friend asked what kind of training he endured to become so strong. He gave no direct answer, only a knowing look as memories stirred. They insisted they saw his duel, there was no hiding his growth from them anymore. One of the boys excitedly insisted that everyone must have noticed something during the duel. However, his friends hesitated, unsure how to respond or whether they agreed. They quickly offered apologies for not visiting earlier. The mood shifted to laughter as the main boy teased Kim Han about slacking off in his absence. He observed them quietly, noticing how much they had matured. Two of the group had already joined elite squads, considered top tier within the clan hierarchy. Another friend had entered a prestigious training institute to pursue both martial and academic excellence. Impressed, the young master encouraged them to continue working hard. The trio responded with determination, vowing to grow stronger and bring him honor. As the group prepared to leave, the boy expressed gratitude for their visit. They jokingly celebrated his recovery more than he did himself. When asked if he'd packed, he confirmed with confidence, ready for what lay ahead. A black car arrived at the Marshall Lee clan's secret warehouse. It stopped near the entrance as a man stepped out, the gate guard watching cautiously. Lee Cheol stood calmly, reflecting on how 6 years had passed since he last visited. Guards approached and requested the reason for his arrival at the restricted facility. He explained he had official approval to collect weapons, and one guard verified the documents. With approval granted, they opened the gate, allowing him to pass with respect. A guard praised his combat performance, saying it inspired him to train harder. Lee Cheol was surprised. No one had ever complimented him without mockery. Encouraged, he promised himself to work harder to honor their trust. The warehouse was jointly run by the administration and elder council. Storage was handled by the administration, while the elders managed imports and research. He had filed a formal request to claim what he had earned. He recalled the weapons that chose him during the steel selection ritual. Now, he sought to retrieve all of them, not just the one he had kept. An elder questioned his right, reminding him he had already made a choice. Lee Cheol recalled the rule, stating that all weapons which resonated during the iron selection could be claimed later. He questioned the chief administrator directly, requesting confirmation on that precedent. The administrator confirmed the rule, adding that the patriarch had agreed to it in the past. The elder hesitated, but eventually acknowledged the truth, suggesting a few weapons be handed over for appearance's sake. He assumed granting a few blades wouldn't affect the council's standing. However, Lee Cheol knew if the elder agreed publicly. He turned to his father for permission to proceed through this method before the council. The patriarch approved, stating those weapons rightfully belonged to Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol bowed respectfully as his father confirmed the decision with finality. The patriarch declared that demonstrating worth would secure the weapons without dispute. Lee Cheol admired his father's insight, noting how he understood the political tension instantly. The council accepted the outcome, assigning the head elder to deliver the designated weapons. 4 artisan weapons were officially granted to Lee Cheol under public approval. Because of his father's involvement, no objections could be made, and access was granted. He reached the warehouse's first floor, where standard weapons were stored, now granted access to select his gear. Dark energy stirred beneath his shirt as a reaction. Soon after, the scene transitioned to the peaceful Lee Myung-rang's estate. Inside the estate, Lee Cheol confirmed he had finished preparations and was ready to leave. The elder noted the spring season was ideal for a long journey, adding a tone of optimism. Asked if he had said farewell to others, Lee Cheol responded that his uncle. He mentioned struggling to calm his aunt, who was overly emotional about his departure. The elder chuckled, then asked if he had also spoken with his father. Lee Cheol answered that his father had only issued his usual strict warnings. His father had made it clear that failure would result in punishment due to the stir caused. The elder acknowledged the harsh tone and shifted the subject, asking about the 6th sister. Lee Cheol confirmed she had entered a closed-door training session recently. After awakening, the 6th sister caused disruption despite still recovering from her condition. Unstable, she was escorted away to a remote training area by the uncle's wife. Due to clan rules, she couldn't act against a warrior on a journey. Lee Cheol paused, gripped by a quiet thought as he clenched his sleeve. He asked his older brother to protect his nanny while he was away on the warrior's path. He recalled how in his past life his nanny was targeted. The older brother accepted without hesitation, promising to keep the nanny within the safety of the estate. Lee Cheol expressed deep gratitude, recognizing this protection as something invaluable. His brother reassured him that, as family, it was the least he could offer. Before parting, the elder brother encouraged him to grow stronger through his journey. Lee Cheol responded with conviction, ready to face the world outside. He stepped forward, noting it had been 15 years since his return from the past. His thoughts turned toward the many destinations and people awaiting him. For the first time, he would act freely beyond the clan's control. With calm determination, Lee Cheol began his true path, his beginning. Warm sunlight streamed through leafy branches as a noblewoman sat in a peaceful garden. She raised a delicate teacup to her lips, savoring the brew with composed elegance. Without showing urgency, she commanded a report. A shadowy figure stepped out from the foliage. He knelt and revealed failure. The target had vanished, shortly after entering the main street, she questioning how someone with such a distinct scar could disappear unnoticed. The spy explained that the target might have used an item capable of altering both form. She frowned, finding it hard to believe a 15-year-old illegitimate child had slipped away. Still, she conceded that anyone incapable of such evasion wouldn't have survived this long. Her disappointment was clear. She had hoped to predict the boy's next move in advance. Despite the setback, she gave instructions to stay alert for any trace of his presence. If even the slightest clue emerged, action was to be taken immediately without hesitation. Elsewhere, the noise of a gambling den swelled with arguments over cheating and unfair bets. Tensions rose as money changed hands and accusations flew between agitated men. Unnoticed, a hooded boy moved calmly through the crowd. At a worn tavern counter, a cloaked figure ordered a drink. The man behind the counter noted the stranger's unfamiliar face. He claimed to be from the north, mentioning chaos in the Red Dragon stronghold as his reason for leaving. Skepticism rose as the bartender questioned how a Korean sounded so fluent despite a northern origin. The boy explained he had fled long ago, before understanding anything about the world. When asked for his name, he deflected, implying names had no value in this lawless place. The bartender commented that the traveler gave off a wandering air. As the youth stared into his drink, his reflection hinted at an altered identity. The illusion was confirmed. He was wearing the iron mask of 10,000 faces. Using mana, the mask changed appearance and identity. The boy had finally arrived where he could search freely. This lawless zone, untouched by empires, was feared for its dark efforts to destroy. The area failed. Chaos spread too fast when its people were displaced. To avoid further unrest, powerful forces allowed its existence to continue, untouched. Now, he sat in Korea's largest wanderer's nest, a place crawling with criminals. In a quiet moment, the boy reflected on his past. Though previously discovered, he had returned intentionally. He asked the bartender a direct question: who was currently in control of the nest. The bartender responded cautiously, asking why the boy wanted such sensitive information. Unwilling to reveal his goal, the boy claimed he only needed to assess the risk before acting. His request was met with resistance, prompting him to place money on the table to loosen tongues. Satisfied, the bartender accepted the cash and asked for snacks and more beer in return. He finally revealed that Baek Chol-soo had been managing the nest for the last decade. The name was instantly recognized, confirming the boy's suspicions about the power structure. Baek Chol-soo was once a small-time dealer. Even now, he ran multiple crime rings, hiding them under layers of front organizations. The boy muttered his intent this time. He would claim what was his before anyone else. Elsewhere, inside a well-guarded mansion, he relished in the profits beyond his pharmaceutical fronts, wielding influence behind the scenes. A subordinate entered to report, unaware that trouble was already drawing near from the shadows. Section Chief Jung Jin-soo stood confidently. As he turned away, a subtle smirk revealed hidden intent beneath his composed exterior. With a light admonition to keep a calm expression, he was reminded to maintain appearances. Baek Chol-soo approached, reminding Jin-soo that no one was forcing him to stay in the organization. Grabbing him by the collar, Baek offered a choice: endure what lies ahead or leave immediately. Jin-soo forced a smile, assuring he would remain cautious and loyal for now. Baek, pleased by the response, praised him and reminded Jin-soo of all he'd gained under him. Despite the cordial words, the power dynamic was clear. Jin-soo remained under Baek's control. Shifting focus, Baek directed attention to a report detailing the next move in their black market plans. Baek mentioned the limited number of black market entry passes distributed. Still, he proposed slightly expanding the invites to boost engagement. Jin-soo disagreed, recommending exclusivity to maintain prestige. Outside the mansion, under the moonlight, Baek reflected on long-term ambitions. He reminded Jin-soo that their true goal was not survival but domination through the shadows. Using illegal networks as a base, they aimed to rise into legitimacy and power into the light. The morning sun cast soft light over a secluded estate, nestled in a quiet landscape of trees and stone. Inside, a man in a dark suit discussed the current black market. He explained its uses, mainly for laundering money and exclusive entertainment. The man added that rare items like elixirs and artwork were traded frequently. He went further, stating even people could be acquired if one had the right connections. Nearby, another man observed quietly, noting how the desires of the upper class never changed. The speaker was confident in the Baragol gang's rise and their growing influence. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, yelling about an emergency that couldn't wait. The boss reacted sharply, questioning his behavior and threatening him for the outburst. Apologizing, the subordinate explained the urgency and tried to regain composure. Commanded to speak, he informed the boss of an unexpected visitor. The guest had arrived at their South Pyongan base and required personal attention. The boss asked for the guest's identity. He learned the visitor came from the Eastern Martial Lee clan, a powerful name, in the city. The guest approached the building his calm walk, hiding unknown intentions. A tall man entered the sleek building, which appeared ordinary but was secretly a major base for the Bike Goal gang. At the reception desk, a woman greeted him politely, unaware of his identity. Without hesitation, he demanded to see Baek Cheol-soo, leaving her stunned and confused. She insisted there was no one by that name, but his warning silenced her quickly. Threatening destruction if ignored, he spoke with calm authority, forcing her to reconsider, noticing his dark hair and golden brown eyes. Panicked, she hesitated, but tried to lie, claiming the boss was absent. He hinted that leaving was an option for him, but not for Baek Cheol-soo. Under pressure, she gave in and agreed to make the call. She offered to escort him to the VIP room while contacting her boss. He followed, without resistance, as she accessed a secure elevator. He noted his unchanged appearance and age estimate, relieved it wouldn't raise suspicion. Reflecting on Baek Cheol-soo's abilities, he assumed voice disguise through mana was unlikely. Deciding to slightly lower his voice, he mentally prepared for the next move. Entering the room calmly, he accepted the offer for tea, awaiting what would follow. Seated calmly, the guest reflected on how little it mattered if something happened to the Bake Goal gang's headquarters. Still, the Martial Lee clan rarely intervened in person, which made his presence highly unusual. He admitted internally that there was no choice. Moments later, the real Baek Cheol-soo entered the room alongside a subordinate. He offered a polite apology for being late, trying to appear composed. While walking in, he explained the urgency of his arrival and asked about the visitor's purpose. The question barely left his lips when the guest launched a sudden strike. Baek was sent flying from the force, unable to react in time. The guest stood over him, criticizing the arrogance of walking in without humility. Baek lowered his head, now fully aware he had misjudged the situation and his guest. He realized the man wasn't pretending he truly belonged to the Martial Lee clan. Clenching his fist, he accepted the painful truth. Knowing this was no ordinary visitor, Baek mentally acknowledged the overwhelming force and precise strike he had underestimated. He could feel the dominating pressure that only came from the direct bloodline of the clan. Introducing himself properly, Baek Cheol-soo showed respect. The guest subtly addressed the nature of Baek Cheol-soo's underground operations. Caught off guard, Baek attempted to deny any wrongdoing, feigning confusion and discomfort, yet the guest continued, exposing the black market involvement. With a cold stare, the guest criticized Baek's ambition to use illicit trade for personal gain. Baek listened nervously, realizing the stranger had extensive knowledge of his background. Trying to save face, Baek apologized if his actions had offended the Martial clan. The guest explained that someone had been observing Baek's activities from afar for some time. He revealed that this unknown lord sought to initiate something through Baek's resources. Curious, Baek respectfully asked who this mysterious lord could be. He was told the lord descended from the purest bloodline of the Martial Lee clan. This individual held the strongest claim to leadership within the family. The name was spoken Lee Jae-hak, the seventh of the clan. Lee Jae-hak, the seventh son of the esteemed Martial Lee clan. His reputation as a direct descendant was built on unmatched business intelligence. Though setbacks occurred, his methods ensured he always emerged with the upper hand. Suspicion rose among the men discussing his actions, unsure why someone of his level would involve himself directly. Doubt surfaced as they questioned the validity of his connection to the direct bloodline. Their hesitation was met with silent confidence, until one pointed out arrogance in his gaze. Jae-hak responded calmly, entrusted with yet another responsibility. He reassured them with sharp clarity if he intended harm. He could have acted the moment they met. Drawing forth a glowing weapon, he unveiled the demon spear, Baekjeol. The spear shimmered, its jagged form resembling ocean waves, the head longer than the shaft. It was recognized as the relic taken during a northern sea mission. Standing tall, Jae-hak presented the weapon without doubt. Despite recognizing the weapon, confusion followed. No aura could be sensed from it. Jae-hak explained the lack of energy clearly. The weapon's power was sealed, as expected. He concluded with a firm reminder their cooperation wasn't essential. With hesitation, the man asked what the young master expected from their small operation. Jae-hak revealed the intent to absorb their black market base into a larger plan for economic domination. He declared the goal was not small profits, The subordinate expressed disbelief, calling their black market a mere side business for extra money. He realized with shock that a true heir of the Marshall Lee clan was stepping into the criminal world. Despite the unusual move, he understood it fit Jae-hak's talent. The man nervously asked if he had a choice in the matter. He knew refusal would trigger swift action from the clan's enforcement unit. The moment Lee Jae-hak's name was brought up, resistance became pointless. However, a single condition was offered: loyalty would change everything. By obeying, he would gain a public identity as a corporate leader with status and legitimacy. Behind the scenes, he'd rule a hidden empire, protected and backed entirely by Jae-hak's power. Torn between fear and ambition, he hesitated, unsure of the path laid before him. Questions filled his mind, but before he could dwell, the test was announced. No promises would be granted freely. His loyalty had to be earned through action. Seated with Director Jeong, the man reviewed recent events, still unsure if they could trust the stranger. Baekjeol, said to be retrieved from the Northern Sea by Jae-hak, lay before them, its glow unsettling. Unwilling to take risks, he instructed Jeong to inspect it himself for verification. Jeong hesitated, recalling how they had long avoided involvement with the Marshall Lee clan. As he stared at the spear, doubt lingered, unsure if this was a calculated trap. His superior stated the logic: if real, they gain; if fake, they earn the clan's gratitude for exposing it. With a sigh, the man warned Jeong to act discreetly, should anything unusual happen. Jeong nodded, accepting the task without further hesitation. Rising, he left silently, knowing what this investigation could cost. In a well-furnished suite, the subordinate observed the arrangements with quiet amusement. He assumed their leaders were already growing anxious over his demands. The spear's sale, a deliberate challenge, was the first of 3 tests he planned. He wasn't genuine. It was a fake forged by Mujin. The real Baekjeol, sealed by his 7th brother, remained hidden. Even with advanced tools, they wouldn't uncover the truth. He confirmed the weapon couldn't be used by others. Only he had bonded with it using blood. Even if control over Mujin was lost, his mastery power allowed remote retrieval from any distance. With mana already embedded, the sword would return to his hand whenever summoned. The second test required them to present the organization's ledger for inspection. Though Baekjeol hesitated, he would be forced to hand it over. The final demand, the full client list, was essential to complete the takeover. As conditions took effect, he noted Cheolsu's reluctance, but also his cautious intelligence. Meanwhile, Jeong stared, trying to recall where he had seen the young man before. Recognition struck suddenly, but doubt clouded his mind before he could confirm it. A modern high-rise stood tall against the sky, marking the location of a critical meeting. A sharply dressed man approached with confidence as the host welcomed him warmly. Inside the suite, the host inquired if everything was satisfactory. The 3 men sat in the lounge, and the guest confirmed his readiness to proceed. With a nod, the host gestured to his subordinate, signaling him to begin the explanation. The assistant was introduced as the key figure managing various operations, identifying himself as Director Jeong Jin-soo. The assistant presented the year's financial summary. As the document was shown, the guest's expression changed, recognizing a name from his past. Memories of a previous life returned. Jeong Jin-soo, nicknamed Tongue Sword. Jin-soo had built his reputation as a strategist behind Lee Gun-song. During the clan's succession war, he had emerged as a powerful figure for the 3rd brother. He operated openly in the public eye, managing influence during a turbulent leadership contest. Even the eldest brother had found it difficult to counter Jin-soo's tactics during the power struggle. Though his features appeared altered, the guest confirmed Jin-soo's identity through subtle physical cues. The resurgence of the Baekjeol gang was no mystery now. Baekjeol had long controlled underground operations. The protagonist, aware of Jin-soo's strategic role, tapped the table in thought. Facing Cheolsu directly, he asked about the direction of Baekjeol's future. Cheolsu calmly revealed plans to auction Baekjeol on the upcoming Black Market Day. He assured that only verified clients would attend, claiming tight security and no room for concern. Upon asking for the date, Cheolsu confirmed the market would open in just 3 days. The guest declared his intention to participate personally in the auction event. He insisted on inspecting the goods beforehand, prompting Cheolsu's surprised reaction. Unprepared for the request, Cheolsu hesitated, explaining the items were stored off-site and in poor condition. Interrupting, the guest revealed he already knew about the Dreg's Nest warehouse location. He challenged Cheolsu's assumptions, demonstrating full awareness of the operation's details. Cornered, Cheolsu stood and offered to personally escort him to the storage area. Documents in hand, the assistant followed quickly as the group prepared to leave. The exterior of the isolated warehouse, hidden in the forest, marked their destination. Without hesitation, Cheolsu gestured toward the building, inviting the others to enter. They entered a vast warehouse, heavily fortified with magical security. Kyeolsu asked what the guest wished to inspect first, but was quickly cut off. The guest dismissed him, demanding Jeongjin. Su instead, Kyeolsu visibly irritated, asked what the comment implied, narrowing his eyes with suspicion. Without flinching, the guest asserted he preferred minimal interference and wanted only one guide. His tone left no room for debate. He disliked complications and made his stance clear. Acknowledging the demand, Kyeolsu stepped back, allowing Jin-Soo to take the lead. As they walked, Jin-Soo explained the organization of the items stored throughout the warehouse. The first floor contained herbs, rare art pieces, and mystical artifacts of varying origin. The guest's eyes narrowed, sensing illegal materials hidden among the shelves. Banned herbs, monster byproducts, and experimental potions were stored openly within reach. He asked for access to more obscure documents, specifically old manuals and stone relics. Jin-Soo confirmed their location on the second floor and offered to show the way. The guest climbed the steps purposefully, eyes scanning the area with intent. He halted as his gaze locked on a particular shelf he had found what he came for. He examined a corroded tablet, surprised by its sudden appearance at such a critical time. Grasping it carefully, he knew no other item in the warehouse came close in value. The artifact was etched with star paths and celestial symbols. Despite the urge to secure it immediately, he restrained himself. While turning away, his attention was drawn to an unexpected glow behind the shelving. A spirit beast caged and silent lay within a barred section, its aura unmistakable. Zhang Jingsu explained it was a snow, white fox cub, personally captured by their boss. Shocked, the guest questioned their sanity. Spirit beasts were essential to spiritual. Removing one would disrupt the region entirely, throwing nature itself into chaos and decay. Apologizing quietly, Jin-Soo showed him an armory containing highly dangerous contraband. Within the cases lay poisons, military-level mana bombs, and forbidden mage artifacts. He began to consider burning it all down, wondering if it might change fate itself. Looking over rare weapons, he questioned their availability in typical black market events. Jin-Soo confirmed these were for special clients only, not sold openly or often. Realizing the government would have acted if this stock was public, he signaled their exit. Just before exiting, the man halted his steps, signaling a shift in focus with quiet intent. He turned to face Jin-Soo directly, his expression firm as he prepared to confront lingering doubts. Noticing the tension, Jin-Soo stood still, uncertain, but attentive. Standing firmly, a man initiated a line of questioning in an industrial setting. His target responded with visible discomfort, clearly caught off guard. Instead of direct confrontation, the inquiry focused on handedness. Without delay, the man confirmed his left-handed nature. Close observation revealed his weak physical stance and untrained movements. Due to a lifelong condition, he lacked the ability to use mana. Memories aligned. The questioner recognized him from the past. Suspicion turned toward his current alliance with a powerful figure. Motives were probed, especially regarding his decision to remain under that leadership. Pressed further, the man revealed the existence of a sick daughter. Treatment options were scarce, and the only helpful medicine had been outlawed. Through business channels, he had been introduced to a new employer. In desperation, he agreed to cooperate in return for treatment access. What began as a trade gradually turned into entrapment. Now bound by obligation, he remained under control with no way out. Accusations surfaced, pointing to hidden intentions of betrayal against Baek Kyeolsu. Shock crossed the man's face, unable to immediately respond. Evidence was brought up. The documents he had compiled were too precise to ignore. Doubt was dismissed, noting even Baek wouldn't permit such detailed records. Attempts to justify the data were quickly cut off. The questioning intensified, pointing out records that implied premeditation and were kept physically for secrecy. Prior to regression, the man had managed administrative duties. This past experience allowed him to read ledgers with ease. The files handed over by Jeong Jing-Soo surpassed typical formats, suggesting intent and planning. A gang had once clashed with a martial clan and was destroyed overnight. Jeong Jing-Soo was suspected of assisting that collapse. Retaliation or negotiation may have followed, possibly linking him to another power. Panic overtook him, falling to the floor and begging for secrecy. He pleaded for his daughter's sake, fully exposed and desperate. Recognizing the threat, the observer marked him as someone to eliminate before history repeated itself. After evaluating the situation, the man decided to proceed with a counter-proposal. He offered terms in exchange, shifting the tone of the negotiation. Elsewhere, Baek sat calmly, unaware of the unfolding betrayal. Baek sensed something was wrong as he reflected on Jeong Jing-Soo's removal. He grew suspicious, unsettled by the idea of being left out. Memories of past instructions reminded him that the operation's growth depended on Jinsu's obedience. A subordinate tried to diffuse the tension with light words. The gesture was ignored. Frustration had already reached its peak. In response, Bayek struck the man without hesitation, sending him crashing through the room. Standing over the aftermath, Bayek asserted his authority without restraint. He gave orders to remove the injured and maintain awareness. Instructions followed. He demanded updates the moment Jeong Jin-soo emerged. Tension lingered as Bayek stepped outside, pacing with concern. The unannounced visit from the martial clan disrupted his calculations. New threats piled up. Jeong Jin-soo had now become another problem to eliminate. Night covered the city as a secluded building stood quietly in the distance. Inside, a knock broke the silence, and a man entered, summoned to report. His superior, seated and composed, asked for updates regarding a prior investigation. Information was delivered. The demon spear couldn't be fully appraised due to a seal. The appraisal team suggested its authenticity was likely based on the strength of the seal. That discovery hinted at a deeper link between the weapon and Lee Jae-hak's network. Reports gathered from external sources confirmed Lord Jae-hak's growing influence. Compared to his steady rise, Jeong Jin-soo appeared to be losing capability. Bayek questioned Jin-soo's significance, believing others could have accomplished the same tasks. A superior mocked Director Jeong's failure, casually brushing off his previous efforts. Jeong Jin-soo stood tense as the man criticized him for contributing nothing useful. The superior walked away coldly, stating he had no use for incompetent subordinates. He tightened his grip when the man threatened his daughter's safety, mentioning her need for medication. Jeong's eyes widened, pressured by the unspoken threat disguised as concern. He quickly responded with a plan to destroy the black market and eliminate Bae Kyulsu. Holding a mask, Jeong rejected help from his lord, deciding to take matters into his own hands. He smiled calmly, declaring he would use his older brother to carry out his plan. Facing forward, Jeong stepped up and stated he had something to announce. A large shopping complex stood as the suspected market site. Agents observed from rooftops, watching as buyers arrived below. Inside, it was revealed that the market's location changed frequently and was shared only at midnight. The guide explained the area had magical barriers and heavy security. Despite the tight system, Jeong claimed it had only succeeded due to his groundwork. Even so, he confidently asserted he could already spot its weaknesses. Blaming Baek Cheol-soo's incompetence, one man explained Jeong Jin-soo had been unable to show his full potential. He claimed the market could have grown larger if Jeong had received trust earlier. Extending his hand, he pledged loyalty to serve the Lord. However, another man spoke firmly, emphasizing he followed all orders without question. This drew silent judgment, as one observer wondered if his words were aimed at Jeong Jin-soo. With a smirk, Jeong silently welcomed the tension. Inside the grand auction hall, masked guests watched from private balconies. The host took the stage, maintaining an air of sophistication despite the illegal nature of the event. Jeong noticed elite guards positioned nearby, estimating their rank and noting the auction's seriousness. As the event began, the host greeted the crowd with exaggerated flair. He promised a selection of valuable items, raising anticipation across the room. Jeong, now seated, observed quietly, his focus sharp beneath his mask. The host revealed the first item, a book inscribed with ancient curse symbols. With excitement, he announced the bidding would start at 10 million won. Jeong scanned the object using his demon eye and saw through its illusion. Jeong sat calmly, uninterested in the items shown so far. The host excitedly announced the final item, calling it the highlight of the auction. He revealed a weapon linked to the Marshall Lee clan, said to be forged by their northern lord himself. As the glass case was lit, the demon spear Baekjeol was revealed. Whispers spread among guests. Jeong stared in disbelief. Other attendees murmured in shock, while Jeong's body stiffened in response to the weapon's presence. Jeong's energy activated instinctively. He sensed it was time to act. He reminded himself to prepare as the auction's intensity escalated. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, officials monitored the event, noting its unusually large scale. One officer praised Director Jeong for the setup, hinting at his possible entry into the Lee clan. Another teased Jeong's growing ambition, implying that his intentions were now clear. Jeong silently stood by, unreadable, while the others smiled with assumption. With quiet disdain, the officer mocked Jeong's efforts, believing him unworthy of elevation. He viewed Jeong's hard work as desperate, a means to escape past failures. Yet he was certain of one thing: Jeong would get dragged deeper into corruption. Lee Jae-hak sought control of the underworld's economy and approached Jeong Jin-soo for cooperation. He never viewed the black market as promising, but rather as a stepping stone for personal gain. Watching the monitors, he believed that success today would secure his rise. He stood alarmed, demanding answers from staff as unknown intruders breached the perimeter. A chaotic scene unfolded on the screens. Multiple attackers appeared from the north wall without warning. Despite shouting for clarity, his subordinates failed to explain. Frustrated, he ordered immediate retaliation, regardless of the enemy's origin. As panic grew, he screamed at Director Jiang to protect the sensitive documents first. Then, turning to the screen, he realized the attack was orchestrated by Marshal Li Clan. His fury exploded as he recognized Jiang's betrayal and ordered him captured. Outside, the attackers advanced through dust and chaos, overwhelming defenders with speed. Jiang emerged from the storm, calm and composed, signaling the beginning of his counterstrike. Dust swirled beneath his steps as he entered the destroyed site, tension settling into the air. 2 agents confirmed full lockdown, external access and video feeds were completely cut. Without hesitation, he ordered a perimeter sweep and commanded all items to be left for evidence. He muttered disappointment, expecting a real threat, not minor criminals using a famous name. A subordinate pointed out how criminals exploited their clan's absence from public view. However, something felt wrong. The leader sensed deeper involvement, especially with Baekjeol's name involved. Intel came from 2 sources, one business, the other an internal military report. Both pointed to Baekjeol, linking the company directly to its sealed power. Yet one report seemed too deliberate, as if crafted to guide him here. That realization triggered a conclusion: he had been lured intentionally. He assumed 9 dragons were responsible, thinking they unsealed Baekjeol as bait. But Baekjeol remained sealed, and there was no sign of enemy activity. His eyes widened with sudden awareness. He saw someone unexpected earlier, brushing it off with silence. He kept the thought to himself. He recognized the boy. If hidden, he'd be safe. Now exposed, a price must be paid. A lone man stood beneath the spotlight, nervously pleading for time as he guarded a sealed relic. From the balcony above, a dark figure observed silently, uninterested in delays or explanations. Without hesitation, he raised his glowing hand. The relic, Baekjeol, shimmered with energy inside its transparent prison. A vibration spread as power surged from within, alarming the nearby staff. Energy exploded outward, shattering the glass in a violent pulse that silenced the hall. Debris scattered as the intruder dropped in, swiftly gripping Baekjeol's handle. Shouts rang out. Guards ordered his capture, recognizing what had just been stolen. Enraged, they charged, swords drawn, determined to stop the thief before he escaped. With swift movement, he unleashed Yama, a skill that summoned burning red restraints. The attackers were caught mid-air, bound tightly in mid-action by fiery ropes. He muttered calmly, acknowledging the need for speed before stronger reinforcements arrived. Outside, the man made his way through a corridor, where another figure awaited him. The newcomer remarked on his quick arrival, expecting delays in such a chaotic event. In response, the man holding the files asked if all preparations were complete. Inside the weapons facility, a quiet declaration shook the air. The listener froze in disbelief. The mention of a direct heir from the Li clan caught him off guard. Realization struck. Li Jae-hak had a younger brother. That brother was Li Chul, the 9th son of the Marshal Li clan, now rising in power. Regardless of acceptance, the threat was clear. The Golden Sword Division likely knew already. If Li Chul appeared, neither the black market nor its leaders would escape his reach. Li Chul reminded the man that he once called this a choice. Now survival hinged on his decision: abandon Baekjeolsu and follow him. Faced with no alternatives, the man asked for one thing before agreeing. Desperation cracked through his voice. He begged Li Chul to heal his sick daughter. Bowing low, he pleaded not for his own life but for hers. He offered everything, even death, if his daughter could be saved. Li Chul remained firm, questioning the man's position to make demands. A refusal would unleash consequences. Baekjeolsu would flee and obstruct everything. Though he'd be captured eventually, his resistance would slow them all down. Li Chul acknowledged that Baekjeolsu would become a major obstacle, driven by revenge. A rare smile formed as he approved the request, assuring the man that healing the daughter posed no difficulty. However, he warned that one crucial point must be clarified before proceeding further. He explained that Baekjeolsu's capture by the clan was inevitable, only a matter of timing. With indifference, Li Chul extended his hand. Staring at the offer, Jin Su hesitated, unsure of what decision would be right. Eventually, the mission was set. Jin Su was to leak information to the 7th brother. He was also instructed to mislead Baekjeolsu into believing Li Chul served his brother, carrying the documents. Jinsu confirmed his compliance, but felt uneasy about the implications. He questioned what his fate would have been had he chosen betrayal. Li Qiul responded ambiguously, refusing to offer reassurance. Without slowing down, they continued running down the hallway together. A massive explosion rocks the city center, buildings trembling as smoke billows into the sky. Two figures sprint across the pavement, one carrying a briefcase, struggling to keep up with the other. Beside him, the aide delivers the requested materials assets, gold and secured cryptocurrency. He retrieves a USB from the envelope, along with official documentation verifying the transactions. His expression sharpens as he demands the whereabouts of the stone tablet. Pointing ahead, the aide signals that the item is kept in a secured room nearby. Inside the storage facility, crates line the walls under dim industrial lights. The aide directs him to a locked case situated among the boxes. He opens it. Energy flickers out as a strange force reacts to the tablet within. The tablet rests on red cloth, its surface engraved with runes and symbols, verifying its authenticity. He questions the preparation of all necessary documents. The aide affirms readiness. Gripping the case more tightly, orders are given to guard the contents and preserve the artifact's secrecy. He emphasizes that the enclosed letter must be delivered exactly as instructed. Without hesitation, the aide assures compliance, resolve building in his eyes. Li Qiul prepares to leave, issuing a warning in case enemies approach before his return. Suddenly, a powerful force descends from above. From the dust, a large man appears furious, calling out the attackers as deceivers. Dust clouds the room as both sides reassess their positions amid the wreckage. Remaining calm, Li Qiul acknowledges the threat, but shows no sign of surrender. Despite his confident stance, the enemy charges up with overwhelming energy, charging forward. The enemy vows destruction as Li Qiul and his aide dodge quickly. In a moment of anger, Qiul confronts him, revealing a past betrayal involving a saved life. He summons a glowing weapon, powered by inner strength, prepared to retaliate. Accusations fly between them as the man realizes Qiul's identity isn't what it seemed. The two face off, surrounded by sparks, readying themselves for direct combat. With a roar, the man strikes, unleashing a fierce high-speed attack toward his opponent. Recovering mid-battle, the attacker admits Qiul has ability, still unsure who he truly is. Li Qiul declares his name and heritage with clarity, standing firm. Mocking him, the man laughs bitterly, dismissing Qiul as a privileged child born of luck. Li Qiul mocks the insult thrown at his lineage. Confidently, he provokes his opponent to stop talking and face him in real combat. Enraged, the enemy lunges forward, shattering the ground with a violent charge. Despite expecting an easy fight, Qiul quickly realizes the pressure from the enemy is immense. His mind analyzes the difference in training. Qiul is refined. Although physically superior, the man has never battled someone truly below him in raw strength. The enemy is startled when Qiul's weapon suddenly transforms into a long blade mid-fight. He realizes the fighting style is unfamiliar, blaming someone else for feeding him false info. Still mid-swing, he shouts in frustration, already wounded from underestimating his foe. Overwhelmed, Qiul admits the difficulty, yet refuses to yield. Tapping into his abilities, his demon eye and instincts guide him in perfect sync. With reinforced resolve, he engages again, recalling his victories over even stronger family members. Their clash tears through the warehouse, shockwaves breaking the floor beneath their feet. His opponent falters, stunned by Qiul's abnormal strength and unexpected skill. Faced with glowing energy and focused intent, he can no longer see Qiul as a mere child. The enemy hesitates as an invisible pressure looms over him. Realizing the weight of the fight, he struggles to understand how a younger opponent could push him so far. Determined to end the clash swiftly, he channels power into his blade. A fierce duel erupted as the veteran warrior faced an opponent far stronger than expected. Despite his size and power, he found himself struggling against the solid. Charging recklessly, he was met with a defense so firm it felt like striking an iron fortress. The younger fighter's weapon shifted forms mid-combat, adapting instantly to the situation. The older man's plan to retreat after a quick grab fell apart. Determined not to die in vain, he fueled his energy with rage. He burst forward, unleashing a shattering strike aimed straight at his foe's chest. Confident there was no escape, he poured all his force into the attack. The younger warrior dodged just in time, countering with a precise energy burst. With deadly intent, he launched a technique known for killing masters. His blade surged with lightning as he struck down from above, aiming to end it. Thou blocked. The flurry continued. Sparks flew as blades clashed in rapid succession. A shallow wound appeared on the young warrior's shoulder, but he stood tall. Seeing an opening, the attacker gathered his final strength for a death blow. he roared with fury, unaware his opponent's glowing eyes were locked and ready. The young warrior revealed a new sword, its dark aura hinting at unfamiliar power. Without hesitation, the older fighter leaped forward, aiming to strike before the weapon could be used. Closing in midair, he believed he had found an opening blade poised for a killing blow. But the younger one countered with precision. His sword technique surged with energy, cutting through the air in a perfect line. The older man was struck cleanly. Blood exploded from his chest. Wounded and disoriented, the man collapsed to one knee, gripping his injury. He cursed weakly, trying to speak, but his strength was fading fast. The younger warrior silenced him coldly, ending the conflict with a final, merciless blow. Blood pooled behind the fallen body. The victor stood, breathing steadily through pain, inspecting himself. He realized internal damage had spread through his leg. As a comrade rushed to support him, he responded with a calm smile, hiding the pain well. He questioned whether this had been his first kill since returning to life. The older ally watched him, noting the boy's youth barely older than his own daughter yet. That child had just overcome a deadly foe. After the battle, the older man expressed his gratitude with sincerity. He dismissed the thanks, explaining that his actions were driven by personal interest, focused on next steps. The man asked for guidance. The older man nodded, remembering their prior arrangement involving his daughter. While watching the young warrior, he sensed something unusual. He silently vowed that if the boy reached out again. Suddenly sharp sounds echoed as a new threat approached from outside the ruined building. The Bikegull gang was making their final desperate attempt to interfere with the mission. Prepared for the worst, the men exchanged final instructions. With calm reassurance, one of them promised to observe the situation closely before fleeing. Despite the looming threat, he remained confident in their escape route via an underground passage. Though narrow and suited for small craft, it was a viable option for getting out unseen. The older man offered to lead the way, determined to uphold his end of the deal. The younger one, sensing the resolve in his ally, questioned his commitment without speaking directly. Deep down, he knew the deal could not be broken, and expected the promise to be honored without delay. The older man stood in thought, realizing his loyalty was no longer bound by obligation but by true conviction. The younger warrior recalled a past victory before regression. Without hesitation, the two moved quickly down the hallway. Smoke rose from a towering building as the operation concluded. A subordinate reported the success. All known members had been restrained. Their superior gave blunt orders: neutralize resistance, and silence complaints through force if needed. Another officer raised the issue of black market attendees who were resisting arrest with arrogance. Despite hearing the Marshall Lee clan's name, they continued to challenge the situation. The young officer stated the authority to act came from the state, but was reserved for special force units. The commander noted the offenders seemed unaware their situation could worsen in court. He emphasized the legal strength behind the clan, able to dismantle opposition even without full deployment. Bound captives awaited judgment, facing a legal wall too strong to overcome. Captured fugitives were returned, along with confiscated black market goods. But among the paperwork, no transactional records were found. The absence of ledgers suggested the true data was hidden at another location. One officer hesitated to destroy the nest, fearing the resulting chaos among scattered drifters. News arrived: the Golden Sword Division had captured a key operator in the area. This person had managed operations and handed over a crucial item for investigation. A subordinate presented a leather bag to Lee Jahak, claiming the detainee insisted it be seen. Opening it cautiously, Jahak's eyes widened as he scanned a document filled with sensitive financial data. The pages revealed fund routes, alias accounts, visitor logs, and smuggling origins far more than expected. Soon after, footsteps echoed as a suited man approached the scene without hesitation. He introduced himself as Jiang Jing-su, expressing respect toward the Marshall Lee clan. One officer scoffed at his prideful posture, but Jahak ordered silence. Jahak silently observed Jin-su, sensing composure and clarity in his demeanor. Though mana was absent, his steady posture suggested inner control and discipline. Identifying himself as the clan's seventh, Jahak prepared to question him. Jin-su agreed willingly. Jahak questioned the reason behind preserving, not destroying, such incriminating records. Jin-su referred him to a letter hidden in the pouch of the bag. He explained that showing it would clarify everything. The letter, typed without handwriting, was cryptic but intentional. It requested help for a sick daughter in exchange for valuable documents. Though bold, the materials were useful enough to expose Byaxiolsu's network and weaken rich clients. Jahak reviewed the letter's final remarks, realizing it subtly claimed credit for dismantling the black market. Though the operation's success was built on solid groundwork, he flipped the paper, discovering additional text written on the back. The postscript boldly hinted at expectations of silence, laced with indirect manipulation. Reading in silence, Jaehack noted how unusually long the postscript was compared to the letter itself. Despite its arrogance, it amused him. Rarely had anyone launched a martial journey with such flair. Jaehack mused that the man never contacted him. Still, the deal benefited both sides. The boldness, though irritating, was effective. Elsewhere, another man reflected on past battles. With the matter settled, Jaehack gave the order to conclude the mission. He reminded his team to carefully manage the evidence. Before leaving, he advised Jin-soo to remember who had granted him that opportunity. Far from the scene, a shirtless young man focused in deep meditation as Mujin energy circled his body. His eyes narrowed as he recalled his clash with Baek Chulsu, a meaningful encounter. It was the first time he had ever used Mujin against a person, marking a shift in his growth. While recalling the battle, he analyzed the moment he activated Mujin. Sweat marked his back as he processed the intense clash and sudden rise in inner energy flow. Now fully dressed, he assessed his state calmly, ready to summon the next target without hesitation. A car moves swiftly through Seoul's traffic, heading toward a quiet and concealed location. Stepping out, a young man carrying a large weapon case walks purposefully down the sidewalk. He pauses at a traditional house, noting its lack of signage before knocking on the door. Inside, he informs the receptionist of his reservation under the name Young Jin-soo. Without delay, he's escorted through elegant halls lined with wooden panels. A man in a suit greets him calmly as he enters the private room. The man comments on the existence of such a discreet place. He explains the room is soundproofed, safe for confidential conversations. Observing Lee Cheol's serious expression, he laughs, noting how young he looks. The man reflects on Cheol's reputation, expecting someone older. Despite his youth, Cheol's presence radiates experience and strength. That aura unsettles him. It feels like facing a seasoned warrior. He recalls Cheol's past feats, defeating threats and seizing legendary weapons. Grateful, he thanks Cheol for helping his daughter and himself. Cheol dismisses it, stating it was only a transaction. The man expresses sincere gratitude, acknowledging that the proposed deal freed him from Baek Chulsu's grasp. Cheol calmly asks about the man's daughter, his tone neutral as he sips tea. She is reported to be improving, and the man praises the medical staff of the Lee clan. Reflecting quietly, the man admits Cheol has fulfilled every promise made so far. He declares it's now his turn to repay the debt and pledges full cooperation. Cheol smirks slightly, teasing the idea of assigning him a shady task again. With a subtle smile, Cheol assures him it's not like that this time. He retrieves a sealed file from his case and places it carefully on the table. The man identifies the contents as documents from their past dealings. Cheol calmly instructs him to take charge of the materials, entrusting their handling to him. Surprised, the man warns it'll require substantial funds, and asks about trust. Cheol answers bluntly money now has no owner, and trust must still be earned. The man hesitates, questioning if Cheol suspects him of fleeing with the money. Cheol responds honestly, admitting he doesn't trust him yet. However, he says the situation itself is trustworthy. Cheol identifies two reasons he trusts the situation: ongoing mana treatment for the man's daughter. The second is the man's past ties to the White Skull Gang, severed through a fragile deal. If that deal were broken, it could drag young Jin-soo back into a dangerous past. Cheol states his reasons should explain his guarded stance. The man quietly agrees, thou understanding. The man admits he still feels the sting of being distrusted. Cheol expresses hope that one day, trust won't depend on situations but mutual belief. Surprised by Cheol's sincerity, the man silently questions what caused such honesty. He expected leverage or threats, like others in power once used. Instead, he's treated as an equal in a partnership built on respect. Determined, he promises to prove his worth with consistent action. Cheol acknowledges it with a nod, ready to count on him. With new purpose, the man appears reborn like the speech swordsman he once was. As they part, he asks where Cheol is headed next. Cheol replies simply, "Sooth," and leaves with his weapon slung behind. A child points out the warrior in awe, watching as Cheol walks into the sunset. Inside a quiet office, warm sunlight spills across empty desks and polished wood surfaces. Amid swirling smoke, a woman sits relaxed, holding a long pipe while observing the room. An alert draws her attention as she casually reacts to a beeping monitor nearby. Curious, she notices unusual data flashing across multiple screens in front of her. She puts down her pipe, stands up decisively, and prepares to investigate further. Driven by determination, she smiles slightly and decides to confirm the anomaly herself. Inside a quiet, well-furnished cabin, the man relaxed with tea in hand. He examined a financial card carefully, confirming a balance of 100 million won, comforted by Young Su's preparations. He leaned back. Young Su's competence was unquestionable, so for now, no intervention was necessary. If he displayed power like Seol Jeom once did, the man knew the importance of signaling strength by surrounding himself with capable individuals. He acknowledged that previous success came from a mix of good timing and carefully crafted excuses. His knowledge from a past life had provided critical advantages in solving difficult situations. From now on, everything must appear as the result of logic and preparation, not intuition. Jung Su no longer occupied his thoughts. Personal tasks took priority. He stepped off the train platform, ready to begin the next phase of his journey. A slight grimace appeared as he braced himself for what awaited in the crowd. Since training at Chen, he had remained connected to this mission. Jeongu's rich historical depth made it a key place for both relics and revelations. Ancient objects here held hidden power mysteries untouched by the modern world. A glow from the artifact on his back pulsed faintly, signaling the presence of an ancient trace. He recalled the legendary figure, Li Hyul Hun. Even Sungmu Mountain held only a shrine without his body. Despite the skepticism, a feature article recently highlighted new theories about Hyul Hun's legacy. Climbing the stairs, the man pressed forward toward his purpose, unnoticed by passers-by. As he approached his destination, an unknown woman suddenly blocked his path. She immediately sensed something unusual and found his presence interesting. Noticing strange readings from her detector, she had come to investigate the source herself. She quickly identified a similarity in their eyes, hinting at shared mystic traits. Few possessed mystic eyes, but fate placed another like her in Korea. Valféry de Belle, once a grand mage from France's Eiffel Magic Tower, held the same gift. Her interpretive eye enabled her to extract deep information from any object she examined. He hadn't expected to meet such a figure under these conditions, though he had planned to. Their meeting began awkwardly as she teased him, curious about his reaction and origin. When he confirmed he was Korean, she relaxed, admitting she only spoke Korean herself. Li Cheol silently acknowledged Valféry's unpredictability. Her eccentric nature earned her 2 titles in the future, the eccentric of the Magic Tower and the tower's lunatic. Without permission, she had left the tower, chasing curiosity to Korea in pursuit of shamanism. Her motivations were baffling, even joking about acquiring Korean citizenship for fried chicken. She casually questioned Cheol's identity, despite initiating the conversation herself, introducing herself properly. Valféry stated her name and origin. Cheol returned the courtesy, revealing his name and family ties to the Sungmu clan. She immediately connected his surname to the clan, recognizing its importance in Korea. While she saw it as royalty, Cheol clarified that their influence was strong, yet not monarchical. She playfully questioned why someone from such a clan would hide behind a mask. Unfazed by his reaction, she deduced his secret with ease, attributing it to his mystic eye. Her calm assessment suggested familiarity with similar powers and early awakening signs. Cheol admitted noticing her eye's similarity to his own, confirming his suspicion. Valféry expressed surprise, never having heard of mystic eyes within the Sungmu clan. Revealing her own ability, she explained that her eye interpreted phenomena into readable data. Cheol hesitated when pressed about his ability, unsure how to respond under pressure. Frustrated, Valféry activated her eye, deciding to uncover the truth herself through force. Electric energy surged violently around them, as her mystic power flared. Cheol swiftly retreated, demanding to know what she was doing with her sudden outburst. Valféry admitted she couldn't read anything from him, even with her powerful eye activated. Attempting to lighten the mood, she offered him useful information. At dusk, the pair arrived at a quiet urban corner. The man walked with purpose. They halted in front of an old sealed gate. Cracks marked the stone walls. The woman questioned the location, noting its abandoned look. As they approached, the man suddenly paused, sensing a strange magical pressure in the air. He compared it to a goblin spell. The woman, surprised, asked if he used detection magic. He hadn't. She was puzzled. He noticed it at all without formal training. She explained that only those at her master's level could detect such spells. He realized she meant Michael Gerrel of the Eiffel Magic Tower. That level of power made sense, though he'd felt similar energy before. She insisted this was far more advanced. He admitted to a lingering sense of déjà vu since arriving. A sudden memory of his eccentric aunt made him uneasy. He grabbed the handle, unsure if it involved teleportation magic. He dismissed the idea. She called it a tunnel formed by mana and inner energy, without hesitation. She entered, gesturing for him to follow. He stepped through and found himself in a warm, hidden cafe. Inside the cafe, the young man stared at the barista. Something about him felt off, unnatural. He quickly deduced the truth. It wasn't human. Though it radiated mana, it lacked life. She explained that the figure was a golem, animated by a mana core. They took their seats. He requested hot tea, and she ordered an espresso without hesitation. Curious, he asked if combining a cafe with a workshop was even allowed. As the golem served their drinks, she asked where he wanted to begin. He wondered aloud why she'd even answer any questions. She teased him for being reserved. She proposed a method, a structured question exchange, 3 for each. Her fingers raised 3 questions, 1 answer at a time, under a magical agreement. The 3-question festival was no ordinary deal. It was an old mage ritual, adding her own twist. She wanted to turn it into a game using magic. He declined her idea, which visibly surprised her. She pushed again, hinting at his curiosity. He replied with sarcasm. However, a new offer intrigued him, a simple game with 1 granted request. Accepting the terms, he leaned in. A quiet challenge had just begun. She asked what request he would make if he had no questions. She reminded him such opportunities were rare. He acknowledged it. With a calm gesture, she stated the rules would be simple. Activating the spell, she declared each person would ask 3 questions and give 3 answers. The questions could cover any topic. Lies or truth were allowed, but each had to guess if the answer was true. The one with more correct guesses would win, and the loser must fully answer all 3 questions. Obvious questions like names or gender were disallowed. They had to be meaningful. He asked how truth or lies would be judged. She explained that the spell interpreted mental waves, revealing honesty or deception. Even a refusal to speak wouldn't protect the loser. The spell forced answers. To seal the pact, she invoked the name of Valerie de Belle. With glowing energy, she swore not to cheat and to fulfill her words. A burst of red light sealed her oath in place. She promised fairness, assuring him it was bound by magic. With confidence, she asked if he trusted her now. He nodded once. Yes, the game commenced as she tapped her finger. Flames of mana ignited above them, symbolizing the active spell as both participants locked eyes. She asked him to go first. He agreed and chose a simple starting point. He acknowledged her interest and answered that the ability held traits similar to her own. His response triggered magical energy in the air, confirming it counted as a formal reply. She pressed for clarity, but he dismissed the attempt and prompted her to proceed with her turn. She asked why he was so interested in her eye, probing for motive. With a calm tone, she claimed it was natural curiosity, a desire for magical knowledge. He noted the answer's vagueness. He reflected that the game's core was uncovering truths behind chosen questions. If he succeeded, the reward would be full, detailed answers, his real objective. What truly mattered was winning, because victory meant the chance to make a powerful request. The game room ignited with magical energy as Cheel sat across from his opponent. Rather than rushing, he analyzed the purpose of each question. Focused on the reward promised to the victor, he sharpened his thoughts. He lifted his chopsticks, quietly signifying the start of his second move. Without emotion, he declared this would be his final question. His eyes locked on hers. He demanded to know exactly how much she had learned about him. Calmly, she claimed ignorance, insisting she had never known or heard of him since birth. Though her expression stayed neutral, her flinch exposed the subtle truth he had hoped for. Recognizing her slip, he confidently stated it was time for his final and decisive question. He asked her directly, did she believe he had won or lost? She paused, surprised at the simplicity, then challenged him with a smirk. Choosing to answer anyway, she encouraged him to proceed with confidence. She claimed victory, stating he had lost because she believed she had won. An explosion erupted, flinging her backward as the truth shattered her assumption. Shocked by the reversal, she questioned her own judgment as Cheel stood. Cheel began explaining the outcome, breaking down her responses one by one. However, the second answer was a deliberate lie. Her denial of knowledge was false. He revealed the secret of the game, a 3-question format shaped by mental magic. Accepting defeat, she admitted her loss and agreed to fulfill her end of the deal. She explained she too possessed a magic eye. Gathering resources had proven difficult, and cooperation from others had been rare. When asked about the second answer, she hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. Cheel gave her permission to skip the question. Relieved, she made one request in return, but her vague tone raised suspicion. Cheel tensed, worried she might ask something unreasonable or dangerous. She quickly clarified it was a joke, offering a nervous smile to ease the tension. With no real reason to refuse, he agreed, accepting whatever followed next without resistance. She declared the game officially over, keeping her expression calm and composed. Inviting him into her workshop, she said they would now discuss his request in detail. As she led the way, she warned him not to touch anything and simply follow her. She led him deeper into her facility, revealing a sealed room she called the core of her workshop. Unlike the outer rooms, this chamber resembled a wizard's lair. She warned him not to touch anything, noting careless move, unseated. She asked him to state his request directly, her tone curious but steady. He revealed an ancient stone tablet and asked her to decipher it, stressing the need for secrecy. Examining the artifact, she acknowledged the challenge but agreed to try. As magical energy flowed into the artifact, glowing patterns began to react violently. She gasped. Realizing the tablet's origin was far older than expected, centuries old at minimum, Kishul noted how quickly she recognized it, impressed by her swift identification. The realization struck her: if the tablet was that ancient, it could have destabilized her entire lab. Frustrated, she scolded him for not warning her about its age. Despite the chaos, she laughed nervously. Composing herself, she offered to re-examine the artifact, this time more cautiously. With enhanced focus, she stared deeply into the tablet, tracing its arcane patterns again. Even with her magic eye, the inscriptions remained elusive, and doubt crept into her mind. She focused intently, channeling her magic eye. Despite her skill, the rest of the markings were obscure. Keel examined the tablet himself, noting patterns of ancient astronomy. While she worked, Keel requested permission to ask his second favor. The tablet's meaning remained elusive, but she agreed to reveal what she knew about the magic eye. Before continuing, she asked about a training area, showing interest in his preparation. She assumed a mage like him would require space to grow stronger. He observed her subtle pride, realizing her wealth allowed her to maintain such a facility. As their talk deepened, she confirmed her noble lineage. Formalizing their agreement, she invoked a sacred phrase to seal the second request. She instructed Chiul to activate his magic eye before they could proceed with her explanation. With focused will, Chiul's eye ignited, signaling the start of the next phase in their exchange. Li Chiul faced the instructor as she instructed him to activate his magic eye. He slowly closed his eyes, the moment he focused. A dark silhouette appeared within the swirl of magical diagrams. Sudden pain struck as the influx of magic overwhelmed his senses, forcing his eyes to twitch. He dropped to a crouch, his breath unsteady, struggling to process what he had just seen. With effort, he explained that countless magic formulas filled the space. Too many to filter. His instructor was surprised he reacted so strongly to standard formations in the room. When he admitted he could see all flows of power, her expression turned serious. She told him to disable the magic eye, giving him a moment to recover. She asked for details if he could perceive mana or view through matter. He answered that while objects remained opaque, movement and hidden energy were visible. Recognizing the abnormality, she decided to return to the lab for analysis. Back in the lab, a cup of tea sat untouched as the discussion resumed. She explained that magic eyes weren't enhanced sight. He struggled to understand her words as she began breaking it down. Inside the lab, Valerie explained how the magic eye linked directly to neural. She recalled an fMRI test that showed a dangerous spike in her brain the moment the ability activated. That overload, she explained, was the reason behind the sharp pain when control slipped from her grasp. Valerie warned that magic eyes were dangerous. Li Chiol's expression remained calm as he was asked how many abilities his possessed. She referenced the Sunmaga ritual, asking whether he had seen signs before awakening the eye. Memories surfaced at age 11, faint visions. Back in the lab, Li confirmed no one else awakened a magic eye like his. Acknowledging the danger, Valerie admitted he'd likely lose control during real combat situations. Li corrected her he'd already used the magic eye many times in battle. Shocked, she exclaimed that such usage should have caused brain damage or death. With steady confidence, he confirmed his control over all its functions despite the risk. Valerie was stunned. His resilience defied expectations. She realized his case was exceptional. Just as she considered new testing methods, his power flared again without warning. Narration followed. Li stayed at her workshop, per HR suggestion. While Valerie focused on artifact research, Li Chiul began intense training to push his magic eye's potential. Energy swirled violently around him as he pushed his body past comfort. Lying exhausted, he realized that though things began smoothly, to test direct impact, Valerie fired concentrated mana toward him. Despite the pain, Li endured the overwhelming assault, barely able to shout in protest. Later, she casually asked for his progress, as if the trials weren't extreme. Valerie reassured him that the device halts before damage occurs. He couldn't believe her enthusiasm, silently labeling her as insane for such experiments. Still, she insisted they were gathering critical data and improving the magic eye's efficiency. With a cheerful tone, she reviewed experimental cooperation, hiding her intent behind playful speech. Confused by her language shift, Lee watched as she approached the monitoring station. Staring at the data, Valerie questioned what she was witnessing, unsure it was accurate. The machine showed Lee's stats adapting in real time, adjusting difficulty automatically to match his output. His rapid improvement stunned her. This wasn't growth, it was something more instinctive. Realization dawned. The issue wasn't complexity, it was how quickly he adapted to it all. Valerie began recording observations on the first day of training while Lee adjusted to the setup. She confirmed he could detect one-dimensional mana circuits and handle 7-class magic with ease. An experiment with a hidden plate revealed he wasn't using sight, but reading the object's energy. Testing continued with live subjects. Lee accurately tracked muscle movement and blood flow in motion. His responses hinted at precognitive traits, surpassing expectations of standard magic eye capabilities. Even by day 8, despite raising difficulty, Valerie observed he adapted far too quickly. Lee emerged from the machine when it stopped, showing no signs of distress. He mentioned hearing an alert, surprising Valerie, who hadn't noticed it yet. His awareness exceeded system timing, confirming heightened perception through his ability. Valerie realized he had completed complex language tasks earlier than expected. Lee explained his clan trained him in multiple languages from a young age. Smirking, he teased her effort, prompting a frustrated reaction from Valerie. Lee Cheol entered the training hall after being summoned. Although she preferred lab work, she acknowledged the need for more practical training for his development. Deciding to proceed with field training, she paused momentarily to prepare the next phase. The room lit up as magical formulas activated around them, engulfing the space in bright energy. She mentioned strengthening the magic system, making the environment more complex than before. Cheol was warned to stop small habits like blinking, as they might later become dangerous. He opened his magic eye, trying to read the chaotic flow of mana in the room. Despite efforts, all he felt was a sharp headache from the dense patterns. The intricate mana structure resembled a human system, layered and overwhelming. His instructor, though unfamiliar with magic, sensed his exceptional talent. She gave him a sensor tool to help detect mana flows during live testing. Keel asked about the training method, prompting a confident grin in response. She launched a massive fireball, stating the goal was clear. He dodged instinctively, caught off guard by the sudden intensity. She reminded him to rely only on his magic eye during the test. Keel hurled himself aside as a blazing projectile tore past him. He realized that if this had happened at the beginning of his training, before he could breathe, another fireball launched toward him. The trial was far from over. Dodging swiftly, he listened as his instructor spoke mid-assault. She claimed to have identified the type of magic eye he possessed. His magic eye didn't scan broadly but focused deeply on everything present before him. Through that eye, Cheel perceived objects, mana, people, and supernatural forces all at once. It read the current state of everything around him instantly, without delay. His instructor called it the phenomenon, reading present eye. He silently criticized the naming. She continued explaining, the eye could deduce the past and forecast the future from the present. While launching spells, she paused, struggling to recall the technical term for such analysis. Snapping her fingers mid-cast, she shouted the answer. Causality. Despite his progress, she warned that using the eye would severely drain his stamina. Even with better control, the power could overwhelm and consume him in seconds. Smiling mischievously, she declared it was all for his benefit, then triggered another massive explosion. Keel sat on the floor, bruised and covered in soot. His instructor laughed. She reminded him of the effort she put into researching his magic eye. Curious, she questioned whether his rare ability came from the Sungamuga ritual, or if he was just born exceptional. Keel remained silent, uncertain about the origin of his power. The truth eluded him. She admitted that determining the answer was beyond her, at least for now. With a smirk, she joked about cutting him open for answers. Without pause, she resumed casting spells, declaring training would continue immediately. Keel braced himself amid a barrage of explosions. Despite the chaos, he began adapting. He realized his projection and reflex control had become sharper than ever. She noticed it was getting late and stopped the training abruptly, amused. She noted he no longer looked like a walking ash pile, ordering him to the lab. She mentioned training was done for the day. Inside the lab, she revealed the deciphering process had finally been completed. Keel was surprised how much the room had changed in such a short time. She explained the clutter was all research, related with that task over. While walking through the lab, the instructor reflected on how she used to rely on students at the Magic Tower. Ancient records wasn't difficult due to their good preservation in the Korean peninsula. Keel inspected the tablet and noticed differences, mentioning he had reconstructed the missing characters and constellations. The instructor took over the explanation, showing Keel a star chart and asking about a specific constellation. Keel admitted he hadn't seen it before, and she confirmed it was because the original form had been altered. She pointed out that the stars were falsely connected, hinting at something hidden beneath the surface. They discovered that the deception involved the order of steps. Keel realized the pattern resembled energy lines, prompting him to investigate further. Unfolding a hidden layer, they revealed a map of the Korean peninsula, marked with ancient mana channels. Lee Cheol faced the instructor as she instructed him to activate his magic eye. He slowly closed his eyes, the moment he focused. A dark silhouette appeared within the swirl of magical diagrams. Sudden pain struck as the influx of magic overwhelmed his senses, forcing his eyes to twitch. He dropped to a crouch, his breath unsteady, struggling to process what he had just seen. With effort, he explained that countless magic formulas filled the space. Too many to filter. His instructor was surprised he reacted so strongly to standard formations in the room. When he admitted he could see all flows of power, her expression turned serious. She told him to disable the magic eye, giving him a moment to recover. She asked for details if he could perceive mana or view through matter. He answered that while objects remained opaque, movement and hidden energy were visible. Recognizing the abnormality, she decided to return to the lab for analysis. Back in the lab, a cup of tea sat untouched as the discussion resumed. She explained that magic eyes weren't enhanced sight. He struggled to understand her words as she began breaking it down. Inside the lab, Valerie explained how the magic eye linked directly to neural. She recalled an fMRI test that showed a dangerous spike in her brain the moment the ability activated. That overload, she explained, was the reason behind the sharp pain when control slipped from her grasp. Valerie warned that magic eyes were dangerous. Lee Cheol's expression remained calm as he was asked how many abilities his possessed. She referenced the Sunmaga ritual, asking whether he had seen signs before awakening the eye. Memories surfaced at age 11, faint visions. Back in the lab, Lee confirmed no one else awakened a magic eye like his. Acknowledging the danger, Valerie admitted he'd likely lose control during real combat situations. Lee corrected her he'd already used the magic eye many times in battle. Shocked, she exclaimed that such usage should have caused brain damage or death. With steady confidence, he confirmed his control over all its functions despite the risk. Valerie was stunned. His resilience defied expectations. She realized his case was exceptional. Just as she considered new testing methods, his power flared again without warning. Narration followed. Lee stayed at her workshop, per HR suggestion. While Valerie focused on artifact research, Lee Cheol began intense training to push his magic eye's potential. Energy swirled violently around him as he pushed his body past comfort. Lying exhausted, he realized that though things began smoothly, to test direct impact, Valerie fired concentrated mana toward him. Despite the pain, Lee endured the overwhelming assault, barely able to shout in protest. Later, she casually asked for his progress, as if the trials weren't extreme. Valerie reassured him that the device halts before damage occurs. He couldn't believe her enthusiasm, silently labeling her as insane for such experiments. Still, she insisted they were gathering critical data and improving the magic eye's efficiency. With a cheerful tone, she reviewed experimental cooperation, hiding her intent behind playful speech. Confused by her language shift, Lee watched as she approached the monitoring station. Staring at the data, Valerie questioned what she was witnessing, unsure it was accurate. The machine showed Lee's stats adapting in real time, adjusting difficulty automatically to match his output. His rapid improvement stunned her. This wasn't growth, it was something more instinctive. Realization dawned. The issue wasn't complexity, it was how quickly he adapted to it all. Valerie began recording observations on the first day of training while Lee adjusted to the setup. She confirmed he could detect one-dimensional mana circuits and handle 7-class magic with ease. An experiment with a hidden plate revealed he wasn't using sight, but reading the object's energy. Testing continued with live subjects. Lee accurately tracked muscle movement and blood flow in motion. His responses hinted at precognitive traits, surpassing expectations of standard magic eye capabilities. Even by day 8, despite raising difficulty, Valerie observed he adapted far too quickly. Lee emerged from the machine when it stopped, showing no signs of distress. He mentioned hearing an alert, surprising Valerie, who hadn't noticed it yet. His awareness exceeded system timing, confirming heightened perception through his ability. Valerie realized he had completed complex language tasks earlier than expected. Lee explained his clan trained him in multiple languages from a young age. Smirking, he teased her effort, prompting a frustrated reaction from Valerie. Two massive guardians appear from the fire, standing in formation with stone bodies and lifeless faces. Kiel observes closely. There's no mana signature, no presence, that suggests a living opponent. Despite that, one moves toward him. It shouldn't be possible, yet it is acting independently. He notices a faint light embedded in the guardian's chest. A hidden activation point. The guardian crashes down, shaking the ground as debris flies. Kiel dodges quickly. Another fighter realizes he's running out of mana and can't afford a long battle. Kiel rolls away from a wide attack, landing behind a crumbling wall. He sprints around the enemy, avoiding direct hits by reading its rhythm. Recognizing sloppy movements, he prepares to counterattack with precision. Kiel channels energy and strikes with his sword's form, aiming high. Lightning flows through the blade, piercing the guardian's chest. He stays in close, refusing to let the enemy recover distance. Leaping forward, Kiel charges his blade with force. His attack lands hard, cracking the guardian's armor. He evades swiftly and prepares to strike again. Eyes locked. The guardian falls with a heavy crash, its body collapsing after Kiel's final strike lands. He staggers, leaning on his sword for support as exhaustion takes over. Though his mana is fully drained, he confirms the environment is still stable. Kiel's eyes widen as a low rumble vibrates through the ground, signaling danger. The fallen guardians begin reactivating, their cores glowing once more beneath cracked chests. Realizing his mana isn't fully recovered, Kiel prepares for another battle he knows he can't win yet. Focusing his eyes, Kiel enhances his perception. Sensing the faint energy trails inside the statues, glowing patterns reappear on their bodies, multiple cores exposed in unison. He concludes these nodes must be destroyed directly. A clean internal strike is his only option. Before he acts, golden lights swirl around him, catching him off guard. Mischievous fairy-like beings float in the air, laughing and circling the battlefield. They apologize quickly, revealing themselves as mystics. Kiel scolds them, mid-battle, questioning their timing as they flit around. Panicked, they agree to heal him as a form of apology, surrounding him with light. His body begins recovering rapidly, though their reason for being there remains a mystery. Kiel raises his black sword threateningly, demanding an answer from the mystics. The spirits panic, revealing they made a 1,000-year contract to guard the area. Their role, tied to nature, kept them isolated in this forgotten place for centuries. Kiel acknowledges their hardship, recognizing the long task they've endured. The mystics express relief and warmth when he lowers his sword. He inquires about their contract's origin, and they begin revealing more. The spirits agree to speak, noting the similarity in Kiel's appearance to someone they once trusted. They explain the contract was with a man who entered a sealed chamber to protect them. That man promised protection if they safeguarded the area from intruders. Kiel questions what the man protected them from. They describe terrifying, undying threats. He realizes they mistook him for one of those enemies due to his sudden arrival. With resolve, Kiel approaches the door, knowing he must enter to learn more. He presses his hand to the door, activating a red sigil with his blood. The sealed gate opens, revealing a vast, dim chamber beyond. Without hesitation, Kiel steps inside, ready for what lies ahead. Alarmed, the woman reacts to the sudden spike in the monitor's readings. She sees that 5 gates have activated simultaneously, an event beyond expectation. She doubts it is the boy's doing and checks the mountain's mana, which remains unchanged. Realizing the risk, she prepares quickly, knowing time is limited. Despite the area's low population, she understands the threat is still critical. The screen updates again. Multiple red signals now swarm the map, indicating a widespread gate outbreak. Kiel steps cautiously into a cavern, realizing it is no burial site. His eyes fixate ahead. Something faint glimmers in the shadows. With quick recognition, he strides forward and retrieves an ancient scroll. Though the scroll was his main goal, he pauses. The mission isn't complete yet, not here. Turning away from the shelf, he follows a deeper pull, one that whispers through instinct alone. Suddenly, the dark energy within his chest stirs violently. Nervous but alert, he proceeds. Faint blue lights begin to flicker through the tunnel walls. As he advances, he senses an unseen presence. A chill crawls up his spine. Then he sees it. An unfamiliar man with white hair stands silently, watching. That man sits beside a stone altar. His posture is relaxed, but the atmosphere is tense. Kiel activates his evil eye to break through the illusion around the man. The illusion fades, revealing glowing talismans. The golden threads weren't decorative, they were suppressing whatever was trapped in that hole. But what could be so dangerous? He questions what lies within. Before he gets an answer, the sealed being lashes out, shattering the barrier with explosive force. Dark energy bursts out violently as the seal breaks. He is immediately overwhelmed, the shadows twisting around him. Amid the chaos, his mind suddenly shifts. He now stands before a mirror that once appeared in his dreams. Inside the mirror's vision, a younger version of himself is shown. He recognizes it as his past life, one filled with humiliation and scorn. An elder strikes the boy, hurling cruel insults. Back then, Lee Cheol's only thoughts were how to survive, how to escape the torment. He recalls his nanny, Manhwa, dismissed for embezzlement, a charge likely fabricated. As she begged for her young master's safety, she was turned away. His uncle's final words were comforting, but Cheol knew he wouldn't return. The man urged him to flee and promised to hide what he could from the family. Though young, Cheol understood the deeper meaning. He had to disappear. From behind a barred door, his uncle prayed for his freedom one last time. Cheol remembers fleeing into darkness, leaving behind both his name and his family. Now, as memories resurface, he stands among corpses, vowing never to let the past repeat. Lee Cheol stands in silence, his mind flooded with images of the past. Though he had regressed, he accepted that the pain he endured was real and shaped his identity. Those shattered memories now strengthened his resolve. Suddenly, the black mist flares up again. Tendrils lash out, wrapping around him, trying to pull him under its control. His head throbs. Vision blurs, intense pain erupts as the black energy floods into his mind. The dark mass surges forward, and Cheol braces himself amid the overwhelming force. Visions not his own begin to appear, fragments of memories not yet understood. He sees a past conversation. Someone had once chosen to be sealed with this power. Lee Cheol realizes the sensation is similar to when he absorbed another's memories using black energy. It dawns on him he has just inherited a will, not simply power. The white-haired figure, recalling a prophecy, affirms a child chosen by the Black Knight would emerge. Holding a tablet, the figure explains it was meant to guide the destined heir through the ages. The scattered stone would one day draw the chosen child to him. Now as Cheol approaches from above, the prophecy begins to fulfill itself. He has arrived. Fragments of memory begin to shatter, and the white-haired figure silently pleads to be freed from his burden. Visions of the past ripple through the broken reality. Lee Cheol gasps, overwhelmed by emotion, then steadies himself as he staggers forward through the darkened path. The black mist begins to swirl violently, gathering power in its core. With great effort, Cheol strikes downward, piercing the ground with a massive sword. He exhales sharply, gripping the weapon tightly, drained but focused. Lee Cheol gasped for breath, his body trembling as he clutched a darkened sword. Examining himself closely, he realized something had shifted. The sinister energy now coursed evenly through his limbs. Darkness pulsed in his palm, deeper and heavier than ever before. Startled, he clenched his fist, unsure of what this power truly represented. As realization settled, he recognized the chamber's purpose. It wasn't a grave. Cheol pondered the ancestors' foresight. How could one predict an event over 1,000 years ahead? He stood before the spirit, acknowledging a mysterious object present in the chamber. Lowering his head, he expressed regret for his late arrival. He spoke solemnly, stating that he had come too late but in accordance with the ancestors' preparations. Vowing to carry the burden left behind, he declared his intention to continue the legacy. He urged the ancestor to rest peacefully now, signaling the end of a long-standing duty. The ancestor's form collapsed, his energy dispersing like dust. Cheol saw it as a final offering, a gift meant solely for him. Accepting it with a calm smile, he acknowledged the responsibility that had now become his. Cheol walked through the glowing path as golden lights floated around him. Echoes of voices cheered, praising his achievement. The fairies, now free, celebrated their fulfilled promise. Their mission had ended, and they began to disappear. He acknowledged their efforts with a nod. Their long-standing role was complete. Cheol glanced back at the mess they left behind. It annoyed him, knowing he'd face questions later. He muttered about the fairies' irresponsibility, stepping past vines and debris. A swirling portal shimmered nearby. He approached, unsure how it formed but ready to move on. The portal pulled him in quickly. He kept steady as light swirled around him. Momentum threw him out into open air. He braced himself mid-fall. Landing hard, he grumbled. Dimensional travel was never gentle. Cheol rose as dawn broke. A strange presence caught his attention, reacting fast. He unsheathed his sword and searched the area. Several figures emerged from the shadows, quietly surrounding him. Confused, he questioned their identity. His senses had barely detected them. A sudden impact exploded near his feet, a hidden arrow attack. The embedded arrow signaled danger. A fight was unavoidable. Cheol demanded answers from the masked intruders, but they responded only with erratic. The creatures muttered about a fragment and removing a mask, speaking as if possessed by many minds. Alarmed by the chaotic chatter, Chiel realized he wasn't facing ordinary enemies. Strange energy swirled around the foes. Though the aura felt like monster mana, their confusion echoed. How did a human enter their domain? Panic spread among them as they closed in. One lunged forward, shouting for freedom through the mask, revealing desperation in their assault. Chiel countered immediately, unleashing a powerful swing to stop the attacker's advance. A hidden observer watched, stunned that a human could wield such force. They questioned his strength, believing no ordinary human should manage such a feat. Another enemy charged. Chiel noted the appearance. A dull green skin. Looking closer, he realized it was a human in disguise, cloaked in orc remains. Suddenly, a glowing projectile launched from the bushes, rushing toward him. With sharp reflexes, Chiel deflected a poisoned needle mid-air. Spotting the shooter, he prepared to respond, unsure who or what they truly were. He gripped his blade tightly, knowing this area was a poor place to face so many enemies at once. Chiel activated his enhanced energy art, sending a surge of lightning crashing into the ground with force. Debris flew in all directions as he created an opening in the chaos. Using the moment, he dashed out of sight. Elsewhere, a masked figure arrived silently beneath the stars. She observed Chiel from a distance, noting his black hair and golden eyes with suspicion. Recognizing his clan, she questioned his presence at the sealed grave and grew tense. Her thoughts raced as she identified the grave's disturbance and confirmed the door had opened. Believing Chiel had claimed the forbidden item, she raised her voice, declaring her intentions. Dark energy surged behind her as the masked figure prepared to retrieve the last remaining mask. Chiel steps cautiously into a cavern, realizing it is no burial site. His eyes fixate ahead. Something faint glimmers in the shadows. With quick recognition, he strides forward and retrieves an ancient scroll. Though the scroll was his main goal, he pauses. The mission isn't complete yet, not here. Turning away from the shelf, he follows a deeper pull, one that whispers through instinct alone. Suddenly, the dark energy within his chest stirs violently. Nervous but alert, he proceeds. Faint blue lights begin to flicker through the tunnel walls. As he advances, he senses an unseen presence. A chill crawls up his spine. Then he sees it. An unfamiliar man with white hair stands silently, watching. That man sits beside a stone altar. His posture is relaxed, but the atmosphere is tense. Chiel activates his evil eye to break through the illusion around the man. The illusion fades, revealing glowing talismans. The golden threads weren't decorative, they were suppressing whatever was trapped in that hole. But what could be so dangerous? He questions what lies within. Before he gets an answer, the sealed being lashes out, shattering the barrier with explosive force. Dark energy bursts out violently as the seal breaks. He is immediately overwhelmed, the shadows twisting around him. Amid the chaos, his mind suddenly shifts. He now stands before a mirror that once appeared in his dreams. Inside the mirror's vision, a younger version of himself is shown. He recognizes it as his past life, one filled with humiliation and scorn. An elder strikes the boy, hurling cruel insults. Back then, Chiel's only thoughts were how to survive, how to escape the torment. He recalls his nanny, Manhwa, dismissed for embezzlement, a charge likely fabricated. As she begged for her young master's safety, she was turned away. His uncle's final words were comforting, but Chiel knew he wouldn't return. The man urged him to flee and promised to hide what he could from the family. Though young, Chiel understood the deeper meaning. He had to disappear. From behind a barred door, his uncle prayed for his freedom one last time. Chiel remembers fleeing into darkness, leaving behind both his name and his family. Now, as memories resurface, he stands among corpses, vowing never to let the past repeat. Chiel stands in silence, his mind flooded with images of the past. Though he had regressed, he accepted that the pain he endured was real and shaped his identity. Those shattered memories now strengthened his resolve. Suddenly, the black mist flares up again. Tendrils lash out, wrapping around him, trying to pull him under its control. His head throbs. Vision blurs, intense pain erupts as the black energy floods into his mind. The dark mass surges forward, and Chiel braces himself amid the overwhelming force. Visions not his own begin to appear, fragments of memories not yet understood. He sees a past conversation. Someone had once chosen to be sealed with this power. Chiel realizes the sensation is similar to when he absorbed another's memories using black energy. It dawns on him he has just inherited a will, not simply power. The white-haired figure, recalling a prophecy, affirms a child chosen by the Black Knight would emerge. Holding a tablet, the figure explains it was meant to guide the destined heir through the ages. The scattered stone would one day draw the chosen child to him. Now as Chiel approaches from above, The prophecy begins to fulfill itself. He has arrived. Fragments of memory begin to shatter, and the white-haired figure silently pleads to be freed from his burden. Visions of the past ripple through the broken reality. Li Qiul gasps, overwhelmed by emotion, then steadies himself as he staggers forward through the darkened path. The black mist begins to swirl violently, gathering power in its core. With great effort, Qiul strikes downward, piercing the ground with a massive sword. He exhales sharply, gripping the weapon tightly, drained but focused. Li Qiul gasped for breath, his body trembling as he clutched a darkened sword. Examining himself closely, he realized something had shifted. The sinister energy now coursed evenly through his limbs. Darkness pulsed in his palm, deeper and heavier than ever before. Startled, he clenched his fist, unsure of what this power truly represented. As realization settled, he recognized the chamber's purpose. It wasn't a grave. Qiul pondered the ancestors' foresight. How could one predict an event over 1,000 years ahead? He stood before the spirit, acknowledging a mysterious object present in the chamber. Lowering his head, he expressed regret for his late arrival. He spoke solemnly, stating that he had come too late but in accordance with the ancestors' preparations. Vowing to carry the burden left behind, he declared his intention to continue the legacy. He urged the ancestor to rest peacefully now, signaling the end of a long-standing duty. The ancestor's form collapsed, his energy dispersing like dust. Qiul saw it as a final offering, a gift meant solely for him. Accepting it with a calm smile, he acknowledged the responsibility that had now become his. Qiul walked through the glowing path as golden lights floated around him. Echoes of voices cheered, praising his achievement. The fairies, now free, celebrated their fulfilled promise. Their mission had ended, and they began to disappear. He acknowledged their efforts with a nod. Their long-standing role was complete. Qiul glanced back at the mess they left behind. It annoyed him, knowing he'd face questions later. He muttered about the fairies' irresponsibility, stepping past vines and debris. A swirling portal shimmered nearby. He approached, unsure how it formed but ready to move on. The portal pulled him in quickly. He kept steady as light swirled around him. Momentum threw him out into open air. He braced himself mid-fall. Landing hard, he grumbled. Dimensional travel was never gentle. Qiul rose as dawn broke. A strange presence caught his attention, reacting fast. He unsheathed his sword and searched the area. Several figures emerged from the shadows, quietly surrounding him. Confused, he questioned their identity. His senses had barely detected them. A sudden impact exploded near his feet, a hidden arrow attack. The embedded arrow signaled danger. A fight was unavoidable. Qiul demanded answers from the masked intruders, but they responded only with erratic. The creatures muttered about a fragment and removing a mask, speaking as if possessed by many minds. Alarmed by the chaotic chatter, Qiul realized he wasn't facing ordinary enemies. Strange energy swirled around the foes. Though the aura felt like monster mana, their confusion echoed. How did a human enter their domain? Panic spread among them as they closed in. One lunged forward, shouting for freedom through the mask, revealing desperation in their assault. Qiul countered immediately, unleashing a powerful swing to stop the attacker's advance. A hidden observer watched, stunned that a human could wield such force. They questioned his strength, believing no ordinary human should manage such a feat. Another enemy charged. Qiul noted the appearance. A dull green skin. Looking closer, he realized it was a human in disguise, cloaked in orc remains. Suddenly, a glowing projectile launched from the bushes, rushing toward him. With sharp reflexes, Qiul deflected a poisoned needle mid-air. Spotting the shooter, he prepared to respond, unsure who or what they truly were. He gripped his blade tightly, knowing this area was a poor place to face so many enemies at once. Qiul activated his enhanced energy art, sending a surge of lightning crashing into the ground with force. Debris flew in all directions as he created an opening in the chaos. Using the moment, he dashed out of sight. Elsewhere, a masked figure arrived silently beneath the stars. She observed Qiul from a distance, noting his black hair and golden eyes with suspicion. Recognizing his clan, she questioned his presence at the sealed grave and grew tense. Her thoughts raced as she identified the grave's disturbance and confirmed the door had opened. Believing Qiul had claimed the forbidden item, she raised her voice, declaring her intentions. Dark energy surged behind her as the masked figure prepared to retrieve the last remaining mask. Two investigators assess a recently sealed gate. The mechanism behind it is known. Nearby lies a deformed corpse. Its nature confirms it exceeds the limits of current human technology. Despite analysis, the woman concludes that some phenomena in this world cannot be explained through logic alone. After detecting unusual signals back at her facility, the woman returns to investigate further. The man attributes the signals to mutated beings, formerly human. Determined to validate the claim, he asks her to inspect the defeated entity herself. She proposes analyzing the lizard-shaped corpse for verification. He prepares the scene as she activates a detection spell to confirm its properties. The scan indicates it is indeed a monster, possessing unusual traits, but retaining a basic monster form. She clarifies that some monsters mimic humans, but this specimen remains fully non-human. He recalls exceptions cases where monster characteristics remained within seemingly human bodies. They proceed deeper into the forest to inspect another site linked to the same phenomenon. Another corpse is found ahead. The man shows signs of recognition. She identifies it as a goblin. He recalls it previously taking human shape. Detection magic reveals something abnormal. While inspecting a corpse, the woman notices a human shoe still intact on the creature's foot. Human-shaped footprints and intact clothing provide further clues. Realizing the physical traces align with the man's claims. The man confirms that he eliminated all visible threats and believes burning the bodies is the safest option. She's surprised to learn he handled all 30 monsters alone, without assistance. He then reveals a discrepancy. His detector had recorded 31 mana signatures. Reflecting on earlier moments, he recalls hearing a suspicious sound during the fight. Although he never saw the source directly, he suspects one figure remained hidden. He concludes that someone else had been controlling the monsters from the shadows. Later at the lab, he arrives to check the results of the monster analysis. She reports no significant findings. The magical readings matched what she'd already seen on site. While the atmosphere grows tense, he reminds her of their earlier test to shift the focus. He pushes her to trust his instincts, referencing her past confidence in detecting lies. As they bicker, she brags about her academic achievements in magical research. Hearing she was a top student at Eiffel Magic University. At the lab, the woman demands he stop deflecting and explain the results clearly. He notices her mood but holds back. Internally, he acknowledges her capabilities. Caught off guard by his praise, she gives a modest reply. He continues complimenting her achievements, mentioning her magic eyes. Realizing his tone sounds overly academic, he hesitates, wondering if he went too far. Instead of taking offense, she beams with pride, easily swayed by the praise. Before revealing more, he asks her a question: were the attackers targeting him from the beginning? Though unsure, she admits it's possible. Communication with the creatures had failed. She then shifts the discussion to the stone tablet's location. He confirms partial findings, but withholds details, citing clan restrictions tied to the artifact. She listens quietly but questions his secrecy, growing suspicious of his hesitation. Unwilling to press too hard, she begins to explain her own reasoning behind the events. She suggests a theory based not on fact, but intuition shaped by past events. Recalling the Great War, she explains how it began with monsters. As alliances blurred, humans and monsters alike pursued their own goals. As war escalated, buried forces began to emerge, answering the chaos with silent presence. 6 mysterious factions appeared, hidden from common knowledge and enveloped in secrecy. Known only as the 6 Knights, these grotesque yet captivating groups altered the world through distinct, untraceable methods. Despite being collectively labeled, these groups didn't acknowledge each other as allies or even equals. Among them was a group called Behemoth, believed to share traits with the recent encounter. Behemoth's ideology rejected logic, instead promoting release from structured thought. They believed instinct should govern human behavior, not conscious reason. To them, human form was a false identity, and discarding it meant achieving true freedom. Thus, they disguised themselves as monsters to live outside the limits of humanity. They argued monsters acted on pure instinct, which they viewed as life's true form. However, her master had stated they wore disguises, not that actual transformation took place. This contradiction raised uncertainty if transformation now occurred. She explained that Behemoth's ideology was absolute in their eyes. The group had once grown so powerful that it dared to challenge nations. Although it wasn't confirmed they were involved, someone had clearly targeted him, he replied. Without hesitation, he would continue his warrior's journey, unaffected by the vague threat. If fear was enough to stop him, he never would have left the clan to begin with. She exhaled, softly, accepting his resolve even though her unease hadn't faded. He stood before a robe, noting its unusual design and aura. It wasn't ordinary attire. Touching the fabric, he confirmed it felt foreign, reinforced by the sensation he felt wearing it. In the mirror, the robe adapted to fit him perfectly, affirming its unique qualities. He tested it through movement, light, flexible, and ideal for battle. Her voice interrupted, calling out to him with cheerful energy. She barged in proposing fried chicken for dinner, catching him off guard. She laughed, joking that he was acting like a fashion-obsessed teen. He stood awkwardly while she recalled how uninterested he'd been before. Rushing toward him, she demanded to know why he was acting so strangely. She quickly moved in, examining the robe with growing urgency. Startled, she questioned him about its origin, realizing too late that she had overlooked its quality earlier. Her eyes widened upon touching it. The fabric was no ordinary material. She explained the rarity of heavenly silk, a fabric so valuable it was often used only in sacred ceremonies. Calling it heavenly grade equipment, she emphasized how few ever encountered even a scrap of it. According to her, the material bonded with owners and was known for spiritual adaptability. Tempted, she reached toward the robe, overwhelmed by its presence and aura. Despite his protest, she continued, drawn to touch it even if only briefly. But the robe rejected her, responding, as if it already had a chosen owner. Annoyed, he asked how long she planned to admire it before handing over the book. The entry revealed its source, the heavenly silkworm. Its cocoon, matured over decades, produced silk infused with mystical properties. The silk's threads, once treated, became living fibers resistant. He questioned if gear could truly be alive, and she affirmed spiritual, not conscious. Despite lacking magical resistance, the robe's unmatched harmony with mana made it limitless equipment. She explained how even an average spellcaster could reach elite levels using that robe. If it weren't already bound to him, she would have taken even a single strand. He hadn't realized its full potential until now, surprised by its overwhelming value. Inside the robe, white letters spelled its name, Silver River. Though unrelated, it perfectly complemented his black sword, both exuding unique power. Clothing and weapon didn't originate as a set, yet felt like they belonged together. Days later, he sat surrounded by scrolls, struggling to decode ancient writings. Though Valerie could read them easily, he hesitated, bound by clan secrecy. Thanks to her, he at least had rare reference books to study. He resumed his work and uncovered a passage left by a past clan leader. The message defied the ancestors' will, written for future generations in secret. It was authored by Li Hyangson, the clan's second head. Despite great risk, he noticed only certain parts were missing while the rest was preserved. At first he suspected tampering, but the tomb had shown no intrusion. It seemed his ancestor anticipated this, knowing the record might vanish one day. He discovered there was less information about the sword's seal than expected. The document confirmed that the second clan leader, like others, this explained why records ended at the third seal, and showed his brother hadn't withheld anything. While reading, his hand stopped suddenly on a phrase that revealed the sword was forged by a god. He confirmed the translation, stunned by the divine origin behind the weapon in his possession. Before he could reflect further, a strange vibration caught his attention from his pocket. He prepared to contact someone about the discovery, considering his next move carefully. Unexpectedly, a call arrived from Yongjin Su, raising suspicion with its sudden timing. The message on the screen warned of a problem and proposed a secret meeting. Li Chiol stood outside the building, expressing gratitude to Valerie for her support throughout his journey. Valerie proudly reminded him of her crucial help with deciphering the stone tablet. Curious, she asked who he planned to introduce. Just as he turned to leave, Valerie rushed forward, stopping him abruptly with urgency. She handed him a charm, a small stone infused with her own energy. She explained the charm had a protective spell. Unsure of its effectiveness, Kiel accepted the charm gratefully, acknowledging that he often received more than he gave. Valerie tried to brush it off, but her nervousness made him suspicious of her behavior. He questioned her directly, prompting a flustered denial as she panicked under his gaze. Internally, Valerie struggled, realizing she couldn't reveal what she had done in her research paper. She had secretly used Chiol's magic eyes as the subject, convinced no one would ever read it. She nervously justified her actions to herself. Trying to shift the topic, she asked about his next move. With a bright smile, Valerie agreed to meet again and wished him well. Kiel gave a final thanks, their farewell sincere, as he set off toward his next destination. In the outskirts of Seoul, Li Chiel arrived at a modest building. Kiel appeared worn from his journey. They entered a simple office space, where the man admitted it was still under development. Kiel observed the compact layout, noting it was smaller than expected for such a venture, despite the size. He found the staff motivated and the environment healthy. The man noticed his reaction and cautiously asked if Chiel felt disappointed with what he saw. At first, Chiel had doubts, but soon recognized the reasoning behind the conservative setup. He questioned if starting small had been intentional from the beginning. The man confirmed it, explaining his careful planning when Chiel initially provided the funding. Rather than chase quick profits, the man chose to build a strong, lasting business structure. He recruited promising individuals and trained them gradually, with long-term growth in mind. Kiel silently respected the decision, acknowledging the wisdom behind the slow but steady progress. That cautious strategy matched exactly what Cheel had hoped for when he gave support. The man hesitated, wondering if his choices had crossed any boundaries. Keel reassured him to continue confidently, encouraging him to trust his own judgment moving forward. Jung Jin-soo hesitated to praise the strategy outright, fearing it might restrict future decisions. Instead, he shifted the topic, handing Lee Cheol documents tied to laundering funds through legal fronts. Keel carefully reviewed the paperwork, understanding the scale of money involved. The funds had already passed one laundering process. Keel realized if his identity remained hidden, scrutiny would be avoided by authorities. Jin-soo confirmed he was only acting as a proxy and intended to use all available resources. Keel understood that Jin-soo's formality was a way to define loyalty and chain of command. Accepting the arrangement, he signed the papers without hesitation. He then asked directly if the real reason for his summons was the Nine-Dragon stronghold. Jin-soo confirmed the group had taken unexpected action, raising suspicion through black market activity. They discovered the stronghold's backing of Baek Chulsu. Explaining the sudden movement, Keel recognized the Nine-Dragon stronghold's power and noted their darker operational methods. After identifying the stronghold's presence, Jin-soo began monitoring them closely. Due to territorial limitations and public awareness, they were forced to act discreetly in Korea. Keel immediately deduced the target, Jung Jin-soo, the man managing these affairs. A thunderstorm raged over the Nine-Dragon stronghold as a lone figure approached the gates in the dark. The cloaked visitor was greeted with a stern, "You're late from a master, waiting under the storm." He explained his delay came from fulfilling an elder's request. The master, sipping calmly, remarked there had never been official orders from the main group. Still, he acknowledged the elder's involvement. Despite his harsh upbringing, the young man showed curiosity about the power held above him. The master criticized him for becoming a pawn in political schemes instead of sharpening his swordsmanship. Yet he tossed a sealed envelope, entrusting him with a mission that would support his ambition. As the disciple accepted the task, he recognized it as another test under his master's guidance. It was revealed that the order came directly from the main group. The Martial Li clan's involvement shifted the dynamics. Formally presenting himself, Jang Han showed gratitude. The master warned him not to underestimate the Martial Li clan's influence or reputation. Even so, Jang Han moved forward with determination. Seeing through the clan's moral facade, he remained resolute, prepared to confront the hypocritical forces hiding behind righteousness. She explained that Behemoth's ideology was absolute in their eyes. The group had once grown so powerful that it dared to challenge nations. Although it wasn't confirmed they were involved, someone had clearly targeted him, he replied. Without hesitation, he would continue his warrior's journey, unaffected by the vague threat. If fear was enough to stop him, he never would have left the clan to begin with. She exhaled, softly, accepting his resolve even though her unease hadn't faded. He stood before a robe, noting its unusual design and aura. It wasn't ordinary attire. Touching the fabric, he confirmed it felt foreign, reinforced by the sensation he felt wearing it. In the mirror, the robe adapted to fit him perfectly, affirming its unique qualities. He tested it through movement, light, flexible, and ideal for battle. Her voice interrupted, calling out to him with cheerful energy. She barged in proposing fried chicken for dinner, catching him off guard. She laughed, joking that he was acting like a fashion-obsessed teen. He stood awkwardly while she recalled how uninterested he'd been before. Rushing toward him, she demanded to know why he was acting so strangely. She quickly moved in, examining the robe with growing urgency. Startled, she questioned him about its origin, realizing too late that she had overlooked its quality earlier. Her eyes widened upon touching it. The fabric was no ordinary material. She explained the rarity of heavenly silk, a fabric so valuable it was often used only in sacred ceremonies. Calling it heavenly grade equipment, she emphasized how few ever encountered even a scrap of it. According to her, the material bonded with owners and was known for spiritual adaptability. Tempted, she reached toward the robe, overwhelmed by its presence and aura. Despite his protest, she continued, drawn to touch it even if only briefly. But the robe rejected her, responding, as if it already had a chosen owner. Annoyed, he asked how long she planned to admire it before handing over the book. The entry revealed its source, the heavenly silkworm. Its cocoon, matured over decades, produced silk infused with mystical properties. The silk's threads, once treated, became living fibers resistant. He questioned if gear could truly be alive, and she affirmed spiritual, not conscious. Despite lacking magical resistance, the robe's unmatched harmony with mana made it limitless equipment. She explained how even an average spellcaster could reach elite levels using that robe. If it weren't already bound to him, she would have taken even a single strand. He hadn't realized its full potential until now. surprised by its overwhelming value. Inside the robe, white letters spelled its name, Silver River. Though unrelated, it perfectly complemented his black sword, both exuding unique power. Clothing and weapon didn't originate as a set, yet felt like they belonged together. Days later, he sat surrounded by scrolls, struggling to decode ancient writings. Though Valerie could read them easily, he hesitated, bound by clan secrecy. Thanks to her, he at least had rare reference books to study. He resumed his work and uncovered a passage left by a past clan leader. The message defied the ancestors' will, written for future generations in secret. It was authored by Li Hyangsen, the clan's second head. Despite great risk, he noticed only certain parts were missing while the rest was preserved. At first he suspected tampering, but the tomb had shown no intrusion. It seemed his ancestor anticipated this, knowing the record might vanish one day. He discovered there was less information about the sword's seal than expected. The document confirmed that the second clan leader, like others, this explained why records ended at the third seal, and showed his brother hadn't withheld anything. While reading, his hand stopped suddenly on a phrase that revealed the sword was forged by a god. He confirmed the translation, stunned by the divine origin behind the weapon in his possession. Before he could reflect further, a strange vibration caught his attention from his pocket. He prepared to contact someone about the discovery, considering his next move carefully. Unexpectedly, a call arrived from Yongjin Su, raising suspicion with its sudden timing. The message on the screen warned of a problem and proposed a secret meeting. The Jongno Chansang Hotel towered over the city, its high floors shielding hidden operations. Inside a private room, a man listened to troubling news. Lee Jae-hak had released a key target. He dismissed unreliable allies and decided to secure just one man. With that, their exit from the country would be assured. Elsewhere, a group spoke about a man who claimed success while avoiding real effort. Rumors spread, but no one dared speak openly. Though not directly linked, the Lee clan's power silenced dissent. Suddenly, a tablet rang. Attention shifted. The unexpected call could change their direction. A guard informed his superior that guests had arrived, claiming relevance by name. Hearing Yongjin Su, he grew alert. That name wasn't random. Surprise registered. This visit carried weight and purpose. Two men waited. One couldn't believe their target approached them first. Inside, the visitor calmly explained an information broker led him here. He introduced himself, Yang Seuden of the Nine Dragon Stronghold. Li Chiul revealed he already knew Yang's identity and future role. He praised the information network used to find him, but questioned why Yang still brought a guard. Trust remained fragile. Yang Seuden claimed caution was necessary when meeting a warrior from the Nine Dragon Stronghold. Li Chiul, seated calmly, dismissed the concern. He stated plainly that he had no mana and was just an ordinary man. Despite being looked down upon, he stood, uninterested in further talk. Yang Seuden immediately rejected the demand. His refusal was firm and final. Li Chiul paused. Shocked, Yang apologized, but made it clear he wouldn't be escorted anywhere. Anger erupted. Li shouted that this wasn't a suggestion but a direct order. Rising from his seat, Li shouted about his authority as future elder. Yang remained calm, claiming he knew why they were really in Korea. Before Li could speak again, Yang threatened to drag him back by force. Li turned to his swordsman, issuing a quiet command. He ordered the masked man to eliminate Yang first. In a blur of speed, the swordsman intercepted. The masked man noted his opponent's swiftness. Other guards intervened. Li shouted angrily at the sudden clash, blaming poor judgment. He realized the meeting had spiraled out of control. The situation was now a mess. The masked warrior internally criticized Yang, labeling him weak and unworthy. He studied the young swordsman, surprised by his presence and strength. Despite appearing only 17 or so, the swordsman radiated killing intent. Recognizing an unfamiliar aura, the masked man gripped his ornate weapon tighter. The swordsman admitted he'd aimed for the neck, but his enemy reacted instantly. He noted that the masked man might be his age, yet clearly more skilled. The tight space gave no advantage, though he preferred 10 steps distance. With no time to hesitate, the swordsman charged. The mission took priority. Hesitation could mean failure. As he closed in, the masked man panicked internally, overwhelmed by fear rushing to his head and chest. He couldn't reveal his identity or use magic. Relying solely on instinct, he defended with desperation. Clashing steel filled the room as blows landed. The swordsman struck without hesitation. Their violent exchange shattered the surroundings. Realizing each strike aimed precisely for vital points, he grew alarmed. Green energy surged from the masked man's blade. He activated enhanced energy art, shouting his technique, Razor Wind. He launched himself with full force to end the fight, but before his power could land, the swordsman countered mid-air. his body twisted unnaturally as he endured the enemy's enhanced energy. Despite the strain, he held his sword firm, fully aware it was nearing its breaking point. Assessing the situation, he realized reinforcements wouldn't help. With focus, he channeled deadly energy into his blade, glowing red from the gathered force. The air trembled as he activated the heavenly Slaughterblade's first form, readying his decisive attack. His overwhelming power stunned his opponent, who questioned how such strength could exist. The masked man responded by unleashing his own art-boundless first form, Demon Slayer. Both warriors rushed forward, weapons drawn, clashing with full force under opposing energy. Their blades collided in a blinding explosion, power surging outward in a violent shockwave. A heavy sword crashes into the ground, scattering debris and marking the battle's end. Jang Han coughs blood, pain etched across his face as he clutches his chest. Collapsed beside his blade, he reflects on his failure. Despite relentless training, he couldn't defeat the masked man. The masked figure approaches, asking for Jang Han's name without hostility. Lowering his head, Jang Han mutters his name, tense and uncertain. Nearby observers whisper in surprise, one recalling how he had dismissed Jang Han as weak. Another man concludes that if Jang Han was that strong, the victor must be even more dangerous. He claps once, then announces they should end matters for today. Before leaving, he notes the distant noise, likely caused by a recent explosion. Passing by, he promises Jang Han they will meet again. The masked warrior reassures a companion that his injuries are minor. Outside, he explains that stepping in prevented further complications. Another man reflects that the situation worked out, and they still hold control. He repeats Jang Han's name quietly, intrigued. Looking at the building, he admits he always knew they'd cross paths, just not this soon. Jang Han, once a feared assassin from the garbage slums, stands engulfed in power. His exceptional skills caught the attention of the Nine Dragon Stronghold's chief. Over time, he became a figure of quiet authority, respected yet enigmatic. In a calm meeting, Jang Han requests entry into the Nine Dragon Stronghold. The man in the suit, currently working under Bayek, Jang Han urges reconsideration, implying deeper implications behind the mission's goal. The man explains how secret support for Bayek Chul-Su led to conflict with Korea's underground. He reveals Jang Han's involvement was an unintended discovery during a broader investigation. Realizing he wasn't the original target, Jang Han listens in silence, surprised. Asked if he'll redirect the mission, the masked figure agrees and offers something even more valuable. He promises evidence proving the Marshall Lee clan won't retaliate over the recent events. Though doubtful, the seated man concedes it might be useful if presented wisely. The suited man praises the insights Jang Han uncovered about the clan's motives. When asked what he truly wants, he answers plainly nothing excessive. He simply seeks a solid alliance, knowing Jang Han's future status within the Nine Dragon Stronghold. Expressing his fondness for the skilled warrior across from him, he dismisses his team, proposing a more private discussion. Outside, the masked figure hears the request and pauses. Jang Han approaches the masked man quietly, asking for a moment alone to speak. They walk through a corridor as Jang Han hesitantly asks for the masked man's name. After promising secrecy, he explains that he needs to confirm the man's true identity. The masked figure finally reveals himself as Lee Cheol of the esteemed Marshall Lee clan. Jang Han, unsurprised, confirms his suspicion and asks how he was identified. Lee Cheol shares that he had heard of a prodigy like Jang Han through rumors. Lee Cheol admits Jang Han is powerful, noting it was his first time facing such a foe. Both reflect on their martial paths. Jang Han walks the way of death. Cheol wonders what the outcome might have been had Jang Han chosen to assassinate him instead. Jang Han coolly estimates a 90% chance of a successful assassination under different circumstances. He admits there is still much they're hiding from one another despite the recent clash. Cheol acknowledges this, realizing Jang Han had seen through far more than expected. Lee Cheol mentions an upcoming international competition in Germany. Jang Han responds with uncertainty, expressing doubt about attending. Lee Cheol calmly admits mutual disapproval, while the masked man silently vows to show his full strength next time. As they exit, Jang Han criticizes the man who lost to him. Later, the suited man expresses relief after the tense conversation. He acknowledges that despite everything, Jang Seohan had a meaningful dialogue with them. Curious, a man asks how Jang Seohan managed to reach someone like Jang Han. He laughs, brushing it off, and credits it to his experience as an office worker. Although modest, the man is reminded not to downplay his actions and strategic role. A folder is handed over, summarizing underground activity and information for future use. The man reflects on how the data aligns with Jang Han's expectations and past tendencies. When asked about his destination, he rejects a visit to the sponsored zones. A sword falls violently into the ground as a young man kneels injured, coughing blood and losing strength rapidly. He recalls repeated battles and countless weapon uses, realizing, despite effort, he still failed to defeat opponent. Stands before the injured young man, Li Chiol symbolizing an overwhelming and unreachable existence. Li Chiol approaches calmly, observing the injured man while demanding identification, maintaining control over the tense situation. The injured man identifies himself as Zhang Han, visibly shaken as several armed men arrive behind him cautiously. The group watches Li Chiol's swift movement, realizing his strength far surpasses their expectations and assumptions. One man concludes Li Chiol is the true threat, acknowledging his dominance after witnessing the overwhelming encounter. A suited man intervenes, clapping to stop further conflict, deciding the situation should end and everyone should withdraw. The group leaves cautiously, while the leader promises future contact, indicating unresolved tensions and interest in Li Chiol. Li Chiol walks away with the suited man through a quiet hallway, leaving the tense confrontation behind them. The suited man checks Li Chiol's condition, noting injuries. While Li Chiol remains composed, they exit the building, acknowledging intervention prevented escalation while maintaining awareness. The suited man reflects that controlling the situation now benefits them, suggesting events unfolded favorably under their authority. Li Chiol reacts upon hearing Zhang Han's name again, recognizing him and recalling a destined encounter from past knowledge. Standing outside, Li Chiol observes surroundings calmly, realizing their meeting occurred earlier than expected within unfolding future events. Zhang Han's background is revealed, showing his rise from harsh beginnings to becoming a powerful fighter within Dragon Stronghold. Li Chiol remembers Zhang Han as a unique warrior, different from others, yet still connected to familiar patterns. A request is made to visit Dragon Stronghold, signaling the next move involving Zhang Han and future confrontations ahead. The suited man explains his separation from Bai Chulsu, clarifying his position while discussing interest in 9 Dragon Stronghold. He questions returning empty-handed, prompting reconsideration of the true purpose behind the mission. The man reveals intentions to secretly support Baek Chulsu while influencing Korea's underground, involving the esteemed Marshal Lee clan, explains investigation orders, stating Li Chiol discovered his identity, revealing hidden motives behind the underground operation. The man realizes the mission differed from initial expectations, understanding deeper schemes were already in motion before his involvement. The suited man proposes preparing results tied to the incident, while Li Chiol acknowledges the plan and listens carefully. The man offers proof involving the Marshal Lee clans in action, presenting it as leverage disguised as a valuable gift. He explains the information's worth depends on delivery, emphasizing knowledge of the clan's intentions as critical advantage. The man requests a relationship with Li Chiol, anticipating his rise within 9 Dragon Stronghold and future influence there. The suited man expresses interest in Li Chiol, recognizing his value and deciding to continue. The room is cleared as others leave, creating isolation while Li Chiol remains. Observing the sudden change carefully, Zhang Han approaches Li Chiol directly, requesting a brief moment alone, questions Li Chiol's identity, Zhang Han seeking confirmation while maintaining a composed stance during their private encounter inside. Li Chiol considers briefly, then removes his mask, revealing his face and declaring his true identity without hesitation. Zhang Han reacts to the revelation, recognizing Li Chiol as a member of the esteemed Marshal Lee clan, confirms his assumption. Zhang Han explaining recognition came from rumors, describing a young yet exceptional swordsman within the clan. He reflects on their clash, noting Li Chiol's strength exceeded expectations, proving his identity through undeniable combat ability. Zhang Han acknowledges the encounter as unique, admitting it was his first time facing someone of such caliber. Zhang Han demonstrates his killing intent, showing mastery in lethal combat, while Li Chiol recalls choosing a different path. Li Chiol reflects that their encounter was inevitable, comparing it to fate rather than coincidence within their shared battlefield. Evaluates their fight, Zhang Han concluding he could succeed most times, yet acknowledges unseen variables influencing their outcome. Zhang Han explains his conclusion was calculated from Li Chiol's displayed abilities, showing awareness of his opponent's hidden potential. Li Chiol accepts that his identity was recognized, understanding concealment was ineffective against someone with sharp perception. He mentions a future event in Germany, implying another meeting where their confrontation will continue under different circumstances. Li Chiol responds indifferently, showing little attachment while maintaining focus on strength and future encounters rather than alliances. Both acknowledge mutual dislike, yet express desire for another fight, intending to reveal their full abilities next time. They part ways, Li Qiu leaving confidently while Jiang Han remains, preparing mentally for their inevitable next confrontation. The suited man relaxes after tension, discussing the encounter, evaluates everything carefully. They share a meal, reviewing the masked figure's strength, realizing the opponent's abilities far exceeded their expectations. The suited man praises Li Qiu's handling, while Li Qiu downplays it. A document is handed over, explaining it contains compensation and resources, ensuring cooperation and covering operational expenses. The suited man warns about Bai Chulsu, advising caution, while acknowledging Li Qiu's independence and likely future absence. Li Qiu declines returning to unresolved matters, deciding instead to travel toward Jeju Island. At the Marshall Li clan headquarters, officials gather as reports confirm unusual movements linked to demonic cult activity. A masked subordinate explains dimensional gates appeared in Thompson, with relic traces confirming involvement of demonic faction forces. Clan leaders dismiss relics as insignificant, noting gate intruders included ordinary ranks. The subordinate reports tracking results, confirming elimination of lower-ranked enemies. A leader reacts seriously after learning Li Qiu was present in Jianggu during the demonic cult incident. They deduce the cult targeted the youngest, despite exposure risks, indicating intentional focus on Li Qiu specifically. The clan head questions Li Qiu's presence, while subordinates explain he was following orders and avoiding unnecessary attention. Concern rises as leaders suspect patterns repeating, suggesting larger schemes involving Li Qiu and demonic cult actions. Orders are given to shadow Li Qiu, monitor movements, and investigate why the demonic cult specifically targeted him. The clan head declares zero tolerance toward interference, expressing anger at threats targeting the Marshall Li clan's bloodline. He orders subordinates to eliminate intruders immediately if they appear. After hearing Li Qiu defeated enemies alone, the clan head shows interest, recognizing his growing strength and potential. Li Qiu arrives at Jeju International Airport, observing the environment while noting unusual demonic energy spreading across the area. He realizes the demonic presence already reached the airport, indicating a serious situation developing faster than expected. A taxi driver approaches Li Qiu, attempting conversation and offering transport. Li Qiu reacts coldly, sensing something unusual about the driver, showing immediate suspicion toward his behavior. The driver reveals knowledge about hidden forces, suggesting connections to the Black Crow Order while testing Li Qiu's awareness. Li Qiu dismisses the driver, concluding the enemy underestimated him while remaining cautious. A man introduces himself as Im Yongmuk, the Black Crow Order leader, apologizing while evaluating Li Qiu's condition. He observes Li Qiu's unchanged appearance, acknowledging his outstanding abilities. Im Yongmuk suggests relocating for privacy, offering transport while Li Qiu remains cautious and silently agrees to proceed. Li Qiu accepts transport, directing destination toward Halasan foothills, showing intent to control the meeting's location and conditions. Inside the vehicle, Im Yongmuk attempts to ease tension, but Li Qiu remains focused, prioritizing purpose over casual interaction. Im Yongmuk proposes a formal agreement, recognizing Li Qiu's direct approach and expressing interest in forming a structured partnership. The Black Crow Order is described as a powerful intelligence group with hidden influence across regions. They propose exchanging information, offering valuable intelligence while requesting cooperation in return. Im Yongmuk explains their interest comes from Li Qiu's actions, identifying him as a valuable figure worth engaging strategically. He lists Li Qiu's achievements, highlighting his rapid rise, influence, and connections that drew the organization's attention. Multiple reasons forced their approach, emphasizing Li Qiu's intelligence and actions made ignoring him impossible. Li Qiu observes calmly, recognizing the manipulation attempt, while Im Yongmuk subtly reveals intent to exploit information control. The vehicle stops as Li Qiu rejecting the offer and preparing to leave without further negotiation. Im Yongmuk insists cooperation is necessary for Li Qiu's goals, but Li Qiu remains unmoved. Li Qiu walks away from the car, reaffirming his refusal while maintaining independence. Im Yongmuk warns of regret, attempting intimidation, but Li Qiu dismisses the threat without hesitation or concern. Li Qiu reveals he considered helping before, but changed his decision after assessing the organization's true intentions. He leaves confidently, instructing Im Yongmuk to report back, while exposing awareness of their identity. Li Qiu, revealing he only tested Im Yongmuk for information while maintaining control of situation. Im Yongmuk reacts with frustration, realizing Li Qiu judged his abilities as insufficient and became disappointed by performance. Angered by humiliation, Im Yongmuk attempts retaliation as he punching a post to calm down. He struggles to recover, acknowledging Li Qiul's arrogance while recognizing the gap in their strength difference. Reflects on failure, he realizing personal involvement backfired, damaging his reputation as Black Crow Order's Southern Branch leader. Still confused, he questions Li Qiul's motives, considering why direct contact and negotiation were personally initiated earlier. Yongmuk reports to superiors, explaining Li Qiul misunderstood circumstances and confirming that the proposed contract ultimately failed. He ends the call, stating nothing further occurred, attempting to minimize the situation. Hesitantly, he mentions Li Qiul left a message, suggesting lingering uncertainty about its truth and implications ahead. Yongmuk receives urgent orders, learning Li Qiul is moving through Halasan. Superiors command full mobilization, demanding no mistakes, while pressuring Yongmuk to prepare for consequences. Yongmuk reacts with shock, realizing Li Qiul's knowledge threatens them. Li Qiul arrives at the restricted gate, calmly facing guards while maintaining composure, despite entering a high-risk zone. After identity verification, guards acknowledge his status, allowing entry while noting the area's unusual danger compared to others. The gate opens as Li Qiul proceeds forward, entering deeper into Halasan. Inside, Li Qiul senses extreme environmental changes, recognizing the area differs greatly from previously encountered locations. Despite harsh conditions, he continues advancing, refusing retreat, while maintaining focus on his objective within the mountain. Li Qiul recalls a powerful entity tied to Halasan, confirming his destination involves confronting a godlike presence ahead. Jeju Island is introduced as a sacred land filled with spiritual energy, known for dangerous sea monsters nearby. Li Qiul, recognizing the difficulty of control due to constant threats and unstable conditions, he identifies the jungle as a dangerous spreading zone, sensing abnormal energy concentrated. Li Qiul moves through the forest cautiously, realizing the environment changes suddenly. He recognizes the phenomenon as spirit play, where terrain shifts instantly without magic circles or visible activation. Li Qiul recalls limited knowledge about Halasan, understanding that only records of Black Twilight provide useful information. Ancient knowledge describes mysterious beings existing in the region, differing from known creatures and misunderstood by people. These beings, called dokibi, possess craftsmanship abilities, creating weapons and armor using unique supernatural methods. Li Qiul connects Black Twilight events to dokebi presence, realizing their influence shaped the region's hidden dangers. A dokebi forges weapons, hammering metal while sensing an unfamiliar presence. The dokebi feeling disruption nearby, as his instincts warn him that something unusual has entered. He reacts with anger, turning aggressively toward the source, preparing to confront whoever intruded upon his territory. Li Qiul eliminates a monster, instantly confirming that even lower-ranked creatures here possess unusual mana. He analyzes the environment, realizing the mountain's mana saturation strengthens all creatures. Li Qiul prepares his weapon, acknowledging the region's abnormality and understanding why it is considered a demonic realm. A mysterious seal appears, indicating Tamna's hidden mechanism, suggesting the existence of Black Twilight's fifth seal nearby. Li Qiul advances toward the summit, recognizing proximity to the basin where critical changes and dangers will emerge. A powerful presence detects him, proving intelligence beyond monsters, forcing Li Qiul to react with immediate caution. Li Qiul reacting instantly, as a fast attack strikes toward him unexpectedly. He narrowly evades the strike, glimpsing the dokebi, whose identity remains unclear. Li Qiul experiences intense pain as overwhelming energy affects his senses. He struggles to recover, realizing the opponent's presence is extremely powerful, far beyond anything he previously encountered. The figure stands within flames, confirming its identity as a dokebi tied to Black Twilight. Li Qiul regains composure, recognizing the connection between this entity and recorded events from past knowledge. Li Qiul respectfully introduces himself, acknowledging his heritage while maintaining caution. The dokebi expressing hostility toward humans, asserting control over the domain and rejecting intruders entirely. Li Qiul senses rising danger as the dokebi's energy intensifies, indicating imminent conflict if he continues forward. The dokebi refuses negotiation, turning away while Li Qiul urgently attempts stopping him from leaving immediately. Li Qiul reaches out, but force pushes him back, overwhelming his control and preventing further communication efforts. The dokebi commands departure, forcing Li Qiul outside the domain instantly. Li Qiul stands before Halasan entrance, realizing he was expelled quickly without gaining useful information from encounter. He concluding he must grow stronger before returning to challenge the mountain again successfully. Li Qiul accepts temporary retreat, preparing mentally for future confrontation. Back in the city, Li Qiul walks alone, planning preparation strategies and considering adjustments before attempting again. He senses danger approaching, realizing external forces are monitoring him closely and reacting faster than expected movements. Li Qiul identifies Black Crow Order tracking him, understanding new threats are emerging beyond the mountain challenge ahead. Avoids pursuers, Li Qiul, moving through streets quietly, while enemies search nearby, failing to maintain visual contact. Opponents coordinating search efforts while spreading across the area to recover lost tracking position. Li Qiul activates Stealth Aura, concealing presence while adjusting energy flow to prevent detection by nearby enemies. He refines technique carefully, acknowledging limitations while maintaining concealment, ensuring enemies cannot easily locate his position. Li Qiul uses acquired mask ability, altering appearance completely, securing identity while preparing to move freely again, with disguise complete. He confirms readiness, planning next steps, and deciding to gather necessary supplies before continuing. Li Qiul meets an acquaintance, briefly interacting while preparing departure, indicating intention to return after completing objectives. He carries supplies confidently, showing determination while leaving behind unresolved matters for future confrontation and progress. Li Qiul departs calmly, maintaining resolve, understanding challenges ahead will require greater strength and careful preparation moving forward.